Hello, how we doing? Alright, hello, welcome to the WardiTV 2025 Championship Playoff Day number 2. We had a planned power cut. I was meant to come on the hour, then it got delayed, and then it came on like 2 minutes past the hour, so I was already letting the players veto and get started. Then it turns out that actually the players were just AFK, so it didn't really matter too much in the end, but I'm just not quite ready because I also never got my lunch because I couldn't cook anything, so it's just been a morning, guys. All good. WardiBot should be back on as well. Beautiful. Alright, some StarCraft 2s, guys. What we're thinking, what we're feeling. Mana Garrett to start the day, best of 5 PvP. Denies the Stasis Ward, which is nice. Let me just take a few moments to see where exactly things are going to go over the next few moments, see what exactly the plan is going to be. Alright, I'm just trying to... I've got some lights on in my office that aren't meant to be on, so I'm just trying to fix those. So yeah, just distracted with that. But other than that, we're watching some PvP. Is the plan. That is the plan. Perfect, I found the lights. I connected to my phone, which is on new Wi-Fi, because I just got new internet last week, so... It's just been a thing. Alright, beautiful. Hello guys, how we doing? Garrett Mana starting us off today. The kind of matchup where... there's not really a favourite to be had, I don't think. I think this is likely going to be back and forth. I think it's going to be quite aggressive. And see what happens. +1 in the blink on the way through. Nexus and the purple probes on the way. Assimilator being added as well. How am I liking the fiber internet? Honestly, I haven't even used the new internet because I already had better internet. It was just my backup internet that got improved. So I haven't really noticed any difference, to be honest. The only time I'll notice a difference realistically is when my main internet goes down, and then I will still be able to stream to both Twitch and YouTube, whereas before I could only stream to Twitch on my backup internet, so... yeah. So Garrett Mana, PvP, BO5. The way of matches today will be the loser of this plays uThermal, the winner of this then plays Shameless, the winner of that plays MaxPax, and the winner of that plays ByuN, and then we have Showtime Spirit slapped onto the end of it all. So that's going to be the order of matches. That's what we're going to run through. We'll see how our schedule goes for us, see what happens. Let's just have ourselves the Oracles. We're going to pop down a little Stasis Ward over here as well. Just going to place that down. Rover Facility coming up. Stalker on the way. +1 on the way from Geralt. +2 on the way from Mana. Extra Stalkers building by, and the probes coming up, as well as the Stalkers will take a blink up toward the top side of the map. We'll look to see just what's going on, as we do have... Hallucination goes down immediately. Now we'll try and fight some Stalkers and some Sentries. We get rid of one Sentry there. Blinking through for the Stalkers for a second or so. Nice little Stasis Sword, actually going to catch a few of those Stalkers as well. Just going to be seeing the Oracles activate, and a few probes going down. The Stalker's still shooting. Stalker taking some damage. Sentries going down as well. A little bit more damage being done. +2 attackers on the way. Cannon and the probe still coming by. 5 workers go down. Garrett losing some economy here as Mana tries to keep the pressure up. That Stasis is obviously very effective. As we're going to fly the Oracle through the Stalker, somehow does not get punished for that. And the Oracle will live to set up another stasis ward further back. Well, not anymore, because the Stalkers do blink on it, and we do get punished for having flown through the Stalkers. That low HP Oracle is hence no longer able to survive another Stalker shot, and it does go down. That will be a cleanup as the Stalkers here continue to play the chasing game out down to the bottom of the map. 4 more gateways coming through, probes and probes and everything else coming by as well. Just bringing a lot of the rest of this online as the Stalkers get to the bottom side. 4th base will come online as well. Get that going immediately. And we do just have, the 4 gateways, the robo facility all coming up, probes coming online. +2 attack on the way as we speak. Stalkers move back around the top. You see a few Zealots warping in as well. And the Prism +2, the charge coming up. The Stalkers will get there. The probe will go down. Just going to be able to nab that as you have the pylon going down as well. Just going to see the Stalkers continue to blink through. The pylon will get jumped on, so it's going to take that out. Also, the Stalkers still trading for a couple of moments. And Zealots will continue to come through as well, so just have a little bit more value being found. Currently, just going to be seeing, obviously, Mana stay on this side. We enter kind of a base trade territory. Geralt is taking a little bit of a smoother start to this. He's down the upgrade, but that's not going to matter if he just has that much more stuff, which right now is the case. He jumps onto the Stalkers over here. I like that because I think just trading out the units is going to be the most important thing. You can already see Mana's running out of units to the point where his base trade is kind of dying already on the other side of the map, and so now Mana on 15, 20 army supply. Probably not going to be able to do too much from this point. I think this is pretty much going to be this first game going the way of Geralt. So Old Republic going to go in Geralt's favor in this opening matchup of today. We are going to try and get through 6 best-of-5s today, guys, obviously, so we've got lots of games to run through. It'll be fun to see how it all goes. You see those few Stalkers put a bit more damage out onto the 6 o'clock, so that Nexus takes some more damage. A few probes peel over to that left-hand side as well. And yeah, that Nexus still taking some shots. It's going to go down. The Zealots and the Stalkers together will move forward with the Prism as well, so we continue to push on in for a couple moments. Stalkers and the Zealots gather up. The Prism heads down to the bottom. Just seeing the +2 attack upgrade from Geralt finishing as well. So just getting that completed right now. A couple of the Zealots will try and move forward once more. More warpins coming in once again. And the Zealot Stalker will continue to push up just for now. We'll get rid of a pylon here. We'll jump onto the rest of these Zealots as well. Mana will say GG because Geralt has too much. This went the way of Geralt a little bit too far. Mana just lost a little bit too much across the map, obviously, and then really initiating the base trade put you into a good position from there. Alright guys, I'm just going to have to run ads because I didn't get to do my usual kind of pre-stream ad run, so there's going to be ads trying to play already, so I'm just going to run those because we didn't have like the intro that we usually would have, so yeah, we'll get that set up. We'll get ready for game number 2 here. I've got no idea what the map order is, so the players will host for us because they were vetoing while I was not around. Beautiful. Beautiful. Love it, love it, love it. All right. Readying up, GLA Jeffing, and we're going to get set to go, go, go. And get this underway. Let's get into our game number 2. In the top left-hand side will be our blue Protoss, who is down again. It is going to be Mana, repping Team Liquid. While in the bottom right corner of the map, we're going to have ourselves the red Protoss player, Geralt. Game 2 of our BO3 coming up, getting ready to go. See the gates dropping down. We'll see if Mana can get a bit of a better start. I wonder if we start seeing some proxy business coming through at some point here as well. Could be intriguing. See how it all pans out. See what happens. We're seeing the probes obviously again chasing each other around a little bit, so again a little bit of movement over there. We get set up for a little while. And again we just try and see a bit more of what is going on. As we have the gates coming up, probes on the way. Kind of set up for the moment. Gonna have that probe chasing the other probe around, so again a couple moments of movement to get ourselves settled just for now. Yeah, like I say, I would be kind of surprised if we didn't see any aggression throughout the course of this series. I mean, you got to imagine that that's going to be something we see a little bit of at some point, but no one moving out for a proxy pylon just yet. Is Clem available today? No Clem today. Clem should be playing again tomorrow? Well, maybe not tomorrow. It might be Friday that the next Clem match is, because I think that's when we get deeper into the lower bracket. So I think it's Friday, but don't hold me to that, because I can't remember off the top of my head. The schedule for this event's getting a bit complicated with players being available and not available and trying to move people around and stuff, so that's it's still being figured out to some extent, basically, but I think it's probably hang on, I can check on my phone, actually. At least the current standing of the schedule. The schedule is moving, so it can possibly change. Yeah, right now, Clem will be back on Friday, and it'll be double Clem series if he wins. Yeah, things, like I say, things are moving around a little bit, so we'll be doing our best to try and just figure that all out and keep on top of it all, but I can't really do much about it just yet, so yeah, that's where things are currently at. A couple Stalkers there. I'm going to ping away at the Zealot as we do a little bit of damage. The Zealot going down. See the Stalker coming over. The Oracle will continue to make a move across as well for the moment. What's actually really nice about today is I'm going to lose the Oracle. Sorry, the Stalker to the Oracle, so that's Geralt wasting the recall as well. What's really nice about today is we're going to patch up a lot of the lower brackets, so we're going to see a lot of who plays where in the lower bracket, and that's really good for me, because then I get a much better read, a much better idea of what exactly is going on there. There's a couple sentries. We'll nibble at the Oracle. Stalker and the Adept going to come about. He's going to go after the Pylon as well. Immediately trying to put some more damage in over here for the moment. Let's just see the Adept taking a step over, chasing that probe. The Stalker going to go down. Forces the Force Fields, but hey, you would rather have the Stalker alive. And we're both going into Blink. Geralt about to have his Twilight Council just finishing. Man, his Twilight Council on the way through as well currently, so getting that underway just for the moment. So Oracle's going to dive in. A couple probes go down immediately. So we get in for some damage right off the bat here. And those Oracles keep on taking some shots again. Blink coming through. Gates coming up. Battery on the way. Probies on the production tab. 7-9 work is going down once again. So those Oracles able to zap some damage right off the bat. Again, we'll see what comes up next as we just see that Blink coming through too. So bring that Blink up, getting that underway. Seeing the Adept's going to try and for another shot. These Dog is going to pay some return fire. And Blink from both sides. To see that Oracle trying to get after the couple of probes, not quite able to. Again, the Gateway coming through for the moment. And that all set up. When is Hero's game? Hero will play tomorrow against the winner of Showtime Spirit. If you go on Wikipedia and you click the match you're interested in, the little I button, it will show up with the currently scheduled time for that matchup. That is, Wikipedia is very up to date. Whenever I'm making major schedule changes, I'm sending it over to Wikipedia. And it's very rare that matches are going to move across by more than like an hour or two. So if you're looking for just mostly what day things are going to happen on, Wikipedia is absolutely a great place to check. Wikipedia also has an upcoming match thing at the top of the page. It's great for a tournament like this one because you can see exactly when each match is going to happen and which matches are coming up soon. So yeah, definitely check out Wikipedia. It is your best friend for figuring out what's going on. Heroes Game is the only one without a date set? Wow. It's Heroes Game is on Thursday. It's yeah, I don't know why it doesn't have a date set, because I think I sent that to Wikipedia, but I will double check. I will double check. I did send it. They've probably just missed it. Is all. If I had to make a guess, let me have a look. Wise Man, I got a 10 probe lead. It's been a good start for him, no? Like, he's traded pretty well. He's killed a bunch of workers. The Oracle did some damage. Honestly, I've been reading chat and trying to fix things still, so I was not watching it. Apparently killed a bunch of workers, so that would be why. If Indy didn't show it to you, then it's not on me. I trusted this man with my observing duties. Just not have... No, we do have game hard on. It should have been on the side of the screen if probes went down. Sorry, my brain's not quite in the game yet, guys. I'm not having my half an hour before the show to set up has really knocked me a little bit, so apologies on that one. DTs are going to swipe through, and that's going to be a little bit of an issue. We do have a Revelation for the first DT, but the second DT does not get Revelated yet, so full energy recharge, but Revelation itself has a cooldown, so that will take a few moments. We have 5 probes here, and that's going to keep Geralt kind of alive and kicking a little bit. Who's now going to move on to that third base of mana, put some pressure in as well, tries to find the pylon to cancel the warp, and that won't happen, and he is going to be outnumbered there. Mana wants to give chase, and will begin to do exactly that for the next little while. DT swinging through. Probes beginning to go down. That's 13 workers killed now. Oracle will activate as the defense here. We can get one more probe, which, again, really nice. Geralt is down heavily on army supply, though, and being chased into his own base is not great. He's in one-shot range of these stalkers, too, so he's losing his stalkers one by one. He can't really blink micro himself out of trouble. There's going to be a DT, though, and if we didn't bring detection across the map, that's an issue. Of course, we're keeping the Oracle at home because of the DTs that keep on walking on the other side as well, but then you've got to consider that DTs will play defense, too. Mana just, I think, has too much army supply. This DT is going to take forever to actually kill anything substantial, and that's going to be GG's. Mana is going to take this, and we're going to tie up 1-1 in our opening best of 5 of the day. Thank you again, Sorta, for the raid as well. I feel like I didn't mention that, so thank you so much for that. As we get ready for game number 3, we're tied up 1-1. Again, in this lobby, guys, I'm going to show you guys the bracket just quickly, just to show where everything is at, just in case you've not been following the tournament so far. Again, apologies, I would have done this sooner. Here's the upcoming matches, though, so you can see all these matches that are coming up today, for example. And you guys are right, Hero is the only one without a match schedule, but that is on Friday. It's like the third match of Friday, so yeah, this is our bracket right now. Obviously, what we're going to be focusing on today is this section along here, and this match down here. So today we're going to have Mana Geralt, then the loser versus uThermal, so we'll know who the winner versus Scarlet will be. That will happen tomorrow. And then we will do the winner of Mana Geralt versus Shameless, versus MaxPax, versus ByuN, and we pop on over to Showtime versus Spirit for a cheeky little best of 5 outside of this section. And then we're in a pretty cool place where the majority of this is played, and a couple matches down here played, so we really do get a lot of visualization of what's happening in the lower bracket. So that's quite neat, and we'll also see a little bit more of who plays who down here in general, so that should be good. And, yeah, should be nice for us when we can get to that stage. But now let's go back in game as we kick off into game number 2. Yo, what's up, Theory? Did you get your ticket? I got mine. I got mine in wave 1 at least. Which is lucky because I had no power today, so it would have been miserable. Mana in the top left-hand side has tied us up here 1-1 in this best of 5. So we are chilling with him in the upper left corner. And in the bottom right, our Rad Protoss player is gonna be Geralt. You got yours? Hell yeah. I love it. Are you playing a bunch again? Or you just fancy the London trip? We have ourselves the gates coming up. A couple of them will start over the next few moments here, so we get that starting. Let's whack the indie cam on. You're playing Unite! Ooh, that's fun. Down. Unite, I actually really enjoyed playing Unite when Unite was first out. It was a very fun experience, I think, a lot of the time. Hell yeah. We'll definitely see you there, man. Be fun. Exciting. Cybercore coming up on both sides, by the way. Gateway coming through. The Zealot is on the way. We have those probes on as well, so we just bring a little bit of everything up for the moment. And get those Cybercores done. The gate and the probes all coming up. It is going to be 1 gate versus 2 gates. So Mana's looking for the faster expansion, and that might initiate Geralt to be a bit more aggressive in a game where he's got the pylon to the top side of the map already as well. So he's got the pylon in position over here. He's going to be able to throw down, you know, some sort of aggressive play there, so that's definitely something that's coming up more than likely. Probe over here chases about a little bit. We'll just see the pylon coming down again. He just throw down a Twilight Council in the corner. That was not my expectation. It's not really a robo position, to be fair. I mean, it is kind of like a I'm gonna hide a Dark Shrine kind of structure, to be fair. Let's just see the couple Stalkers coming through. Twilight Council coming in. A Stargate building on the side of Mana, so we get that up and rolling. Warp Gate will continue through. Stalker in production. The other Stalker around the bottom side. We're going to see the two probes. Would like to try and nibble at each other, but not quite going to be able to do too much. The Stalker steps up and is going to be able to take that probey down. So the probe will fall. Oracle still building through. The Warp Gate as well. The Nexus halfway, and the Stalker would really like to get rid of that probe. Is going to be able to take it out. And yeah, just kind of Chrono Boost the blink up here. Mana's checking up here, but he's going to take a turn that does see it. Okay, so he sees the Twilight Council. He knows it's researching as well. So now Mana's aware of what he's up against. And obviously this is going to be a one base blink as well. Immediately Robo Facility. Immortals are going to be essential. I wonder how quickly he wants to get into a Warp Prism defensively here, or what the plan is going to be. That part is actually kind of intriguing to me. I'm not sure what direction exactly that's going to lead us into, but I suppose we shall see soon. Once again, that blink halfway. The Robo Facility coming up from Mana. Gates producing. Warp Gates on the way out. Stalkers will step forward. Geralt just looking to get a chance to get in toward a Zealot and a couple of Stalkers there. Going to be a probe we can maybe jump on for a few moments as well. Going for that stasis down. Nice probe pull. Drills it and gets the denial. Very nice, making sure that stasis does not go off on anything. And you're going to have to pull the probes away anyway for the stasis to activate, so that's a faster process of pulling the probes. It's obviously higher risk, but better reward, as this time, see the Stalker going to try for the Oracle. We'll just let one probe go in the stasis, and we will kill the Oracle as well, so Mana will lose out on that. As you see the additional gateway coming down, that's going to make this the 4 gate. The blink is Chrono Boost no longer being done, and Mana will have his first Immortal in a couple of moments, so we'll have that first Immortal out, like I say, momentarily here. That will be a big part of this. You see that blink is about to finish from Geralt. Gateway and the couple Stalkers still coming through. Sentry and the Immortal coming along. Battery being added on as well. And the few Stalkers just settle down towards the upper side of the map at the moment. 2 more batteries coming straight down into play. We had those probes on as well. Just going to cut a probe right off the bat there. The Adept will take a shade. Chance to move through and towards the high ground. We're going to see the Stalker is going to poke for a little bit. We're going to see a Zealot that goes down. It's going to be a nice catch. This Adept's going to be able to get through a couple of probes, no doubt. So, yeah, we'll put some work in right off the bat. A few workers going down. Stalker's going to blink to the high ground. Going to get in after the Immortal. Not going to be that successful. The 2 Immortals together will put some good damage out. And we do pop the barrier on the other one, at least, which is something. We're going to force field the low ground. Okay, that's a play. That's going to keep Mana stuck in the main base for a little bit. This is where Prism would have really been nice, because now you could Prism the Immortals over, the Stalkers over, and you could start fighting this. He doesn't want to cancel Immortal 3. To be fair, there was only 1 force field, so that's now going to be a Sentry killed. We didn't do much there. We killed a structure or 2, but no probes or anything. Obviously, we denied some mining time. You're on 1 base, Geralt. You got to do some work right now. Like, if you don't get something done soon, you are in a world of trouble. So, he's going to blink in for the Immortal. I don't like that when there's 3 Immortals here. I do think the Prism at this point is very smart because it will save the Immortal. Like, that Immortal would have never died if there was a Prism out. So I like us getting a Prism now. I think it's just going to give us a lot more kind of range of freedom in what we can do and in terms of how we can follow up in general. The Adept's just going to shade on up. The Stalker Immortal gathers, and the Adepts will cancel their shade into the high ground. A few Stalkers still gathering about. Batteries will be on the way too. Just getting those up and running. The Immortal building out. 2 Stalkers on the way from Geralt, plus the Zealot. Another Adept Shade to block the Adept Shade, and that's really cute. Oh, but we commit to it anyway because we just want the vision to be able to blink to the high ground here. Also, we'll get a couple shots because the Stalkers were lingering. We get cleaned out, shut this down. I'm just going to be seeing those Adepts still being chased out over to the sides. Going to get rid of 1. Looking to get rid of 2. The Probes going down as well. A couple of Mortals going to be there, pushing the Stalkers back out the front. 2 more Stalkers coming in. The Prism coming up as well. Just having ourselves the next Adept warping in also. And what will be the next stage? This 60 to 58 supply. Maybe get a pylon going from mana would be nice, because we're currently supply blocked. That's not pretty, but I do think he's got enough to defend with. To be fair, Geralt's still on one base, so this is ticking along in mana's favor. And just get in there. We get a Stalker and blink out. I mean, that's efficiency, but it's not exactly speeding up the game to the extent I feel like we need to as Geralt. Okay, he's going to throw a Nexus down, but that's obviously quite late on here. We're going to see that Adept will threaten the Shade again. It's going to be blocked, so nothing comes of it. Yeah, we're just going to try and expand from here. If you're feeling brave as mana, this Prism goes across the map and tries to get something done. But do you feel brave enough to put the Prism across the map? It's risky with the Blink Stalkers nearby as well. Gonna warp in down on this low ground. Just 2 Adepts, apparently. There's actually 2 Adepts over there from Geralt as well that are just sat waiting. And we're going to run into those, so mana. I recognize that that's not exactly going to work for him. He will Shade, and it's just going to be one of his Adepts getting away. Going to get the Stalkers back in the main base. We continue to force mana to move around a little bit, but it's just not going to do anything because you just don't have enough firepower to really get through those Immortals is the issue. Like I say, Geralt has built up the Nexus. He is a bit ahead on army supply, but he is going to be down, obviously, on the economy. He's down a few probes here. Mana finally started to establish a little bit more of a worker lead. For a while, there was not much of a worker lead for Mana. This is kind of the way you play. You don't want to be too greedy. You're going to drop a Stasis Ward down. I feel like with the Stasis Ward down, we can maybe even take the Prism across the map with a couple of Mortals, potentially, if you want to harass with that. Is oftentimes a very powerful tool as well, so it definitely feels like there's options right now. As we do see the Immortal Adept Stalker going to get back down towards the bottom. Stalker there, going to ping away at the Oracle for a couple moments. Let's have that Blink coming up. Stalkers and the Adepts just going to work their way through. A couple of Force Fields coming down. These Stalkers taking mega damage. And we're just going to have ourselves everything else still gathering for the moment. Prism included. That charge will finish very shortly. A couple Stalkers getting in after that other Stalker. The Immortals and the Adepts in the center going to gather around through the Watchtower. We get a recall down to the bottom right-hand side. Those Stalkers are going to join up together as well. It's going to be having the Prism, Stalkers, the Oracle. Oracle wants to set up a Stasis Ward, but it goes down, goes killed off immediately. So does the Prism, so there goes your micro potential. I might actually scare Mana enough into just not committing here, because now without the Prism micro and the reinforcements, I don't know if he really wants to try and fight, which is awkward because he was obviously A, setting up to fight, and B, his army probably is good enough to fight as well. So it does leave you in a little bit of a wishy-washy situation right now. We try to head home, which is dangerous as well, because the Blink Stalkers have the ability to chase you down. So that also leaves you in a little bit of a rough position. Now Geralt coming all the way across the map. Mana splits a few units back down that bottom right side, replacing the Prism. Definitely a priority at the moment, which is what he's doing. We just have... These Immortals are going to be in an awkward place. We're going to blink through, and the Zealots get a catch on them, so the Immortals are the prime targets. Not near the batteries at all, so we're going to lose half of our Immortal count very quickly. The third Immortal goes down now as well. Man, I just lost a lot of stuff right there. That's going to be dangerous for him to play from now. As we do try and do some damage on the other side of the map, but this is chaotic on this side as Mana's defense is crumbling, just caught out in the open. Oh, he was so close to getting into an even better spot. +1 blink. I mean, we might still get there, because Mana is not dying just yet. We're going to see the Stalkers blinking through. They get rid of the Prism. The Immortal has to sit back. We're going to pull some probes in. We're up 8 workers right now as Mana still, so we can afford to take some damage. We need to offset the Stalker count somehow, though, and I'm just worried that the one Immortal is obviously not going to do that. The second Immortal is still in production as well. Now we blink on top of it. There's no battery nearby anymore. Geralt is working his way through a lot of this. The Adepts just aren't doing that much when it's the Stalkers here. And that just means that Mana is going to end up in a troll world where I just don't think he survives this. Geralt getting that one catch, basically. I mean, basically, I actually think Mana attacking would have been fine. He just couldn't lose the Prism quickly. He lost the Prism quickly. Boom, his army gets caught coming back home. Not just his army, just the few Immortals that were trailing at the back just get cut off at the right time. It was the perfect time to catch those. And that's pretty much going to determine the outcome of this game. At this point, 24 workers died. Mana will sit half the worker count of Geralt already. Robo facility halfway through. The additional Zealots coming up. Stalkers and an Immortal going to be there from Mana. Let's have that Robo finisher from Geralt in the next few moments. And I think this is obviously not far from Geralt getting GG's. It is going to be Geralt advancing through to a 2-1 lead in this best of 5 map 4 coming up in a few moments. Alright, we'll get the players to host that up for us, and we'll get straight on into map 4. continue today's WardiTV 2025 action. You know, it's I'm genuinely, I am excited to see this bracket kind of get colored in a little bit, just so we can start seeing who's playing who's going to be where, all that kind of stuff. I think is actually really cool. So excited for a lot of that to be, like I say again, figured out, put in position and everything, and so on and so forth. Would be very nice as we just have everyone joining this lobby. We should be momentarily good to go. Just missing one person, get them invited, and kick this off. Beautiful. Alright, readied up, GLHF'd, and get ready to kick on into this, guys, as we kick on to Mana versus Geralt. Game number 4, can Mana bring it back again? Geralt finally got it done in that game, was definitely behind. And Mana had a really good setup against it, just got a little bit too antsy out on the map already. Like I said, I don't even hate the worst part I think for Mana is I don't even hate the fact he moved out at first. I think he was fine to move out initially. I think he was absolutely fine to move out initially. It was after the fact he decided to... It was when he came back home. He was losing the Prism, made the move out not worthwhile, and then he got punished for moving out. He wouldn't have gotten punished for moving out if he just took the fight on Geralt's natural. I think he would have been absolutely fine. Triple Immortal, microed in a Prism. I think he's going to, at the very least, take a very decent trade there, and in theory, probably gets the Prism out with 2 Immortals at the very least as well, having traded out a bunch of the Stalkers. But when the Stalkers don't go down, and then they can chase you home, then you get punished, then it becomes an issue. Yeah, that's a very different situation for sure. The gateway on both sides of the map, as we'll start off right here. And see whether Mana wants to go for a single gateway again or try to get back into the double gate once more. Again, assimilate coming through, gates coming about, interplay, get that up and running. Let's see where this goes as we have our assimilators will finish. The most noble thing is Mana is indeed going for that one gate again, so again looking for that expand. Geralt is was setting up for the top left-hand side. He built a pile on top left and he cancelled it, so I'm not sure he's going to replace it now, so I'm not sure he just wanted to change the order of what he was investing into and when. So switching that up a little bit instead. As you see the probe coming back down the bottom side. Again, Cybercore coming up, gateway building from Geralt, the probe still producing through. Just going to have ourselves the pylon in the top. And from that pylon, we're going to throw down a... This could be a Robo, could be a Stargate. Position really allows for kind of either or. I think it is more Stargate than it is Robo. Robos you put more in the middle of the map. It's a pretty quick run from here down to the base of your opponent, so like I say, it wouldn't have been the craziest of factors, maybe. As he does out swinging, Pylon will take some initial shots of damage. Stargate from Mana as well, so Mana knows it's Stargate, and he's going Stargate. Oh, a cancel from Geralt. And now you know it's the cancel too, so you can go into an Oracle of your own. There's no need for you to build Phoenix. Cyberclaw coming down, and get that put in position. And just trying to block this off for as long as possible. Mana only has one gateway of units production, so, you know, a Cyberclaw block is very effective here, actually. It's going to slow you down pretty significantly compared to what you might have expected otherwise, so there's that little factor in play as well. We'll be seeing more shots coming through, a couple Stalkers coming about, Warp Gate coming in, Twilight Council building as well. So you'll see that Stalker still nibbling through the Cybercore there. A couple of Adepts will make their way down to the bottom left-hand side, trying to see a bit more of what else is going on. Get in for a few probes, which is not fun for Mana when, okay, you're trying to get to the faster expansion, but now you're building that expansion out of location as well. Well, the gates will morph into Warp Gate mode. Adept is going to be firing. Battery will do some healing. Gonna have that blink is on the way from Geralt. That's gonna be his choice. Mana's going into a Void Ray after 2 Oracles. It's interesting. I wonder what the feel of the need for the Void Ray is for. Usually the Void Ray is a very defensive unit. It's like, oh crap, I need this or I'm in trouble. That's obviously not the case here. There's an expansion down from Geralt. Obviously, he tried to proxy initially, but cancelled that up. So I'm just not sure what we're feeling the need for this for at the moment, basically. Let's just have Oracle is going to dive in. A couple of probes going down very quickly. 4 workers going down right off the bat there. The Stalker's still chasing for the Oracles. Just going to be seeing the Oracle going back the other way again. A few probes going down. Revelation still put on. We got a few workers at least. Mana going to take the lead. Geralt, when he gets Blink, will try and pick apart this third base location of the expansion from Mana. That's going to be one of the big question marks. Well, Stalkers come across. The Oracle will come back over. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers ready to poke in toward that natural here. So again, trying to see if there's a little bit of action we can make. In fact, Mana's over here with the Void Ray. I mean, let's see, because there's going to be Blink in a second from his opponent. That would be the time to kind of fight before Blink is done, but at the moment the Blink is done, this is only going to get tougher. The Void Ray will take some of the initial attention. Has to. We are going to take the Oracle around the back. We Blink onto the Oracle. That means you can't Blink away, but we have a battery recharge, so it's going to get energy back. I mean, there's the Blink, but not quite enough numbers just yet. We're going to kill the warping in Stalkers. They can't Blink while they're warping in. We do get the Blink off as that one finished, though, and that does allow you to pull back here. It was a good start from Mana, and Geralt on the follow-up is going to end up, honestly, still not doing that great. Mana continues to trade well here. Like, he's still trading fine. Probe's not mining because of the Stasis Ward attempt in the back of the main base. Mana really putting the multi-prong on, making the multitasking have to happen to deal with this right now. So, again, making Geralt's life a little bit difficult, no doubt, thus far. Couple Stalkers will get through there. The Oracle will go down. It is going to be a cleanup. There's the Immortal and a couple more probes coming about. Robotics Facility will continue up. The extra probe still on the way in. Just going to have ourselves Mana setting 58 to 48 supply right here. So his supply looking very good, looking very solid at the moment. And see the rest of these Stalkers heading to that bottom left side. Mana will try and gather up. Obviously still doesn't have a natural, so he's still got to defend an awkwardly placed base. That is one of the complications of the game at the moment, so that's one thing we're watching for here. Going to see those few Stalkers wander straight into the natural. Pylon will take damage right off the bat. Stalker step through. Pylon will take some damage. Going to be having the couple of Adepts will take some shots as well. Again, push back the other side. You see the 2 Adepts just going to get in. A couple probes going down. Again, Stalkers in the charge. Just going to be coming up as well. So, Mana. He's going to have himself this Immortal. It's going to step forward and chase these Stalkers. I'm not sure this Immortal is necessarily meant to be there, but he does have Stalkers backing it up now as well. Adepts getting a few more probes. Mana definitely put himself in a very good position. Stalkers will try and turn to fight. The Immortal taking a few more shots again. A little bit more damage done once more here. We'll see these couple Stalkers still being chased, getting hunted down. The Adepts go to the bottom left here from Geralt. Head into that bottom left-hand side again. Immortal in the charge coming up from Geralt. Immortal and the +1 coming up from Mana for these next few moments. Purple Facility taking some damage. Stalkers trying to blink across onto the Prism. Now we're going to see the Adepts trying to fight. Just going to have the Immortal there taking some damage as well. Pull back a little bit. A few of these probes continue to go down. There's going to be 7 workers killed. With the Prism Micro, you can see that this Immortal force is going to be able to do decently, but then the Blink, oh, we have high ground vision there, no, he moves it, and it does end up going down, so both the Immortals die. It's going to be very costly. Well, now we're just going to see the rest of this heading down to the bottom left side, so Geralt will head to the bottom, will come across here just for the moment. Again, Prism in the charge coming up, 2 more gateways coming through, the Adepts will continue to build. This is, I mean, we're going to open the door for Geralt to get something done. He's down in workers, but he'll start to kill a few here. And put some pressure on. 2 Immortals showing up, though. He's going to have to blink away from that one. He's got Adepts to deal with across the map again as Mana shows up once more. Getting in and getting a bit more damage done already with these. And into the main base, so that's just going to continue. That's not getting cleaned up at all just yet, so absolutely trouble being made over there. Steps will start to go down. Just going to be seeing the rest of this trade now. The Prism and the couple of gates still coming online. The charge in addition to that as well. I like that man is going to get his own charge up, but still kind of a weird game. A lot of different directions that this has been heading to so far. Again, the Immortals building, the Sentry on the way, the charge coming up. We got the 2 extra gateways coming about as well. Continue to get that on the go for the moment still. Army down at the bottom side. Do you have our charge coming through? I see a couple of Zealots going to go down, so it's going to be a nice little cleanup. Just going to be seeing the Stalker still fighting, pushing away. Zealot and the Stalker again picked away at right now. Stalker gets taken out. Thailand will take a few more shots of damage. Base trade time, and Garrett definitely gets the head start on the base trade, forces the recall. Oh, does Garrett like fighting? Here's the question. He's going to just try and unload to the low ground. I don't hate that. A lot of Mana's army is not going to be able to follow. Obviously could micro the units with the Prism a little bit perhaps, but it's going to be awkward. 17 workers lost from Geralt. Mana only losing 6, and yeah, I actually felt Geralt had the better edge on this base trade, but Mana pulling back defensively, because I think Mana's in a better position, so overall he just doesn't want to base trade. So if he can deny the base trade, then he's probably going to be feeling good, and that's pretty much what he did. He denies the base trade by recalling home. He just says, no, we're not going to, bypass each other. Let's keep this very standard and ordinary, and that's going to help us out a lot to kind of get back on the right track here. Let's have ourselves the few additional gates building on through for now. Geralt trying to reset, but down 25 supply. Man, I mean, we're going to base trade again, which, to be fair, is probably Geralt's best bet, because realistically, if he can get a good base trade going, army supplies are similar enough that there's a chance, right? But, like, in a straight-up fight, he's down. Like, in a straight-up fight, maybe he defends, but he can't live in the long game because he's got so much less economy. So, getting up here, gets a couple of free picks pretty early. Don't think he's going to have anything at home to defend with. You will start a warp in. It's important that you knock down pylons and gateway power as soon as possible in this base trade. Mana's got a little bit of an edge on the base trade. He already has workers kind of available to get out onto the map. We're actually just building cannons on the third. We're going to send a couple units over there already. We probably want to go and deny that ASAP because you don't want that stacked defense to come online. Geralt does not want to have to fight that. That would be a disaster. So we're going to get the Immortal over there. It's going to go after the first pylon. Okay, there's multiple pylons actually. So that's a little bit of an issue. Those cannons do finish up. Army supplies are still dead similar. I mean, like I said, Geralt's kind of just hitting from the main. There's actually going to be a few Zealots here that are coming around. Geralt's running now. Mana. Does he pull back home? So the recall is on cooldown. He just used recall previously. Oh no, it's not on cooldown anymore. He's going to recall into the main. Okay, but Geralt's going to be able to wipe out on the low ground already. So if he can right the low ground straight away, that would be nice. Good force field's going to buy you some time as Mana. Geralt will not be able to get into that position then just yet because of it. The Stalker going down. The Adepts will get cleaned up. We'll take our effort to turn back into the rest of this army and see if we can maybe jump on this location. But I just don't think we do now. Remember, there's +1 as well for Mana, so his army is naturally better if it's similar supplies. I think Geralt, when he saw the cannons coming down here, he needed to pull away from the main base sooner. Like, I understand you want to depower the gates and stop warpings and stuff, but like, I think he could have gotten to the low ground much more quickly, denied those cannons, and then maybe there's an opportunity. He's going to get rid of the Prism. He's going to kill these 2 Immortals. That's a big deal. Obviously, Mana's mining, but he's not really building much of anything right now. It is the most noteworthy part of this. So, and with a lot of force fields available, Geralt could still take a good fight. Like, his opponent's army is Zealots, so if he just force fields well and keeps the Zealots away, like, there's absolutely an opportunity here. He will need to fight with everything. These gates coming online from Mana is not fun from Geralt's point of view. Geralt could really do with just knocking down these extra few pylons at this point. Like, he's going to target the Nexus. He needs to get rid of stuff that's actually going to help Mana set back up, because right now the Nexus doesn't do much for him. As Geralt actually does start mining over on this left-hand side, so we're going to get a really awkward situation there. Mana's building a robo facility. I understand killing the Nexus, but it just takes such a long time versus I mean, he knows those pylons in the corner too. You know your opponent's mining. You should be looking to deny pylons, I think as well, just for the speed of access. Now, we're going to be able to kill a lot from this high ground, so these Immortals will get going and put some work in. We deny one cannon for free. We denied a lot of battery energy for free as well. So as Immortals are able to do a lot. The Zealots of Mana going back up over here has been a single Zealot trying to play cleanup, apparently. Geralt going to get his own batteries going on his own location. Well, now this is going to get really strange, to be honest. Now this gets really strange. Prism starts up. Just going to Chrono Boost. Dark Shrine on the way. The batteries are coming online. Centering the Adept work their way through the Assimilator. Now going for the rest of the structures. The Prism of Mana will try, from Geralt, sorry, will try and do a lot because, again, there's not really anti-air to deny him doing so. But I think he honestly gave Mana so much time on this low ground. Loading here is nice, you get free damage in again, but it's very slow going. And the Prism will now just live to the high ground as well, so you get high ground vision. And a couple of Zealots will drop up here as well, so you can just have that micro potential, that's huge. Now you're building an Immortal. Just do not think this ends in your favor as Geralt anymore. So to make the right calls, we obviously can make a lot of these calls based on kind of what we can see. Okay, kill the Robo, and then he gets DTs, and then all you have to do is get rid of the cannons, right? Okay, that's a play. If we have an Observer out, we have an Observer. So that's not actually going to be too much of an issue anyway, and there's no Observer from Geralt, so he would need to actually build a Robo, get an Observer, kill the Observer, and then go from there. We're going to try and kill a couple of units. That was good force fields and a good recall. Recalls those units and saves them. Uh-oh, and now we recognize the opportunity just to dive in over on this side, and we're going to lose the power to the batteries before we even get to fight. That's a disaster. The Prism was out the position as well, so Mana finding the perfect opportunity just says, oh, you brought everything to clean up this little attack in the main? Brilliant. I will just punish that instantly. Like I say, the force fields are not going to be the friend of Geralt's either, of Mana's either, because he's very Zealot heavy, but it just doesn't matter. Mana has too much. GG's. We will go to a Game 5 deciding map in this opening round. For both these players in the playoff bracket. The winner will play Shameless. That'll be a bit further down the line today. The loser of this plays uThermal. That is our next series up. But first, we got to decide a winner through a Game 5. So, we'll get into that right now. Kick this off, get this going, and see what happens. Very exciting. Join in this lobby. Get this ready to go. He's set to go in just a second. Just waiting for everyone to join. We should be able to go. Kick this off and get this going. Beautiful. What's up, my boy DJ Crispy? Thank you so much for the 2-year resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Head into it as we have a Game 5 deciding map to start off our day. In the top left-hand side, we're going to start with the blue Protoss play here. This is Mana taking on the red Protoss. In the bottom right-hand side, we've got ourselves Geralt. So, the gateway coming down. Mana has been loving the 1 gates recently. Will he stick to that for Game 5, a deciding map right now? But Mana maybe switch on the aggression. He's really not been that aggressive thus far, so that might be a question for us to sit on as well. As well, Chrono Boost up at those probes. We'll see the Assimilator going through, the gates coming online. Got a lot of that ready. As probes continue through, the assemblers coming in. Cybercore coming up, gates coming through. Just going to see the Zealot and so continue to come up. Probes will continue to produce. We just have the Cybercore coming in as well. Probe is going to nibble at the other probe for a few moments. Gates coming through, so we get those finishing. It is the single gate from Mana once again, so going back onto that style of play here as we kick this off and take a start in this situation for him, figuring out what we're going to try and do. And just got Nexus building up, the Adept and the Stargate coming in, the Warp Gate building, got that Twilight Council coming through on the side of Geralt. Just going to have the couple of Stalkers building from him. So once again, hiding that Twilight Council, going back to what he did in that earlier game, choosing to kind of one-base blink to kind of create the pressure on this. It's going to be very interesting. So you see the Adept stepping through, the Stalker is going to be there, the Adept already taking some damage, taking a few shots. Just pushed away in the end. So we'll do some swinging. Just going to be seeing that pylon taking some damage. Obviously depower this blink, and that would be pretty darn nice. Even just depowering it for a little bit, right? The probe will build a new pylon. But you're depowering it for a while, like that's a delay, and it took a while for that probe to build a pylon as well. Felt like that could have maybe happened sooner. Now we've got the Stalkers here to defend this now, but that's less time where you have to deal with blink. Now we've got an Oracle beelining toward the main base here. So the Oracle heads over toward the main. And that will try and put some pressure on as the Stalkers have been out on the map playing defense. 2 new Stalkers spawning in a second. They're actually going to be bang on time. As there's a battery anyway, but we do catch one probe away from the mineral line and hence away from the battery for the moment. Oracle still activating. Just see the, again, blink coming through, the gate coming up. Continue to get that on the go here as the Immortal in this gateway continues about. A couple Stalkers will still head to the front for the moment. Stalkers stepping out, just going to be getting in after that pylon. We're going to see the 2 Stalkers coming in return, just coming back across and still chasing that Stalker, taking a little bit more damage once again. Mortal complete, Stalkers back over that left-hand side, again the gateway, the Nexus, and the blink all coming through. Just going to see the sentry already warping in on the low ground. Another sentry warping in from Geralt. These 2 Adepts will not get in. The wall-off is completed in the end, and that allows us to make sure that, yeah, those Adepts don't get in to cause some trouble. Why does Mana ignore Blink? He's just not playing Blink builds, that's all. I mean, he goes Stargate into Robo. It's kind of what you need to do when you're playing against a more aggressive Blink from your opponent, because if you try and go Blink yourself, it's just going to be later. The Stargate doesn't help you to defend, and you just leave a wide open timing for your opponent here. So yeah, unless he wanted to play... I mean, obviously he could play Stranger Twilight Council, but that's clearly just not the build he wants to play. So yeah, now he's going to play Immortals, he's going to play that defensive setup, and then he's going to move into Twilight Council upgrades a bit further down the line. Stalkers will get there. Pylon goes down, drop a little force field, try and get us a kill, but it's not going to be enough. As you see the Adepts at the same time into the natural. Geralt swinging through for some damage. He needs some damage. He's down 9 workers when this fight started, or maybe even more than that, actually. As we're going to get 4, we're going to get 5. That's going to bring mana back towards Geralt's worker count, but it's still not going to be enough overall. Overall, Geralt is still heavily down, and so he will be looking for more here. Again, he committed to a much later expand against Mana's faster expansion. So you're definitely hoping that this pressure can get something done. Mana. Interestingly enough, 2 Immortals and a Prism this time. Never went for that 3rd Immortal immediately as, oh my goodness, the Prism's going to go down. Well, at least it didn't have anything inside of it, and we will recover in that regard at least. As these other Stalkers go back around to the left and get ready to hop into the main. At least that's what they're thinking of doing for a moment or so, but they will not commit just yet. There's one more Stalker going down for the moment. And we'll have to replace the Prism, as the Adepts over here will actually cause trouble. Again, Geralt not really in the position to lose workers right now. Not in the best of spots at all. A couple of workers going down. Going to make this a couple more because he's just going to cancel the Shade, and so he will absolutely find a feast of workers there. Finds the sentries to the low ground as well. The Stalker's going to, what, blink back into the main base. Adepts are going to be there to provide the vision. We're going to blink up. We hit the pylon initially. Uh-oh. Now you're force filled in with those few Stalkers. They're going to go down. The new Prism! Oh my goodness, now he goes down again. I was going to say, how do you get out of here as Geralt? You're probably looking realistically at a recall, but he actually does go to the far left. Blinks down, but it's going to cost him 2 Stalkers still. He'll have one more kill before the blink comes back off cooldown. We lost a Stalker or so in return, but I think it's more important we're knocking down the Stalker count of the blink player. The thing is, I think Mana is just going to say, cool, I understand what lost me this game earlier when we had the same situation arising. Like, he's going to play into the same sort of scenario, but then just not be aggressive out onto the map, giving himself up to the charge lots. If he does that, he's going to stay in a very solid position now. Mortal shooting, Stalker's taking damage. Nice save on the Prism. Oh my god, the Stalker's blinking across very nearly. Going to be good enough to get there for some work. Now we're going to see those couple of Zealots still chasing through. We blink again, we'll get rid of the Prism. That removes the micro potential on these Immortals. The Zealots are so annoying to get rid of. You can see they're super tanky. This one Immortal on the left is target firing Stalkers. I love that, knocking those down in the background. So at the end of the day, there's just not much power left behind this as Geralt pushed away once more. The man is already building a third base, about to have Blink and +1. He doesn't have many Stalkers though. Honestly, right now, he's building another Immortal. I actually would love to see him just add on some of the Stalkers already, get ready for that Blink, so he can actually have something against more Zealot Warpins. I feel like at the moment he's really weak to the Zealots, and that's kind of what he suffered to in that first game as well, when this was the style that was chosen. And so would like to say, would love to see him kind of moving away from that and kind of fixing things up a little bit in that regard. Zealot Stalker comes straight through, that Nexus gets cancelled. Well, that's big from Geralt, because he did need to deny mana going up a base here. As we're going to blink into the main base again, go after the Robo. I just don't like this. I feel like you're endangering your Stalkers for, like, almost no purpose. Like, I just don't see what we really gain by blinking into this main. Because anything you can kill near the side of the main base is just super healthy. Like, a chunky Robo facility or so. We're going to go Glaives here as mana, which I do like. I think the blink might have been a misplay, honestly. Like, because you're already on Immortals and you're not on a lot of Stalkers or anything, so maybe we don't go Blink. If we just go Glaives immediately, you deal with the issue that your opponent's creating for you, which is the charge lots. So I like that we're going Glaives now. I think that's a good adjustment to seeing how this game continues. Wondering what Geralt's follow-up / response shall turn out to be as the Stalkers get back up the left-hand side. The Stalker Immortal coming over there as well. Actually going to blink through those Stalkers. And got to be super careful, because an Immortal shows up. We do have the Prism to play some micro with as well, as long as that doesn't go down. That is an amazing addition still for mana, having that nearby. And now these Adepts are going to threaten to shade into the other side of the map. Now, Glaives isn't even done yet. So you've got a lot of Adepts on the other side. This is, again, where mana just needs to figure out what he's going to do. And I think in this case, he might just need to figure out how the hell to get out of this. He's got the Adepts that, they don't have Glaives, but they're still going to be able to do a lot. The Adepts on the other side have absolutely shredded this mineral line. But like I say, that has left mana more vulnerable to attack over here, as these few Zealots are still struggling to go down. Mana will not clean them up easily at all. Goes into the main base, but these Adepts on their own, they don't trade well with units. The issue now is going to be that we don't have much Immortal firepower. Losing those is rough. We're going to recall these Adepts. That should be great against the Zealots. The question is, do we have enough against everything else? The few Stalkers will have the ability to blink in after and play the chasing game. We're going to try and get after this pylon to deny the battery, but it won't happen. Battery will heal it. Keeping it alive as mana now chases these units down. Geralt, I think, is on his last legs here because he only has 15 workers. GG gets called, and good luck as well. Geralt will go down to the lower bracket. Mana will take a stand in the winner's bracket. Mana will play Shameless in a little bit. Before that, though, Geralt will take on uThermal. So I'm going to get Geralt uThermal coming up in our next series, guys. We're going to try and keep things moving quickly between games today, so try and get this on the way immediately. Who has the highest seed? I think it is uThermal. So, cool. We'll get that started up, guys. Get some videos going. Get this going right now. Geralt just rage queued into a ladder game. That's not going to help us play his game versus uThermal here. Cool. We've saved Geralt from his ladder game. And we can get uThermal Geralt ready to veto. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, run some ads. uThermal Geralt coming up next, guys. Kick this off as Mana does advance on through to the winner bracket. Wow, you guys had no love on Mana on the prediction. That's crazy. Crazy business. Let's show you guys where the bracket is at then. It's a nice thing to do when this bracket is so complex. We can always go back to it and show you where things are at and how things are looking. So obviously we've just seen Mana and Geralt finalizes our first round of matches. We will have Mana versus Shameless coming up in a little bit. That will happen as our third series today. Obviously we're now on series 2, and that's going to be uThermal versus Geralt in the lower bracket. So we're going to eliminate one of Geralt and uThermal. The winner will move on through to play Scarlet, which I think is a very fun match as well, and continue to go through this area of the bracket through the lower side and see how far they can go. So it's going to be Geralt versus uThermal. Well, that's what we're going to do today. Then the lower bracket will be done for today. After Geralt uThermal, we're going to jump into Mana Shameless, winner versus MaxPax, winner versus ByuN, Showtime versus Spirit. That's the ordering of the evening. That's what's going to happen. So that will all happen. That will take place. That's going to be where we sit as we just get these vetoes into play and get ready to rumble. Thank you so much, Chris, my man, for the Suberinio. Guys, some great news about the tree. Helen actually fixed everyone on the tree. So everyone that had fallen off the tree has been replaced onto the tree. Helen said it was disgraceful that I was leaving you on the floor and that there was loads of space around that site. So she fixed them all up. So everyone's back on the tree. Yeah, everyone's back on the tree, and then there you go. You guys are looking beautiful. I think I need new batteries in my lights, though, because they keep turning themselves off, so I'm going to have to figure that one out at some stage. Are you back on the tree? I don't think you ever fell off, mate. I mean, if you did, then I don't know. Who is Helen? Helen is my wife. Believe it or not. Crazy. I don't even know if I said that on stream before. Isn't that weird? We only got married this year. She's actually our she's actually our WardiTV personal admin. Something about me made you think you weren't married. You weren't married? Yeah, I have that non-married vibe. I've only been married for like 3 months. Wow, it's been 3 months. It's crazy. We've only been married 3 months, so maybe I'm just giving off the non-married vibe still on stream for some reason. Well, yeah, I guess as well as a streamer you have to, right? Otherwise, no one's gonna sub if they know you're already married, right? Crazy. Yeah. Ellie, who hasn't been walked in weeks. Guys, Ellie literally went to the pet store and the beach this morning while the power was off. It's so funny, the power went off, and Ellie, the moment the power went off and everything, like, turned off, Ellie was like, I feel a disturbance in the force. She's like, what's going on? But then we took her out. We had a good time, so. If the Christmas photo has been uploaded. She went to the pet store and she got a Christmas photo taken, so I'm going to see if it's online. If it is, I'll show you guys. This is Ali wondering why she has to sit on a... Oh, come on, just focus for once, camera. You can do it. This is Ali wondering why she has to sit on a chair instead of just getting fed the treat for no reason. She's so funny. She could have smiled a little bit. She looks so serious. She's like, I will sit on this chair, but I am determined to be fed, so you better be giving me that treat in your hand. I will put my most serious face on until I am eating. She has that resting sad face. It's because she had to get on the chair to get the treat instead of just being given the treat. She's like, I have to work for this. She's so upset at the world that she has to work for the treat instead of just getting the treat. Crazy. Crazy business. Alright, we are waiting for one more map pick. And get this ready to go. So it's going to be 2 Mothership, 3rd Celestial, 4th map, whatever they pick. They've either Ruby, Taito, White Rabbit, and Old Republic. So we've got Tourmaline and Winter left. Alright, just waiting for uThermal to ready up, and we can kick off into this, guys. Waiting for uThermal to give us a go-ahead, and there it is! Alright, some PvT time, guys. Let's see what uThermal and Geralt have to give us as we go into 10,000 feet here in our WardiTV 2025 Championship. It's an elimination match. Yesterday, we lost our first player of the playoffs in Yakov. Today we will lose one of Geralt and uThermal. This is the only elimination match today. It's the only lower bracket today. Then we're going to continue with the upper bracket. Tomorrow and Friday. Friday especially. Friday's all lower bracket. Thursday has a bunch of lower bracket games too. So, yeah. Why is it snowing in my room? Yeah, it's tough out here, guys. We need another 150 subs or something to fix the roof. So... the rumor has it as well as that it's just going to get worse. Like, it's going to start snowing more heavily too, so it's going to be a blizzard out here shortly if we don't get it fixed. So yeah, I mean, if you feel bad for your streamer, consider using your Prime sub today. As in the top left, let's just kick off into this best of 5. In the top left, our blue Terran player is going to be uThermal. And in the bottom right-hand side, our red Protoss is going to be Geralt. Alrighty, game number 1 of the series as we kick off into 10,000 feet. Get this on the go and see what's going to happen as we move on through. 80,000 stream points on uThermal. Wow, we got some big balls in here, huh? Guys, you guys going all in on the thermal? Crazy. Alright, big series because the winner will move on. The winner of this plays Scarlet in that next round, and I actually think that's genuinely going to be a very fun matchup. So, well, whoever wins, I think Geralt Scarlet or uThermal Scarlet. I know uThermal Scarlet was a series you all wanted for the in the qualifiers because they were meant to play in the finals, but we didn't need to play the finals. And everyone was like, what? This can't be. This can't be. And alas, it didn't happen, so yeah, excited to kind of get back into this here and see what happens as we get into game number 1 of this BO5. So kick this off, we get this started. It's going to be having our commence and the Reaper coming through factory as well. We saw some of the fun builds that uThermal has in his pocket yesterday when he took on Shameless in the winner bracket. Unfortunately, that didn't go great for him. He won a map, but it was only one map. He did burn some proxy marauders and stuff as well. When is uThermal Scarlet? If uThermal wins, uThermal Scarlet will be tomorrow. If uThermal doesn't win, there is no uThermal Scarlet. Adept will chase. The Reaper will get hunted down for a couple of moments. I'm just going to be Moving around a little. Just going to see the probe nibbling. As you are going to see, this Reaper has a good chance of getting rid of another worker. He is just trying to find a bit of something. Twilight Council coming up. The Nexus about to complete. So you bring all of that through. This Reaper has not been able to get a kill just yet. So Reaper, unsuccessful in its endeavors, has denied, you know, a probe here and a probe there, moving around a little bit as well. It's just going to see that Reaper escaping away for the moment. Thank you, Black Bear, for gifting a sub to the community. 2 back-to-back, why not? Swiss Trop and also Ski. Thank you so much for the 2 gifted subs. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you for supporting. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the StarCrafts and the tournament and everything else in between, which is basically just all the StarCraft. Thank you for the 2 gifties, as you do have our Hellions producing through from uThermal. His command center floating down to the low ground as well. So just moving down over here to try and see what will go on for a couple moments. Hellions step across. The Adept is actually going to get jumped on already. So Hellions able to jump onto that Adept for a few moments. Reaper will put some damage out as well. Adept going down. The Stalker will recall. I'm going to get back home. And as you just see again, Banshee Marines coming through. Cloaking on the way up. The Blink is going to be on its way as well. So we just get that going for the moment. Stalkers will warp in. One more Stalker warping in as well. Just going to see that Blink about halfway through here for the moment as well. Again, Hellions and the Reapers back up to the top side. Banshee, Tank, Marines all continuing into play for the moment. Hellions and the Reaper back around into the center. And you see the Banshee, the Tank, a couple of Marines still coming up too. Those 2 Stalkers will get moving along. Again, they're going to cruise about for a little bit of time here. So going to see that Robo Facility, that Gateway coming about. The Nexus on the way. Got the Blink finishing shortly from Geralt, but uThermal is setting up for Marine, Tank, Banshee. All those aggressive, high damage output units are setting up right here. Do you think Geralt, it's going to be one of those Protoss players who he likes it if he can get into that mid or later stage of the game, but do you think the early stages can sometimes be a struggle for him? uThermal will start up, and oh, there is a battery just in reach. If he'd hit some of the probes that were further from that battery, he could have had a kill or 2 before they pulled away. Instead, he just forces them off, and now this Banshee in the main base will probably not do much either, because once again, there is just a battery in play. The Observer's coming through, so this Banshee going to take damage in a moment. We are going to try and eat it out of there. I think we should get into the corner safely. No! In reach of the Stalker still, so the Banshee goes down. So there goes a Banshee. 3rd CC starts from uThermal. I'm not sure these Marines and Tanks are going to go across the map. Instead, he's going to add on 2 more gases, and we'll see what the next step is going to be instead. With 2 more gases, it's 4 gas already. Is there a world we maybe play some mech or something here? Not currently sure. Not currently sure. Stalkers will gather about. Just going to see the charge coming through, the Observer coming up. We just go moving over to the top and just say the Stalkers get in position, thinking about maybe a hop into that main base or so. The Archives is coming through, the extra gateways and the probes coming up as well. So again, we got a lot of that on the way right now. Just having our charge going to finish very shortly. Raven is building from uThermal also, so just bringing that straight through. And the Temple Archives, the gate's coming up. The Banshee's going to get cloaked once more, pulling back over to that right-hand side. Going to commit through. We get a couple more probes. Now the Stalkers get underneath the Banshees. We're going to try and get rid of a couple of them. Dive straight in. 4 workers going down. That Banshee's still escaping over to the far right. Just getting out of there. Raven completing. Storm charge. +1 armor coming up. Banshee down the right side again. Going to relocate back with everything else. Two Stalkers. Going to get a little blink onto the map, and they're going to see if they can get anywhere. Still just seeing a little bit of a move out then, has the +1 Storm coming up. I mean, at the end of the day, uThermal supply is fine. The Equalish Worker still to the pros is decent, and no 4th base just yet either. The Observer sees these Banshees, and that's just going to be easy pickoffs. So they've just been lingering there waiting to get back in, and they just get picked immediately. So Geralt's defense, specifically against the Banshees, has been great. He's lost 5 probes this game, and an Adept. But killing 3 Banshees is obviously nothing to scoff at. That is a good investment from uThermal early on that really has not delivered. I was asking about those gases, but in the end it's just stim, +1/+1, combat shield, and concussive shell. Good tank line is going to stop Geralt from kind of getting through anywhere super easily here, so won't be able to move through with anything there or do too much. Again, that storm about to finish, +1 armor coming through. Still a couple high Templars in the prism coming out. The Marines will step up and they're going to go in after that Observer as well, an Order Turret to kill the Observer once more. Stalkers do get a Marauder. Taking that down nicely. As again, the rest of these upgrades still coming through into play. Stalkers just gather about. Then we've seen the Stim Combat Shield coming up, +1 still building through. Having ourselves the Prism and the +2 armor still coming by also. There's a couple of medevacs overhead, going to be settling down with the Bio Army, the Raven there as well. So it's going to move around, and we're just going to have ourselves another, actually, really good anti-armor missile going to hit the Zealots. Gives you a much better fight against these Zealots. You just want to fight into the storms. It's going to be a massive Zealot warping across the map, but we've got units nearby. So I don't think those Zealots should be able to do too much unless uThermal lets them up into the main base, which I think they might start to get in here. The tank is still defensively placed. They're going to be able to do a lot. I don't think Geralt will break through in this position either just yet. Prism going to get banged by double Widow Mine, so that's going to be a good defense too. There's one Zealot left in the main base. That's going to get cleaned up, and that is a great set of defenses from uThermal. On the right side, on the natural, Prism dead in the main base. Everything just went the way uThermal needed to right there. That's going to put him into a good position in this opening map of this best of 5. So great starting point for uThermal. Can he continue through with that right now? Will he be able to go for more? Or is he going to end up in some trouble perhaps? And just stem forward, getting up a probe or two. Again, the T2 upgrade's coming about. Marine Marauder still coming online. So going to see the Bio getting in here. The couple of Zealots start to drop. Stalker High Templar still chilling on the low ground. This time the Prism's going to take a bit of a different route in, avoid those double Widow Mines that denied it last time. Going to instantly warp into the main. There's going to be Bio nearby. I'm just going to pull back. There's not a lot of Zealots here with that main army, so... Oh, good push. Oh, that was great. Moves the SCV, hold, positions them, and now these Zealots are basically doing nothing. And that is still going to be 18, 21 workers going down. The third base has been under attack at the same time, so uThermal's trying to deal with everything everywhere. I mean, he's going to hold on to 4 bases. He stims forwards right now. Oh my goodness, that was super daring. But his units are kind of low as well. Eats another storm. He's still up like 20 army supply, but he is trying to deal with this, like I say, all over the map at the moment. 34 workers going down. Now he's going to show up on the other side, and that's going to be an issue for Geralt. He's got nothing over here. We can kill that pylon, cancel the warp in as well. Kill a couple of Zealots that do get warped in from the other pylon still. Prism will go down. uThermal going to do so much on the counterattack, there's no doubt. I mean, that natural expansion is dead. No, Robo Facility goes down. New Prism here is in some trouble. We don't quite kill that, but we'll turn onto the Stalkers. Templar Archive is not a bad target. Get rid of further High Templar being warped in is never going to be a bad thing. As for Terran, if they want to remove the ability to build High Templar, they're going to take that. We got rid of the Prism now as well, and we do maybe lose these last few units, but uThermal's on the map with everything else. 60 army supply to the 30 currently, and yes, he lost a bunch of workers, but his army supply is rocking right now, and he's going to move on through. Soon about to be 2-2 as well. He's not going to quite get the Robo Facility here just yet, but he'll probably be able to, no? I mean, the unit count here is not exactly great. We do have a High Templar looking for a storm from that bottom left-hand side, I believe. No? There we go. Drops it down. uThermal already splitting away from it for the most part. Extra units showing up once again. That was the only storm we had. We used an energy recharge to be able to have it as well. And Geralt is still losing workers. This counterattack is completely out of control for him. uThermal can trade against a couple of Zealots. We step through. The Stalkers obviously not great on their own. These extra Zealots might save the day. But Geralt for the moment. uThermal up about 20 army supplies still. At this point, only 13 workers down. I mean, yeah, I was going to say boost the medevacs, because the last thing you want right now is to let these medevacs be killed by Stalkers just because they're able to get in reach. Hectic, because uThermal obviously has to survive initially and then rebound, and he does rebound very effectively. Geralt now tries to reinforce with some tech units, get those on track, and maybe get those brought into a position where they can have a positive impact as well. The attack coming in, the additional probes coming up as well, so all of that's still coming through here currently. You can see the few Marines gathering, the few Stalkers going to come in over on that left-hand side as well, +3, +2 on the armor and the attack upgrades coming about. Stalkers still joined together here. Let's just have Everything else continue to come through. So we'll just take a charge up. SCV in some trouble. Have to cancel that base. That's the 5th base. Not the end of the world. We'll lose a Cybercore over here as well as uThermal. Will stay active on the map. I don't think Geralt has enough to really push uThermal off the map at the moment either. So it's definitely something that's worth keeping in mind as we move around. As that uThermal's army is very much so able to just kind of move as it wishes to at the moment. I just dead. Thank you so much for the 51-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Our Stalkers getting scanned on top of there. The Bio can take a little stim at them. And we're getting close to max now, but so is Geralt, so he's going to have tools to work with here. This game is not done. 13 minutes to open up this game on 10,000 feet. Solid Stalker, Colossus and Templar around that left-hand side. Medivacs load up on the right. Just going to get going. Just going to see the Bio coming through. The pylon goes down already. Just going to be seeing the Zealots getting taken down. The rest of the Widowmine setting up. The extra Zealots coming through as well. And Templar and everything else continue to come through. I love these mines just going to be on their own and blowing up a few units. As the distractions, we drop into the main base. This High Templar gets an energy recharge, goes down before it can storm. Geralt, what are we doing? If we're going to recharge that Templar, you need to make use of it. One Colossus alongside these Zealots. I mean, the Colossus will do good damage. We'll just lift up and we will just go elsewhere with these Medivacs, because right now, Geralt is playing a very problematic scenario, which is that he just doesn't have mobility. Like, he's got charge, but he's got no anti-air against these Medivacs, so he's just getting dropped to death. There's a few Stalkers that will try and chase the Medivacs down in the main that uThermal is now dropping with anyway. Yeah, that might be an issue. He's going to have a boost still to utilize. I'm going to say he could unload over here in this corner, maybe. He actually maybe could have taken a good fight. Could get pushed off the center as well. Geralt just about able to maintain position for the moment. Stalker gets jumped on, going to get cleaned out. Colossus going to get chased. Colossus just being out in the middle of nowhere is rough. If we save it, then these units are just going to be donated, so Geralt is going to get the save. Colossus will live. The 2 Medivacs are empty going into the main base, so that's not going to be a factor. I tell you what is a factor, though. Bottom left base going to probably just die here. A couple of Widowmines will start to burrow up. uThermal will just target the base. I mean, he can probably get rid of the Zealots if he wants to. He'll probably do that after. I think he's afraid of the High Templar storm already. He'll send a couple units forward to get the High Templar, and he will be able to capitalize on that. He'll get rid of the Forge that's here. Now the rest of the units showing up. He only has 2 Medivacs, so he can't retreat with everything. He will just take what he can, and then he needs to actually get away with the Medivacs, though he doesn't move them, so 1 full Medivac goes down. We are dropping back into the main base, as uThermal has definitely just taken it into his hands to be the dropper in this game. We're going to go for the +3 attack upgrade. Denying upgrades is always going to be a positive. We load back up. We're going to have a blink maybe onto these Medivacs. We might lose 1 still. Oh my goodness, this is super close. At the same time, some units running at the front. uThermal send another round of units out. Man, if he just hadn't lost some of these full Medivacs, he would have been in such a better position. He's lost multiple full Medivacs at this point, just unable to get them away in an accurate manner. Going to run into that bottom left that's rebuilding. The reinforcements showing up here. Geralt still trying to stabilize across the board, as we are going to try and get this Nexus. I mean, Geralt's just not taking army losses, though, and that's the issue. He's now maxed out. And so if you're never taking army losses, where do we end up here as uThermal? If your opponent's... I mean, I guess you can eventually trade with this army, but Geralt's actually banking money despite having all of his cunning being denied repeatedly. Fight back against those few Zealots. This Nexus, this Medivac went down. I think the biggest issue we're kind of facing right now is the fact that this is also just, like, no good way to deal with the Zealots. So we're trying to kill off Zealots with Marauders and Marines, and with just the Zealots are freaking tanky. They're +3 armor. They are at least about to be 3-3 from uThermal. That will help him out so much, because now you'll have the upgrades that can maybe actually shred through those Zealots a little bit more easily, more so than anything else. So I think that's coming online in the next little bit. The High Templar coming up, the Nexus coming through. So let's go Colossus to the right side. Bio will stim in here. So let's get chased away. Bio loads up. Medivacs will come through. Planetary Fortress is going to be shooting. The rest of the Bio will fire. Zealots coming about. SCVs are going to get stormed. It's going to see the Bio continue to trade. A couple of Zealots are swinging their way through the Planetary Fortress. I mean, again, another base going down for uThermal this time. Geralt lost a lot of supply there. He still has money to rebuild with, is the main thing. There's got uThermal who's still dropping around as well. uThermal doesn't have tech, by the way. He's just been spamming bio units. So He's going to try and take a fight onto these Colossus, and they are going to be surrounded, so this is going to be scary from every single angle. uThermal, he's going to get stormed from every side, but he has the full surround, and you're going to see this Protoss army doing a disappearing act as uThermal gets it on the 360 surround. That was a legitimate 360 surround as well from uThermal to play cleanup. And his supply is going to go in his favor a little bit. Most important, he removed most of the tech units. Is that enough? Are Zealot Warpins still going to be a nightmare for him? Probably yes, to be honest. uThermal already kind of hesitating about going forward right now. He still has 4 bases. Geralt is still a 4-base Protoss as well. In fact, he's a 5-base Protoss still in all of this so far. Marines, Medivacs coming through. The couple Colossus and the Probes building as well. Load up another 4 Medivacs. I mean, at this point, uThermal just says he's got to drop. Geralt's rebuild is happening quickly and effectively, and I think that's the issue as well, is that we don't really have a good way to go about this right now. We don't have a good answer for this at the moment. ByuN's getting down to the bottom. A few Zealots coming about. The Colossus coming through. Marine Marauder Mine coming about as well. The rest of this army getting around this side. Coming back around over to the left, so just trying to move in over in that direction. It's going to be seeing this army coming about, trying to see where we can go. Colossus going to be shooting, just going to see the Zealots coming down, the bio units are going to be there, and we're just going to be seeing them getting pushed away. I really struggle to see, I mean, uThermal obviously cleaned up that army once when Geralt gets out on the map and he gets fully surrounded. I do struggle a little bit to see that happening another time, though. You know, I actually do think that's going to be a little bit of an issue. I'm going to start the +3 attack upgrade. Upgrades have been denied a long time. uThermal killed those forges off earlier. Going to make another dive for this Nexus. I mean, right now, Geralt... Okay, the way uThermal can win fights is by basically having Geralt terrified of the split armies and just capitalizing on that. This is not a good army right now from Geralt. I don't know where his force is. I'm surprised uThermal didn't make more of a move toward the 2 Colossus on that bottom side. I felt like some Marauders could have taken a step toward those much more quickly. We're going to see a chance to get into them, and still now we're going to get rid of 2. The Storm's still there. Obviously stays active a long time nowadays. Disruptor will kill anything when it's been stimmed that many times as well, so Disruptor shots are scary here as uThermal takes another supply lead. Geralt has a bunch of money to spend still, but uThermal at the very least will have to back off and give some time to allow for everything else to happen here. So just going to have to work through that for a couple of moments, having the rest of this continue to settle in. CVs are going to be there, the bio army coming about. We will take a moment or two to settle down again. Immortal Colossus, the +3 attack upgrade, all coming about. Additional probes coming through. Marine, Marauder, Sensor Tower, Command Center building for the moment. The bio army will gather up. We pull away over to the sides. Just going to be seeing how Colossus is about to complete. The Immortal coming through as well. 22 minutes on 10,000 feet. uThermal is maxed, and I love this. He's getting on a map before Geralt maxes out again. And I think this time this is going to actually be very substantial. He had to back away because his units were low HP, but he can come through again. The all-bio challenge right now. 31 Marauders, 31 Marines, 2 Widow Mines. Oh, he's cheating. He's got a couple of factory units. Obviously, there's Medivacs as well. Storms are an annoyance. We do not have Ghosts. We do not have EMPs. As uThermal might get jumped on here, he's going to get rid of the bottom left base. So the top right army is what we're worried about in terms of can it get away. Trying to target down the Medivacs is Geralt. uThermal's orbital that's moving across here is likely to get taken out. He's going to be able to trade for a few Zealots. And we're getting to the point where Geralt doesn't have base to mine from. So, like, he is genuinely not going to be able to reinforce and rebuild as he's been able to before. The Robo Bay is an issue here. You see the Marauders now chasing down Stalkers. Robo Bay goes down too, so there goes the tech potential. Forge got depowered in that bottom left, so +3 attack will never finish in this game either. And uThermal is going to maintain a very solid position. We do see the Medivacs loading up. Stalker's going to probably get rid of at least one of them, and the feedbacks were actually kind of necessary for that. Oh my god, the second Medivac is a shot away! What?! How does that Stalker reach that? Protoss players, you've got to be kidding me. We needed -1 range on the Stalkers. That Stalker literally shot from like 3 times away from what it should have shot at. Okay, that's a bit exaggerating. I actually can't believe it went down, though. I thought that Medivac was actually safe already, and just one Stalker somehow manages to get the hit off. It's not the end of the world for uThermal because he's got so much elsewhere on the map, and he has just slowly worn out Geralt in this opening game of this elimination series. We're going to pull back up toward the top. 33 probes down. We've got a drop in the natural. That's the remnants of those medevacs where 2 of them fell, but 2 of them still alive, so they're still going big over here. iTemple going to drop a storm, but it will die, and again, Geralt does not have the money to reinforce and rebuild anymore. We're going to kill a couple stalkers as they warp in, so we just take that value. 1 stalker will not kill these medevacs. It's going to drop over to this left-hand side. There's not really much to do here, but there is, I mean, I guess you can bait zealots into the fight and into chasing these units. Battery actually, the random battery that was obviously once upon a time on a Nexus, but is now not, actually does a lot of work here as well. As uThermal sits 180 to the 105 supply. He will lose these few bio units, but, I mean, again, at this stage, probably maxed out well enough to just go. So should be able to make some moves in that regard, get that on the way. Stalkers come through, the couple medevacs go down. We will see Marine Marauder medevac coming about still. Command centers in production here from uThermal. You see the +3 attack coming through, the Nexus halfway done. A few of our zealots coming over as well. Bio around that right side, bio around the left side. uThermal is running out of space to multi-prong on because Geralt's just been that pressured in this game at this stage. Has basically nothing left. uThermal just mass expanding, command centers coming up. And at this point, uThermal might just be looking to try and surround the army for a finishing blow. Again, still got to respect the high tempos and the storms. You're still playing a low-tech army here as uThermal, like pure bio, basically. Been nothing but bio for a long time. You know, these 2 mines, are they the 2 mines in the main? Oh, they are. So the only factory units he has in the game are the 2 mines that are sat in the main base to be like a prism defense. Fills that forge finally, by the way, that had the +3 still sat on it. That will refund Geralt some money. Because he didn't cancel the +3 before then, so it will get cancelled and refunded to him as the forge now dies. So funnily enough, that helps Geralt. He completely forgot about that. Does uThermal think it's more than it is? No, he's just being super careful because he knows his army is not designed to take a fight in this scenario. So he doesn't really know what he wants to... I feel like he's just setting up for the mega surround, and also he wants to bank some money. Because when he trades, he wants to be able to rebuild, and if he isn't ready to rebuild, he's going to be in some trouble. So he's basically just saying, hey, I'm going to just make sure that when we do rebuild, I'm going to be able to rebuild a whole lot faster, a whole lot better. The only issue is the longer he takes, the larger this Protoss army becomes, and then the initial trade from uThermal is potentially going to become a lot worse. Storm comes down, Disruptor trying to fire through. Just see the bio still trying to take position. Rest of the bio on the left-hand side, moving back around as well. Planetary Fortress coming up, command centers all on the way. Bringing a lot of those into place right now. Medevacs and the Marine coming online as well. With the high-sec auto-tracking, the Neosteel plating, it's going to get through here, and these couple of Zealots will begin to go down. So they're going to drop. The rest of these Zealots in some trouble. We see a couple of feedbacks coming down the Medevacs. I will pull away for a couple seconds too. A couple more feedbacks coming down. A storm on the ramp. The rest of this bio army still settling. Medevacs load up. They're going to boost down to the bottom side instead. Stalker, Archon, Colossus, High Templar coming across. Just going to see these Zealots coming through. Storm coming down. Marauders in some trouble. Bio taking hits still. Medevac's taking an absolute beatdown at the moment as uThermal. It's going to run down to that right-hand side. Just looking to hit this Nexus. Nexus is going to be taken out. I mean, we both lost a lot of supply. uThermal's army supply currently lower than his opponent. So again, that's the issue, especially when some of these units are still super low, as Geralt will try and chase them down back up the right side. He has a Planetary Fortress here, and genuinely, a Planetary Fortress is not something you don't love to see right now as Geralt, because the game is close enough that Planetary is notable. Storm coming in, these bases going down. I mean, that Planetary that's morphing's not going to get anywhere. We're going to try and save the other CC at least. uThermal needs to spend his money. He needs to get an answer to this army. He needs one more fight, and right now he doesn't really have that fight in him. This is a very tech Protoss army. uThermal is no longer maxed out versus not much at all. He can keep counterattacking if he wants to, but eventually he's going to need to find a way to actually put a finishing blow on that force. Like, Geralt's going to lose this base. He's probably going to lose the probes. He will lose any chance to rebuild. I don't even think Geralt should be turning around right here. Like, what are you trying to preserve at this point? The only mining you have is long distance. The base on the right side is rebuilding, so that's not proper mining. uThermal just going to run. Like, this is what uThermal wants. He's buying all the time in the world. Well, not all the time in the world, but he's buying himself time that he shouldn't really be getting given. High Templar's going to go for this, try and storm onto it. We're going to drop the High Templar, which, to be fair, are a little bit exposed. uThermal says, cool, I'll take it. All the High Templar reset, Geralt poor, he can't afford to rebuild those. Trades the bio out for some of the main tech units right now. And there's going to still be some storms remaining, but... I mean, not many? I genuinely wonder if at this point uThermal was just like, eventually Planetaries will win me this game. He's adding another starport, by the way. At nearly 30 minutes in, he's going to decide to maybe go for something other than just bio medevac. And jump through again. Just splits in this game have been the nightmare for Geralt through and through. He's going to lose a Colossus to Immortals, the High Templar here. Some of these probes, I don't know if we want to go for the cancel on the Nexus or just prioritize jumping into the main. Yeah, I think trying to preserve the units. Just wasting time of Geralt is most important right now. I mean, Geralt is absolutely poor. He can't afford a warp in to deal with that either, so... yeah, he can't really do much about this at all as we pull further down the bottom. The couple High Templars still getting jumped on. The Disruptor gets killed. Stalkers are being cleaned out as well. This Immortal also gets taken out. Now these Stalkers are still in trouble too. This Stalker comes across and Medevac going to get shot down. And Geralt will say GG at 29 minutes deep. And uThermal will take the opening game of this elimination series of this best of 5. Well, that was certainly something. Alright, well, that was certainly something. Alrighty, we will head into another game here in just a few moments, guys. More StarCraft coming up in a hot second. Get this ready to go. Second game here going to be Mothership. Alright, host up. Just got our players in here. We'll be ready to go in a moment, guys, and we are going to get back on track. Mothership, our second map, is kind of another big one. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw somewhat of a similar game. I mean, it was kind of a unique game in itself. We'll see what happens as we get ready to go. Got 8 casters in here. I missed a caster last time, so I'm going to try and be a bit more careful with that. Get this game 2 coming up. Ready, says a girl, to waiting for uThermal to ready up as well. And go, go, go. Waiting for uThermal to say he's good. Thank you, Just Dead, subbing during the game. Thank you so much for the resub, mate. Thank you very much. Get you on the tree. Drop you on the floor first. Lose your tag. Oh, yeah. Then I'll eventually get you on the tree. Alrighty, readying up. GLA Jeffin. He gets set to go on Mothership. Game number 2, and we're going to start in the top left-hand corner of the map with our red Terran player. This is going to be uThermal. Taking on in the top right-hand corner, the blue Protoss is Geralt. Game 2 of our best of 5. As we get this started up and we look to see just what is going to happen here. Similar gateway, both coming down, get settled in for a few moments. Just going to drop the barracks down over here from uThermal. Just going to get that put in position right from the get-go. Start that off, get this rolling, and see where we're going to go. Cracks in the gas coming through, the gateway coming up, getting settled in here on Mothership as we figure where we want to go for the next few moments. What's up, 143 Chance? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 20-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting. Thank you so much indeed. Cybercore building up, Nexus on the way, adding on that pylon factory, and the Reaper building through from uThermal. The orbital command still building here, as we just have the probe still heading down to the bottom side in the early stages. Yo, what's up, Mad Killer? Thank you so much for priming us up as well. So much love on the subs lately, guys. Super appreciated. Thank you so much. Appreciate you all. Thank you so much for supporting and helping to support the stream, the StarCraft, and the content. Factory will complete. So just going to get that on the way through. So factory coming about. Just going to begin ourselves a tech lab starting. Start off with that and basically just go from there. See what we are able to do. Always fun when you kind of have that big, long game. Kind of a crazy one as well. Very hectic, very busy. Lots of trades, lots of different fights. And you just come out of that and it's like, cool, it's time to restart. You know, we're back to the beginning. Everyone's kind of set down to position 0 and, you know, we're building up from the very get-go again. You've got to suddenly think about, well, I've just been going from this crazy macro multitasking game to all of a sudden I've got to think about, like, the build orders and the timings and just reset into this stage. I also feel is such a fascinating kind of prospect. As you all going to see that Reaper. I'm going to go straight through after our probe for a couple of moments. Some shots coming off there. Command center in the starport building, but the CC delayed for a little bit. As the Reapers together will move across the map. I was going to say we are getting an SUV back down to that low ground. So 2 workers go down. 3 Reapers will come across the map here from uThermal to try and apply a little bit more pressure already. So put a little bit more damage out with this as they come straight across the other side. Reapers hop to the high ground. Probes will instantly be in some trouble. There's going to be 1 worker going down. The Reapers hop to the high ground again. Going to see Adept and the Stalkers coming through as well. Just going to throw another grenade down. And a few more probes continue to drop for the moment. 3, 4 workers going down immediately here. We get the cleanup. Just going to be seeing our blink continuing through. Stalker, probes, warp gate, all continuing about. The command center will go onto the natural. Banshee will get the cloaking on the way. Again, the Banshee and the, not the cloaking, sorry, the speed on the way. So Hyperflight Rotor's on the way. So we're going to see uThermal playing a little bit of aggro Banshee, and obviously speedy Banshee's around. Wonder if that maybe opens the door for him to play some mech into the next stage as well. I mean, there's always going to be something of a possibility there, right? Anytime you see a speedy Banshee, it has been known to kind of be used as a way to transition into mech, so that option is open. It doesn't have to be. I mean, speedy Banshees can just be a good alternate to, you know, cloak Banshees lately, where with the speed Banshees, even if you have kind of the detection or whatever, that obviously doesn't matter. But even if you have Stalkers, they can get out of position because the speed Banshees are just that fast. So, did you see the tech lab on the starboard with the shade? Yes. Carol knows that something's upgrading. But he doesn't know it's Hyperflight Rotors, right? So he doesn't know it's the speed. And that's what can still be difficult to deal with. And honestly, for uThermal, maybe not a bad thing for him to scout. Because now if he preps for the detection, and then it's actually speed that comes out, then yeah, he's prepping, you know, observers and detection that's just not necessary here. Stalker's going to blink in. Tank is going to get 2 shots off. We delay the barracks on the top side. It's actually just going to cancel straight away. I don't hate that choice. Obviously, that looked as though it was something that was going to get delayed for a significant amount of time. And the second tank gets siege now to protect the main base as well. So just going to continue to be okay over there. Charge continuing through. Robo facility on the Nexus continuing to come about. We are seeing the Stalkers trying to trade with that bunker. A few STVs will pull forward. They will do their thing to keep that bunker nice and alive. So keeping that in a comfortable place for now. Charge still building. Temple Archives on the way. And the double Banshee going to fly to the other side of the map. And guess what's not here? All of the Stalkers is the answer. They're completely out of position. They're going to recall. And then they're going to have to blink to get close to the Banshees. Okay, well, we actually have Stalkers here. And they will blink. They will kill one, I think. Oh, okay. This time the Stalkers don't get +1 range for no reason out of nowhere. And that is going to allow us to get these Banshees out of here alive. So that's nice. 5 probes, you force a recall as well. So 5 probes, you deny some mining time as well. The probe pull and the recall comes down. Overall, I think that's a success story. We are just playing bio behind this, so I was talking about the possibility of mech. Obviously, that's just not going to be the case. I mean, it is the less common thing to do. It's uThermal, though, so I'm always going to keep all options open. Like, I always feel like uThermal is kind of doing that himself. Like, he's not limited to what he will do. He can do a whole bunch of different things, so yeah, I think that's just worth noting as well. I don't think I'm super crazy for having suggested it. Means that Raven just going to come across, and Raven goes down, which is just a shame. Obviously, something that's very useful throughout the game. Now, just not going to be here. And the Stalkers can't chase in, though. There's a tank, there's a bunker. That's a very safe position. That's not something you're going to do anything about, so that's going to be held off and shut down immediately. No problem at all. Stalker's just gathering for a couple seconds, obviously just waiting. We are going to see the Prism starting to set up and looking for its chance to unload and apply pressure over the course of this. We see our Stimpack Combat Shield and +1 all coming through. As Medivac's derping on the top, they just want to go across the map, so the air blockers affecting uThermal's pathing here. I imagine they're rallied up top and then along to the sides. What's funny is the Prism's going to fly in, those units can be used defensively in the end. Is the Prism air blocked as well? No, he's going to see the Prism though. Both players are having issues with the air blockers, which is a little amusing. Banshee show back up, full of life, and one Stalker is going to take a long time to get rid of those. A few Marines here will start to respond. The Prism is going to be alive, though, as you are going to see these Stalkers do miss the Medivacs. No, now we have the Blink. We have no secondary boost. We do, but it's too late. uThermal loses one Medivac. The second Medivac just going to fly for the main base. I feel like he probably had the boost actually available as well, but just wasn't really watching. Again, lots going on. Now we've got Marines going to go after that Prism. We will kill it at least, so not a great bit of harassment from Geralt, who loses out on that Prism and doesn't do much else with it at all. As you see the Immortal in the front, randomly just over here, gets taken out. It's turned into a very scrappy series. Very messy set of games, and a lot of trouble kind of arising just across the board at the moment. Bio coming down to the center. Widowmine's coming through. Prism and that armor upgrade still setting up as well. Take a step over that right-hand side. Siege tank is going to be in position and to fire onto these Stalkers a little bit. Tank goes down very quickly, though, so that tank does get denied. A little bit of bio stimming through. Just going to get rid of the pylon. Just going to see the rest of the Zealots warping in on the right. Widowmines are going to burrow. We are going to be seeing the Widowmines are going to go off across all of these Zealots right here. So there's a lot of Zealots going down. Centering, the High Templar is coming through. The Immortal going to be right there as well. The new Prism going to take another shot, and that's already now going to be one-shottable by a mine. So that's going to be a problem for the future as well, as uThermal does have to lift up and get away from those few feedbacks that came into place. Concussive Shells, Marine Marauder, Medivac, all building through. The bio unloads on that right-hand side and tries to reset on top of everything else. Yep, air blockers. Gonna make that a bit of a funky scenario. This Medivac is getting chased down up to the top side as well. Not really sure what's going to be going on over there, to be honest, but I suppose we'll see very soon. Let's just see the siege tank. Is it going to trade with the Immortal? Nope, Immortal's going to get the kill. What's going on? There's just an Immortal on that side. Geralt's completely out of position to deal with this bio run-in. Fortunately for him, he does have one High Temple, and the Storm was pretty good. uThermal did not maybe pull away from that as effectively as he could have done. Just because there is a lot going on, and to be fair, I think there will continue to be mistakes made around this map right now. It is just a messy kind of game that we are seeing. uThermal is bleeding out, though. Like, Geralt's supply is actually very good and continue to stay in a very solid position, so that might be a benefit that we continue to kind of work through here. Will come pulled back. High Templars are going to be there. Just going to keep moving along for a couple of seconds. We will have ourselves the fire just pulling away. The few Zealots coming forward again. It's just going to step straight into this. And we just jump onto this base. uThermal should be able to defend. The bottom right army of uThermal, though, I think is a little concerning. Going to still be on the run. Might be able to get away. And actually, Geralt gave up chasing in the end as well. So, again, where do you go, though? Because the air blockers are kind of awkward. Geralt's going to presume that these Medivacs have left. Oh my god, but they actually do get away. So the thing is from uThermal is he's really playing for the idea of, hey, I can stay chaotic, I can stay busy, I can make you look like everywhere around the map and just, you know, basically force fights all over the place and basically make this army split. And if I can do that, he's probably going to see success, because that's what he had success with in that previous game as well. So that's what he's probably going to believe in here a little bit. Going to find some probes in that bottom right corner. Up over here, that storm's pretty good. We're going to kill the prism as the two wood mines connect on it. I mean, we don't have much else over here. The rest of the army showing up. uThermal's going to be time to leave in a second. I don't think he's going to get the chance to. We'll just take the fight. To be fair, we're going to kill a bunch of stalkers here, so it's not going to be an inefficient trade at all. 11 probes go down. They've still got an army over here. The High Templar Storm was the only reason this army turned around originally. Now we're going to chase on through, get into this natural expansion. We're just running here as Geralt. He's going to lose the High Templar, maybe lose the natural expansion, or just all the probes here as well. I mean, the Bio just going to pull back and trade against the Zealots, which can't get a proper surround. The Medivacs will do their job of healing as well, and these Stalkers are not going to be able to change much either. And Geralt now blinking through, getting underneath the Medivacs. Medivacs will start to take that leave. It's in another good trade for uThermal. He will lose everything, but again, he got a lot of value out of this. A lot of units went down. There's a base in this bottom right side that's about to get cancelled. There's nothing nearby from Geralt, and he has now taken a lot of worker damage. 24 workers dropping. Make it 25 with this one here. So he's lost a bunch of workers. This prism going to be spotted by uThermal too. If he recognizes that, maybe he can do something about it. It's actually going to unsiege and move away, so Geralt realizing it's been seen. Geralt is still hanging on to 4 bases, which is good, but obviously at the end of the day, 4 bases is not where you want to be in this game. You want to be on a higher base count at this stage, and that's the one thing uThermal is really not allowing Geralt to do. He is just not letting him get beyond the initial base setup at the moment. Bio going to stim in over to the side. Stalker's taking damage. High Templar will be there. The Nexus gets cancelled. Going to pull back a little bit further. Now more from uThermal up through the top. Bio units, Widow Mines, all coming across. The Medivacs gather in this bottom right corner as well. We're going to load a few of these units up. See if we can get another drop going. Geralt is still nearby because he's still trying to replace that 5th base location. Army supply is very similar right now. We blink in with the Stalkers, using the Storm to stop the Bio from capitalizing on that blink. Loading up a few units once again right now. 3-3 upgrades still coming about. Marauder Medivac all coming through. That's that Bio coming over. The Mines going to push across. Marines are going to be there, looking for the High Templar already. High Templar gets jumped on, it goes down. Again, seeing that +2 attack upgrade coming up from Geralt as well. It's just bringing a lot of that up into place right now. We have ourselves the next warp in coming straight through, and well, more probes going down. This base is going to live though, I think, so that's nice, but then the natural is in some genuine trouble. uThermal has 2-2 to 1-1 right now, so he's trading super effectively, especially against like Zealots and so on. They're just not as tanky as they usually are, so these Zealots are kind of melting, to be honest. And that is a big issue for Geralt, who is struggling to stay alive in this game. This Storm is decent. uThermal takes a step forward. High Templar in some trouble. Maybe a bit too much Protoss on the bottom side of the map. That's obviously been part of the reason why he's seen success in the top of the map. Geralt is about to finish +2. I tell you what, uThermal's going to be like 3-3 to just +2, I think. Medivacs not having the getaway plan there necessary, so we do take a loss once more. Has been, like I say, just scrappy all around. Both players have been taking losses. Both players have been ending up in problematic scenarios. There's just no doubt about it. Bio takes another stim back up here. The Stalker's going to get chased a little bit. Going to go after those. The Widow Mine setting up as well. Bio pulls back over the right side. A couple of these units are just going to get caught. Don't think there's any saving these, but maybe uThermal just overwhelms on the top of the map. He is not far from 3-3. 3-3 against +1 armor Zealots is going to be a miserable experience for Geralt, who again has been down on economy for a long time at this stage. uThermal obviously probably trading pretty inefficiently in this game if I had to guess. 16k to 19k is not actually bad. I thought it would be worse. uThermal maybe could do with his own 5th base, to be honest. Just kind of at that point, these last few bio units will begin to drop. And guess what? We're down in the bottom right-hand side. So the 5th base of Geralt is going to get denied again. We're going to warp in a High Templar. That's just going to be a freebie. Don't know why we're warping in a High Templar here. uThermal hits the rocks by mistake. The recall comes down. We're going to flank this as Geralt. Okay, that's a pretty sweet move. It's a good way to find some value on this. Another Storm actually does a lot. Man, these Storms are swinging. uThermal has 3-3 now to 2-1, but I think he just lost so much bio that he probably can't pressure again. I wonder if he can get a fight in before +2 armor, because I do think if he fights, this upgrade advantage is going to be extremely monumental. This is a very kind of like straight-up shot versus shot army. Like, yes, there's a couple High Templars and Storms, but it's not a lot of spell cast, and it's not a lot of like hold back spell, you know, splash damage kind of stuff. It is really going to come down to like upgrades are going to have a factor here. And like I say right now, uThermal's upgrades are amazing. He hides into that bottom right-hand side, has taken a 5th base of his own behind all of this as well. uThermal probably won't pull a trigger into... Well, honestly, I think he could fight into this. Like, it's only the storms that are scary. Geralt just doesn't realize that he's walking forward, so he just walks into 2 mines. He now panic force fields. That's not a bad set of force fields, because he probably does need them. But, not really what he wanted, to be honest. I think, a Sentry Energy elsewhere would have been nice. The thing is, now Geralt's afraid of this army being here, and uThermal says, maybe I could go somewhere else with this army. You're going to try and get a prism across the map. I mean, this is a game where uThermal's going to strike to the top side as well. That's high second Widow Mine shot was really good, and that storm's not going to hit anything. Prism finds a way to the main base. That's awesome for Geralt. He really needs something like that, but he's still down a full set of upgrades. We're going to kill the High Temple before Geralt can respond, so Geralt just a little bit too slow. uThermal is microing the bottom side army as well. Just going to let this fight out, actually, right now. One storm's probably not going to change much. The Zealots are being dealt with. The Natural is under fire. The Robo Facility is going to go down. I don't think Warping Zealots in here with an upgrade disadvantage is going to save the day at all. These Zealots are in trouble, and they're just going to melt away as uThermal is looking good to take a 2-0 lead in this best of 5. Long games between these guys, but uThermal coming out on top on both so far, as now Geralt sits one single map away from elimination. See what happens in a third map here, guys. We're going to get hosted onto Celestial Enclave. Okay, we're playing all the big maps, apparently. To be fair, I think uThermal likes the ability to move around and drop and just keep everything really busy and so on. I think he's really appreciating that kind of style of play being available to him. Thank you so much, 143 Chance, and also Mad Killia for the subs. I'll get you guys on the tree while we host this game up. Thank you so much. Welcome. Where are we at? I'm missing our players. Geralt. uThermal. Perfect. If they're in here, we've got 8 casters, I believe, so we should just be good to go, go, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. uThermal's ready, just waiting for Geralt to confirm he is ready. We can kick this off on our ByuNs. Thank you so much for the 34-month resub. I have to get you on the tree after this game, though. Yeah, thank you so much for the 34. I'll get you on the tree, but like I say, after this game, because we're already loading in. It's getting busy here in this second series of the day. Some long games, but uThermal with the chance to go 3-0. I wonder if uThermal has something fun planned for this map, because with the in-base expanded, so there's maybe a little bit of funkiness that you can maybe play around, so we'll see if that's a possibility. In the top right corner, it is going to be our blue Protoss player. This is Geralt. Taking on in the bottom left, the red Terran player uThermal. And there's an SEV on the map. A little bit of aggression. Starting us off on this one. Thank you so much, Loud Accord, on the $5 super chat on the YouTube, saying, Wardy, you've been crushing it. Thank you so much for the kind words, and thank you so much for the super chat. That will be going to the prize pool of this competition. Again, all prize money, or all donations on the stream, guys, for the rest of this event for the next few days will go directly into the prize pool of this tournament, so that will be happening. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the tournament. One barracks proxy tier just off to the side. Geralt. Was it Geralt that found uThermal's proxy over here at some point in the previous, in a match they played recently? I feel like he was very good about scouting lately. He really didn't think about coming over here to scout as well. He almost missed the opportunity. To find it at a good time, uThermal needs this SCV to do some work right now. I think it's like the worst time for uThermal to get scouted, because it's basically the point where it's too late for him to do much else. Oh! Okay. That's a gaming move. That is a gaming move. Now we have to put some health onto the depot. This is the most try-hard build of a barracks I've ever seen. Cancels it. This would have been legitimately incredible. You know what it did do, though? It's bought him time to get the other SCV across the map. So we are going to see that showing up, and that is going to finish this barracks now. So it is going to complete uThermal with the save, because this SCV never finishes this if the depot block doesn't come down. So that's actually genuinely a very cool move as well. Very, very cool little interaction there as uThermal comes in with the mind games. I mean, it would have been cooler if the first SCV had finished the barracks, but very cool. All right, let me take a note of that one for highlights, guys. Give me a sec. Alright. Gonna see the probe going down across the map as it tries to be annoying. The Reaper apparently getting denied at the same time, so it's not going to go very far at all just yet. Going through with this for the moment. Reaper coming right down to the bottom side. See the barracks floating for a couple seconds, coming back down the bottom side again. The Twilight Counts are coming through, probes and the Stalker coming up, Warp Gate on the way. Factory about to finish here on the side of uThermal, get that barracks up, command center building. All of that's still coming online. Stalker just going to be hitting the Reaper for a couple of moments, and we are going to be seeing the defense being made. Obviously, kind of a weird game in the end because we got that barracks up. Getting the barracks up is important because it does mean that you get to start the, you know, orbital command and stuff. Otherwise, that gets delayed until another barrack starts and finishes. So, even if we didn't get a lot out of that Reaper in the end, it was still probably worth it to finish it. Obviously, not ideal. Definitely a negative situation overall. uThermal needs the Cyclone to play defense right now as Geralt's getting towards Blink. uThermal going to play the 3 racks behind this, so we'll be on a very feisty bio-based army behind this. This Reaper puts itself in trouble for a second, but we'll stay okay for now. Trying to fight a little bit more. Obviously, we've got the Cyclone popping soon. The Cyclone should be able to pick a lock on and start to get some kills. The reactor is on its way down. We're going to see a step forward here. uThermal wants to save the reactor. Okay, Geralt's going to give up Stalkers for this reactor. He's going to give up both of them. Do we lose the second one? Yes. He gives up everything to kill a reactor off, so uThermal makes him pay for it. If that reactor's going down, you're not getting it for free. And that's a wasted recall as well. So it's energy also down the drain. So it's not ideal for uThermal, but it's better than, you know, getting nothing out of it. Because if that reactor goes down and those units step away, then great job anyway, you know. Stalkers play a bit of defense on the other side of the map. The orbital finally lands to the low ground, and uThermal adds 2 more barracks. You know what? I kind of like it. Just 5 racks, kind of just pretty much an all-in, like probably just bio-tank 5 racks all-in. No starport. I like it because he's in a weird position. He's in kind of a negative place. It's the kind of switch-up that might be very deadly to someone like Geralt, who's just kind of assuming that this game might go long again. Has been very kind of non-splash damage-centric in the early stages of his games. He's going to throw a Robo-Bay down this time. So Geralt going to try and get the Robo-Bay in play. What's fun for Geralt is the blink into this Nat in base. Is something that uThermal doesn't have a lot of response for. Okay, uThermal's feeling it out. He was starting to send a Marine across to scout. He will lose some SCVs here, but there's a tank that can take position. The main thing right now, I feel like, is not letting Geralt spot this 4th and 5th barracks. Like, the last thing you want is for Geralt to realize just how aggressive uThermal's being. You want Geralt to just sit on this Stalker count, not build more units right now, charge late as well. I mean, he's going to get a Robo-Bay up. He'll probably have 1 Colossus when uThermal hits, because I just don't know how quickly uThermal can really go. I guess if uThermal just goes with Stim finishing, he might arrive before 1 Colossus is done. And he will still have the tanks to play against the Colossus too, but he does have to find his way across the map. Yeah, second tank. We're going to pull the SCV surely as well. Just Marines, just Stim, no combat shield. There's the SCVs. All right, we're going. It's going to be seeing the Stalkers here initially. We're going to actually lose one because the Cyclone lock-on was good. We don't blink far enough away. I like this as well. The SCVs are going around the left, so you don't see the SCV pull here as Geralt. You just see the Marine tank move out. These Stalkers here still trying to apply pressure. I didn't realize he actually still had this second kind of group, but honestly, I don't think uThermal cares about those right now. If they're not on his side of the map, he doesn't care. Geralt has a battery, and he has some force fields to utilize. We will have the tanks able to take position, though. We recall those Stalkers back. That's not exactly ideal, as the Zealots need to be careful here as well. What are they doing pushing in? We're trying to buy time for that Colossus. Another force field comes down. Now uThermal just needs to kill off a gateway. He could get access to the Robo facility. It is powered by a second pylon. We get another warp in of Zealots. Charge not done yet. Gates will go down. uThermal still yet to apply Stim. He can Stim onto the Colossus as it spawns, maybe? Didn't need to, or didn't get the chance to necessarily. Stalks in the back, going to try and get the siege tanks. We're blinking across and try and get those here. Tanks need to shoot down the Colossus. They are your hope to get rid of it, but we don't have high ground vision anymore. uThermal will now Stim up this round, but he's going into a Colossus with just Marines. It's not going to be pretty. Game is going to be called, and Geralt is going to take a map back in this series. That felt actually kind of close. I think Geralt was not far from losing the Robo, and if he doesn't have the Colossus, I actually do believe a little bit. Tourmaline for map number 4, as uThermal still maintains the lead of the series 2-1 in this best of 5. Heading into this next map in a second. Alright, we got everyone in, guys. Thank 8 casters. No, we've got 7. Cool. Bam. Ready, Julia, Jeff. Let's jump into Tourmaline. Get this on the go. Will I cast uThermal's 2v2 tournament? Yeah. If he depends what the days are like, but generally, if the days are good whenever he has it on, we will probably cast it. Yeah. Alright, let's get into Tourmaline and see if uThermal and Geralt can get to a resolution, or if Geralt is going to take us all the way through to a Game 5 in the top right-hand corner. Our Red Terran player with that 2-1 lead, it's going to be uThermal. Up against the Blue Protoss. In the bottom left, we have Geralt. Geralt got 2nd place in the WardiTV October event this year. It's not an easy feat to achieve, so that's a cool result from him. Lost to Sola in that finals. Qualified into this 2025 end-of-year event, and obviously just about got through the group stages, but is now in this scenario where 1 map loss is going to be elimination for him. Did take mana to 5 games. So, close competitive playoff match is what we're continuing to see. That's definitely one thing this tournament has provided so far, just good, close competition. Not seen a lot of sweeps or washes, so that part has definitely been a major positive over the first couple of days. And these playoff games continue to deliver so far as the Eric sets up, Reaper on the way through, trying to see what's up. CC moving into orbital, getting this underway. Just going to have ourselves the Reaper coming about. Alrighty, just going to be seeing the factory coming about. We get set to rumbles. And we having ourselves the Reaper. I'm going to try for a probe. Probe actually comes down to the low ground and puts some nibbles on the Reaper as well. And we see now Adept going to take a little bit of a shade. Moving around for the moment. So the Adept shading around, setting up for now. Have our Helene and the couple of Marines on the way through. Starport building up. This Reaper comes back down to the bottom left-hand side to try and see what else is going on. Adept is going to be hanging about right there. Reaper is actually going to force the Adept to come chase after it. There is a Stalker in the main uBase. We got a full scout. uThermal will confirm the Twilight Council. So you get the information here. You're able to scout that this is indeed going to be a Twilight on the way through. So we get that info, like I say, right off the bat. Going to drop a bunker down on the naturals. Just going to put that in position as well. Got that going immediately. Sentry, Warp Gate, all coming up. And little bits and pieces coming through. There is the Helene coming across the map as well, trying to see what else is going on. So we're seeing a couple of those probes taking some damage. A few probes moving around. The Stalker will come over. Helene will take a little bit more damage again. Just going to be seeing this Helene moving back around. The few Marines trying to get in after the Stalker. Then Blink coming up, Gates coming through. Bunker is going to fill up with a few more Marines also. Zip is producing on by. Had a couple of Marines on top of that. Again, the tech lab coming through. The hallucination still moving about. Stalkers will be there. The Hellion taking some damage right away. And push straight on out of here. As yeah, Lib Tank Marines all coming through. Blink, Gateway, a couple of probes coming out also. This Medivac heads to the bottom left corner. There is going to be Stalkers that intercept. Medivac will get turned around immediately and just push back away to the bottom. So we'll just have to sit here. Those couple of Widow Mines unable to do much yet. The hallucination will see the Liberator as it spawns. We're starting to put a lot of pressure in a lot of different places on the map, and that's going to be the complication here from Geralt. Where do you split your units to? How do you have enough units in the right places? So on Hellion is just going to try and get a scout through the main base, see what the follow-up is looking to be. Doesn't really see much. The sentry there. Kind of a cool position sentry, just in case things get a little bit awry pretty quickly. And a couple of Widow Mines ready to drop in toward the main base, so looking to get into that. The Blink is about to finish, but this time we do get in with the Widow Mine drop. Good response from Geralt. He will split 2 workers on each mine. And maybe unburrow, reburrow it a little bit there. The Stalkers come straight through defensively. What we are going to achieve with this is uThermal. His targets down some probes as he moves the units out of position to get onto the 3rd base. I'm just not sure if this is enough Marines to be that effective on the 3rd base overall. This tank needs to siege up in a careful location. There's a lot of Stalkers available. They're going to take one shot coming in. We hit the sentry at first as well. I don't think this is it for uThermal at all. He is going to get a couple of Stalkers at the end of this because obviously they blink in, so they can't really blink away just yet. We have a couple of Marines showing up too. We blink downwards because that's where the reinforcements are not coming from for uThermal. But yeah, this complete kind of combination of multi-prong just does not do what it needed to. Does not find what he's looking for. The Stalkers now from Geralt will go back up the map, chasing after a Marine there for a couple of moments. For now. Again, engineering base finishing soon. Barracks about to be done. Adding a couple more. uThermal. Just to see what his follow-up to this is going to be. We just blink into this siege tank instantly. The bunker helps to hold on. Obviously, losing the tank is painful. We've got 1 tank in the main base. uThermal has a 3rd command center, so he's obviously okay to play a longer game, but I think Geralt's position is already turning into a very, very strong one here. The Stalkers just hitting that bunker. The auto turret going down, keeping the Stalkers at bay. Gonna drop that barracks down again. The Raven coming back over. Marines want to take a jump up into the main. That's gonna be a denied stem. I feel like we're getting very close to uThermal just leaving this game. I feel as things continue to go wrong, I just don't see uThermal wanting to stick around in this one. We do force the recall. The thing is, as well, is you're trying to build a 3cc kind of style. You just lost your stim. You can't be aggressive right now. I don't know what you really do at this point. I mean, I guess at this stage you just play into the later stim and you just play for this later game. But like I say, Geralt had such a good start that his later game's already going to be off to a great setup already. You see the Zealots again jumped on. The few SCVs going down. I mean, nice to see those Zealots in the mineral line getting some damage done. One stim continue to come through. Just going to see the Storm and the armor upgrade coming up. And with SCVs going down as well. This 4th game definitely starts to just fall away from uThermal. Geralt having, like I say, just such a solid start and getting into a very solid position now in general. Putting himself in a great place for the moment. The Zealots will be heading to the top here. So Zealot, Stalker, Sentry, High Templar continues to move through for just a couple of moments. So the Zealots coming in from multiple sides. The tank is going to get jumped on. I don't think either of these tanks survive. We haven't even had to drop a storm yet, right? So Geralt, he's going to kill a lot of SCVs, and obviously reinforcements are going to look great for him. He's going to kill concussive shells at the front here. Maybe not the most necessary things to guarantee you get rid of, but he doesn't know if that's combat shields, maybe, I suppose. So yeah, why not get rid of it just in case it is the better upgrade? I mean, Geralt just going to send another round of Zealots up. This game's completely in the Protoss control. Supplies are very even, but it's 75 to 52 workers, which means that Geralt is just going to be a couple warp-in cycles away from once again dominating the army supplies. So If there's a supply to be behind on in PvT at this sort of point, it's definitely not the word count you want to be behind on as the Terran. Because like I say, then the Protoss really can just build up, rebuild, 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 and just go, go, go with a high gateway count. And just go from there. These all just gather back up. The Archons come back through. Gonna see Geralt taking a couple of moments before we make any further moves just yet, so not gonna go for anything just for now. So we just take a couple seconds. Like I say, at some point Geralt's gonna fight, and I mean the army supply of uThermal is still impressive, but it's also a very low-tech army. Like, it's just pure bio. There's a Raven, but there's not gonna be Ghosts or any of those other tech units that would typically help you out. That was fine on kind of Mothership in our first game of the series, but then the more that this happens, you know, in this scenario, he had control in those games, he had more supply in those games. This time around, that's not quite the case. He is trying to, okay, as he holds on here, okay, there's a Prism in the main, that's going to be rough. As he holds on, there is going to be a counterattack that uThermal was sending to the other side. He decides not to commit to it in the end. I felt like maybe that could have been a cool play where it's like, okay, I'm going to put some pressure on the other side of the map, and maybe you do kind of just succumb to that. uThermal's honestly taking decent fights considering the situation, but you cannot deal with the Zealots just being everywhere. GG's, and that is going to be 2-2 tied up between uThermal and Geralt. Alright, we're going to go to Winter Madness for 5th game as we go into one final map of this series. And we go to a 5th game for the 2nd time today. I love it. Tonight's my my guard and chill out night, and we are gonna have back-to-back super long series to basically just say, no, Wardy, you don't got to go out and do your thing tonight. You're gonna work all day. We're already 30 minutes behind schedule with the game 5 to play. Nice. It's just gonna be one of them weeks. I knew it was like, I knew this could happen. I really believe today might be not like fast, but like just, you know, an hour per best of 5. Not the case. Not the case. Geralt taking a moment, but we will go into this game 5 in a moment here, guys. Take a second, get this ready to roll. Oh, my camera's gonna crash because it's too hot in this room again. Sorry, guys. It will be back. Can I share my glasses brand? They're Armani. Waiting for the guys to ready up and we'll go into this game 5. Can't read without glasses. No, I can read things close up to me without my glasses. No, my webcam! Oh my god, it's just overheating so badly. And now my audio just reset as well. Okay. What's going on? Guys ready up? Oh, let's jump on into this. How can it be hot when it's snowing? It's the magic of the room. Let's jump into game 5. Winter Madness! Let's get this underway. Let's start this off. In the top left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Terran player. This is uThermal. Go to a game 5 elimination match, and now an elimination map. uThermal on the upper left-hand side. Geralt in the bottom right as we get this underway. Get this ready to go, go, go. Well, uThermal is going to hide a barracks over to the left-hand side. So they're going to place that in a little bit of a weird position to try and play a little bit of trickery. SCV builds a depot low ground, then begins to go across the map for some information gathering. I don't think that's going to be a proxy. We shall see. Try and get this underway. That's going to bring that through. Again, the gate and the probe coming up. Probe is going to go after that SCV. And racks and the gas coming online. The SCV still building. Just take a couple of moments for the next couple seconds. Get that ready to roll. Boats will chase in. SCVs will take some damage. And it's the Reaper at home at the moment. Cybercore coming through. See where we're going to go with this is to have the probe continue to hunt for the SCV for the next couple seconds here. Get that underway. Get that into position right now. We're going to get the probe that's scouting. And have the, again, reactor coming through, command center coming up, adding on the Hellion as well, so just bring that into play. Take a couple seconds. Now Reaper will come across the map and put some pressure on, so getting straight down to the bottom right here initially. It's going to be having the pylon sitting tight. The next is going to finish. We do have ourselves the couple of Reapers still building at home from uThermal. Hellion still producing through, and yeah, we're just going to be sitting about. Reaper is going to pull back for a couple moments right now. So both those Reapers on the way through. The Hellion still about halfway done as well. Take a couple seconds to get that set up. We do have the Adept taking its chance to move across the map. Just going to go put some damage onto this Reaper, so Reaper will take some shots already. Okay, coming through. Again, a couple of Marines coming about, the starport coming over. The Hellions will continue to put some damage in. The Adept will take a bit more damage as well. It's just going to have that coming online. And again, a little bit extra action coming through for the next couple of seconds here. Reaper and the Hellion wants to try and dive by to get some damage done. One Hellion will get to the high ground. There's a battery here, so it's going to be limited what we can achieve. uThermal sees the battery and just decides to back out of this. So that Reaper Hellion force doesn't really do much of anything. Hellion will just run to the corner and try and force units to run after it, I guess, if nothing else. Do you have the Banshee and the Cloaking going to be the option for him? So we've had a bit of a mix of what the Banshees have been up to in this match as well. It's definitely been kind of an interesting one to follow. We've seen some Banshees that have obviously been speedy Banshees. We've seen some Banshees that have been some slow-going Banshees with Cloak already a little bit as well. So definitely some factors there. The Reaper still going after the probe, so again, put a little bit more damage out just for the moment. Try and get a little bit more into this here and see what else we can do. More shots coming straight into play. I'm just going to be having again Blink coming up, the Banshee tank Marines coming over, the Cloaking coming down as well. A lot of that continue to come through here as the Stalkers just continue to try and take position as well, so I'm going to get moving across the next couple of seconds and seeing what is next. Well, so let's get the Raven on the way. The one time we saw a Raven before, it got denied super quickly. Did not exactly have the best of times. Let's just have the Stalkers, the Hallucination all moving over here. Ready to blink into this main base. Marines, not going to be a defense on their own. That barracks in the corner becomes a liability because it's so out of position to everything else. So it just extends the amount of defendable area you need to have in this game, which is not ideal. Tank shots coming through. Stalker is testing the range of that tank, seeing how far forward they can get. We're just going to lose a barracks, which is Especially really not good when you're in a scenario where you're playing this kind of, singular, reactor as well. I'm not going to say GG. He's going to tap out and just decide that that is that. And Geralt is going to take this series and advance on through to the next round of the lower bracket. He will play Scarlet in tomorrow's matches. That will be GG's. Does Banshees die? Good question. I don't think so. I think he just was... I don't know. He is behind. I think he was just in a rough position. Yeah. Alright, we are going to get into our next one in a few moments. It's going to be Mana versus Shameless in the winners match of round 2. So we're going to get that underway, get that started. The players are ready, in fact. Perfect. Let's get this going. Move along with some nice speed. All right. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Who are we missing? All right, I'm gonna get Mana vs. Shameless on the way here, right off the bat, guys. Get this ready to roll out. So kick this off, get this underway, and kick off into our next matchup as we go to more winner bracket action. As we will take a second. Our casters not joining the lobby. Casters, I got the players ready super fast, and now we're all just trolling and not joining the game. I will literally go without you guys. This is me saying it out loud to get it out of my system before I actually do it. We're 40 minutes behind schedule. There ain't time to take a BRB when the lobby's already up. All good. Right, we're just waiting for casters to join the lobby, guys. Everyone else is ready. As soon as they join us here, we can go, go, go. Sweet. Alright, we dive into White Rabbit for Mana versus Shameless. We get this underway and get this started up. We entered this little section of the bracket from the winner's bracket now that we're going to work our way through. Which is going to be Mana versus Shameless, the winner versus MaxPax, and then the winner versus ByuN. That's our next 3 series up. That's what we're going to get into here in the next few moments. Sorry guys, my camera just won't stay on because it's actually melting in this room right now, and it is not gonna behave with the temperature. So apologies if that keeps going off. Alright, let's go into the top right side. Our blue Protoss is Mana. Sorry, our blue Protoss is Mana in the top right, and our red Protoss in the bottom left is Shameless. As we get ready to go go. On the bottom left-hand side, Shameless will be one of the players who I really had a lot of faith in this year as one of the bigger improved players. He does have some consistency issues, I feel like, but he's had a lot of times where he's had very effective and very impactful matches as well. So it's been cool to see that. Excited to see what we see more of in the near future from him, as we see a couple of simulators coming up, gates coming through, probes on the way. We just have ourselves this settling down for the next few moments. The interest to see where Mana takes this PvP. Is playing a lot of 1 gates against Geralt earlier. Now we're going to throw a second gateway down as well. So see the Cybercore coming straight into place. Just going to be seeing the probes coming through. Continue to chase that around for the next couple of moments. Again, we got Cybercore building from both players here. Just get that set up, get that underway. And probe will nibble, take a second or so. Probe chasing probe. Cybercore's coming through. Sentry, Warp Gate, all on the way up. Just going to be having ourselves the Stargate building from Mana as well, so he is going to get that tech started, and we will see where this PvP takes us. So, a little bit of action early. Stargate going to be the choice on one side, waiting to see what the choice is on the other side. Obviously, what do we want to do here as Shameless? His options are still very much so open, and yet to be decided. Sentry nibbles at that probe. Probe taking a few more shots, is going to end up going down. Maybe seen our Stalker here going to nibble up at this pylon as well for a couple seconds. Trying to knock away at that for the next few moments as well. Adept will shade. Stalker coming about, Sentry on the way. Oracle will start up on the side of Mana. Again, the Adept coming through, the Warp Gate coming by. Probe still in production as well. The Stalker still heads right down to the bottom right side of the map currently. Sentries and that Stalker just going to move about. We do see the Twilight Council about to finish. Nexus on the way through. Again, Sentry and the Warp Gate building in on the side of Shameless as well. It's just getting all of that on the way up right about now. A couple of units gathering together here. Warp Gate still ticking along. Oracle and the Nexus coming through. Robotics Facility and the Pylon coming up as well. Just see the Oracle diving into the main base. Couple of probes. Going to be in some trouble immediately, and we're going to see 3 workers going down right off the bat there. So 3 workers being picked away at. Again, nice damage being done. That Stalker and that Sentry together will go in after the Oracle here, so looking for a little bit more value, a little bit more damage. The Adepts are going to commit, and they're going to go in after some of these workers as well. So Mana in. Unsynced shots doesn't matter too much because there's no battery here, but this is still going to be serious damage no matter what else. Could have had one more probe, but he actually missed targets with the Adept at the end, hitting the Sentry instead of what could have been one more worker, I think. But still not bad at all. Mana is going to equalize the worker count out here, take a 2-worker lead for himself even. Downsides, well, obviously he lost the 2 Adepts. He also lost the Oracle, so he does lose some of his initial investment, and that means that his opponent has 3 Sentries still in this game, while Mana is -1 Oracle from where he should have been. So that's a notable kind of... that's a notable scenario at the moment. Stalkers will get the Oracle, taking that down. Just going to be seeing the Twilight and Forge still coming through. Probes and the Immortal coming up. Blink and the extra probes building as well. Shameless. Continue to settle in. Again, our battery going to come through. Going to see the Stalkers going to be hitting that hallucination, a little bit more damage being done, a few more shots coming about. Just gonna see that blink still coming in as well. And just going to be seeing our charge on that +1 coming online. The couple of gates and the Nexus coming through. Forge as well. Game is going to be pretty evened out, right? 65-ish supply each. Work count very similar. Army supply is pretty even across the board. Stalkers will just take a jump across again. +1 charge coming through. Prism and the gates coming up. I mean, Seamus will put a little bit of pressure on here. Has some shots at the front. Mana is once again playing that kind of heavier Immortal style. Something that we saw a little bit of in that series against Geralt as well, where he stuck to those Immortals a lot more than anything else. We'll just see our, again, charging the +1 upgrades, both coming through as well, so continuing in with all of that. A few more units still out over on the sides. One more Stalker warps in alongside everything else as well. Going to see the sentry, a couple stalkers there, going to be able to get after that hallucination, so a little bit more done on that. Just see the rest of the stalkers coming across, going to go straight in after this battery, and battery will already take a few more bits of damage as well. Stalkers will get in here, ByuN will take a few more shots also. It's going to be a deep-powered warp gate, so that warp gate going to get deep-powered right now. Stalkers will come through, just going to see the couple of Zealots coming about, and the next force field coming down. Shameless going to take some losses, and obviously one of these Stalkers didn't even blink recall away, so we do take another loss there as well, so that is going to add up already. Definitely some factors right now. Again, the couple of Zealots, the Stalkers building by, the Pylons building into play as well. All of that coming up for now over these next few moments. Again, a couple more high tempos, and that Zealot still coming through. Around that right side, Stalkers in the center, just going to gather up as well. Now we see this army of Mana going to try and push to the other side of the map. I just still don't think he has enough. Shameless will not be able to do much with these Stalkers on the back end of this army, but he can maybe blink in late and then jump onto the Prism. I mean, it's not that, the Stalkers will be involved in the fight, it's just they can't do anything kind of poking just yet because it's very Immortal heavy, and those Immortals are right there into the action if something was to happen right now. As we warp in a couple more units, Archon and the two Zealots. Mana's getting ready to just try and go. There's the Prism going to go down immediately, and that's not going to feel great. As we just see the Guardian Shield popping. Shameless is ready to go. You know, almost feels as though he actually jumped on the Prism too soon, because now Mana had enough chance to kind of back away and maybe pull away from this. The Zealot's charging up. I mean, I think we're still going to get the fight we're looking for here. Shameless, it's still not pretty, because obviously the Archons are shredding a lot of those Zealots. The splash damage is doing its job. But there's just a sheer number of units that Shameless has that Mana cannot really compete with, and Mana says GG. Shameless will take an opening game here in the winner bracket. Round 2 matchup. And looking to go on a bit of a streak. Interesting to know where the loser of this goes versus, say you win this and your MaxPax is your next opponent, you will be an underdog, but you say you win that next matchup, or say you lose that next matchup, what then happens then? Or what difference does that make? Basically, if you drop down to the lower bracket now, you would play the loser of Spirit and Showtime. If you lose against MaxPax, you play against Rogue. I don't know if there's necessarily a better place to be in, but it would be Rogue, and if you do win that into versus Clem, that doesn't exactly sound fun. Honestly, when we get to the third round of the lower bracket, it's just brutal no matter what, so yeah, it's pretty brutal no matter what else is happening. Let's just have ourselves a couple of seconds set up. 4, 7 casters. It's good to meet. Alright guys, get back into this one. Get this on the way up and go into our next matchup here. I'm going to leave my webcam off for a game and just see if it just will stay on afterwards at least. Hopefully, maybe, possibly. Fingers crossed. The top left-hand side of the map, our blue Protoss player is going to be mana down a game, unable to get his feet under him in the start of this PvP. Taking on the red Protoss in the bottom right corner, we have got Shameless. Alright, we'll settle down. Gates coming up, probes coming through. Just gonna have ourselves the little bit of establishing coming by in these early stages. Just gonna have our simulators coming up as well, get that all on the way. Obviously, Mana has been trying to play again into those styles of play where he's kind of focusing on the attempting, I guess, trying to attempt to get into the immortal kind of base composition. That's been his big kind of play today. I'm actually surprised the lack of proxying that we've seen in this PvP matchup so far, in Mana vs. Gald, and so far in this matchup here against Shameless too. I wonder if that's going to step up a little bit at some point of this series. And Cybercore coming up on both sides, just getting that underway. See the probe, we'll nibble at another probe, so we take a couple shots, get some damage done. Just gonna have the Cybercore finishing in a moment or two. The couple stalkers in the warp gate still coming up. Stargate and the Adept coming by on the side of Mana. And all of that on the way here currently. Probes moving about, again a couple stalkers coming through, the warp gate coming by. We are going to have ourselves the pylons dropping into place. Did we ever find out if there's a delay? A delay on what? Like stream delay? The stream just stopped sniping? No, we haven't used stream delay for multiple years. No StarCraft 2 tournament has used stream delay in the past 2 or 3 years, apart from basically since ESL. I think the last time we used stream delay was when the ESL Open Cups existed, so I guess last year. And the ESL Open Cups were the only thing using stream delay for a long time. So stream delay does not exist in this day and age of StarCraft 2. It's not been used for a long, long time. I don't even know how to put stream delay on my stream anymore, actually. I guess I do it in my settings or something, but like it's been so long I don't even know how to do it. Unfortunately, stream delay is such a negative experience to the community aspect of the community streams. Yeah, we got away with stream delay a long time ago, like I say. And it's not just me, pretty much every single tournament organizer has done the same. Shaman's trying to put some pressure on as he is expanding himself, and just for now has a few extra stalkers. He's going to be up against that Void Ray now. That's going to stop him from doing too much else for the next few moments. Twilight Council finishing from Shameless much sooner is going to allow him to go into Blink, but it does mean that Mana's going Twilight Council post Stargate, so he's not going to try and go into the Robo facility this time. So he's going to mix up the follow-up, trying to maybe go Blink of his own, instead of just, like I say, a Robo and a much more kind of safer overall setup here. Hallucination moving around, the Blink still coming by, Nexus on the way, the probe's in production. Take a few moments to try and figure what the next stage of this looks like, as you just have the Hallucination does obviously a good little job of scouting through in toward the main base initially, trying to see what's going on over there. second. The blink coming up on both sides. Just going to see the Stalker and the Void. Stalkers and the Void gathering together. Hallucination will still hit. The Oracle will take some damage as well. So a few more shots coming in on that. And the blink coming by. The probes coming up. Got a lot of this underway for the moment. As you just see that Hallucination still keeping an eye on the Oracle on that side just for now. Blink will build. See if Mana can get up to a good defense with his blink. Or if Shameless will maybe start to get away with this a little bit. Still coming by, the couple of probes coming up again. And we have that blink very much so on the way through for the moment. Our Max on both sides will continue to produce. Oracle flies up through the top as well. Hallucination around the top side. I see Shameless coming up the left. I'm going to pop in toward the main base with this and see if there's much chance to do anything here. It's going to be another gateway coming in. Obviously, we're just scouting around. Mana, Shameless, similar work counts, similar army counts. Third bases, similar timings. Forges, similar enough timings as well. Like, it's a very even game. Like, yeah, there's a little bit more of an advantage here and a little bit more of an advantage there at the moment, but I do think that in general we're in a pretty even place. Hallucination will just come flying through to the top, and Stalkers and that Void Ray are going to be there to knock that Hallucination down. So just going to take that out immediately, knock that away. Just for the moment. Apparently I'm connecting to my Twitch chat. Love that. Apparently slightly terrifying when it says something's not connected, because that makes me think everything's about to fall and burn, but apparently it's just Twitch chat that doesn't want to work. That's a new one. Gonna give it a little refresh. Maybe it'll help. Save. Cool. Good. Just in case anything actually important ever gets said in Twitch chat, we may as well actually be there for it happening, right? Observer flies into the cannon, which is a little bit of a mistake from Shameless, who is starting to take a little bit of an army supply lead. I think Shameless is once again going into a little bit more of the just kind of unit-heavy style, while Mana will go into a little bit more of the tech-heavy style. That Temple Archives, that Charge, for example, coming through. Definitely going to be a bit of an example of that. The Stalkers and the Oracle pulling away down that right-hand side. And out of here for the moment. Stalker will blink up. It's going to be seeing that pylon already taking some shots. We have the Forge taking some damage as well. Stasis Sword comes in over on that right-hand side. We're going to try and get the Forge as Mana. I mean, let's be real, that Stasis did not do what he wanted it to do. He can blink low ground and get one more Stalker here. I mean, cool. You do deny the +1, but you lose a lot of supply in the process. We kill about 4 probes. Shameless doesn't do much on the other side. I mean, can Shameless go across the map here? Got a 15 army supply lead, so we'll see if he does have enough to maybe make something happen in the next couple of moments or not. It's a lot of Stalkers that begin to make their way to the upper side of the map right now, so away they go. We're going to get across into position and see what we can do as Shameless. I don't know if he's got enough to honestly, like, be super significant here. Like I say, being down the upgrade is kind of sucky. It's, you know, it was a good pickup for Mana in the end. It was just, it felt like it was going to cost him a lot, and it cost him a fair bit. I thought it was going to cost him more overall. Oracle on the other side, and Shameless is going to start to lose some probes. As Mana puts some damage in, the probes have to react and run away. 5 of them going down already. 2 kill the Oracle at least, so there's a benefit from this from Shameless. As again, we try and trade. Initially had a good concave, which will help you to undo some of the +1 power. If you're getting more shots off every time, it can make up for the lack of damage that your units have versus the +1 Stalkers. Obviously now the warping of a few zealots there defensively. Looks as though Shameless is just going to start backing it up. I think he's realizing he's not doing enough here. He's trying to trade into units with better upgrades and a choke point. The defensive position is good, and realistically though, what he has done is kept Mana on 3 bases while he goes to 4. And again, we're starting to see a very big difference in what these players are going to end up on, which is that Mana is already teched into that kind of tech up. He's already gone into that Temple Archives and so on, whereas Shameless is just spamming gateways. He's now double upgrading as well. So Shameless just wants to win with an overwhelming amount of units, where Mana really wants to win with the quality of his units. And that's going to be the big question across all of the trades that are coming up in the near future. So that goes down, the Stalkers gather. Void pulling off to the side, in some trouble, gets blinked on, does not go down. Back around once again. So we turn over in this direction. We see the few Stalkers going to have to pull back a little bit. Blinking away for the moment here. Just going to see that Archon pulling back as well. +1 armor about to finish. +2 attack still coming up. Shameless trying to fight. Stalkers of mana getting into as strong a spot as they possibly can. You're going to see a few more of these Stalkers continue to drop down. Good defense from Mana on the high ground. Again, Shameless has quantity, but maybe not the quality. That kind of is included on the upgrade right now. Armor upgrade is not as effective as an attack upgrade, otherwise you'd see armor upgrade a whole lot more, so that +1 armor does not quite make up for the +2 attack that Mana holds. Shameless tries to go to the right. Now this is fun, because now on the right-hand side you actually have the 4th base as well, so you have a little bit more potential to really get some work done here. You have a much bigger concave you can work into, especially, and that might be your benefit. If you set in the larger concave and that, you know, your opponent has to run through the choke of the Nexus and the terrain, it'll be a big factor if you Zealots dive into the into that 3rd base at the same time. Shameless had to give up a little bit of space here. We do see the Archon stuck in the back now. Some of these Archons start to go down. Shameless blinking back in a much bigger way. I would love to see him finish off those Archons that were kind of low. The Mana is chasing very effectively, and these Stalkers end up in a little bit of trouble. Do reinforce now. They show up. The Immortal finally gets involved as well. Shameless decides with the Immortal showing up, it's maybe his time to just blink away. Mana takes a supply lead off this defense. So Mana taking the supply lead here, getting back on track a little bit. Prism still hanging out. 2-2 upgrades still coming in for the moment. So yeah, 2-2 coming about. A couple probes coming in. 7 more Stalkers warping straight in here as well. Just have ourselves a possibility to push up to the top. Damage out. Just going to be seeing the units taking some damage. Maybe seeing our Stalker still swinging. Just going to see the Immortal backing up a little bit. An extra few Zealots warping in as well. I mean, we still have the numbers here as Shameless. Now he actually has 2-2 to +2. Okay, +3 just finished from Mana, but there's a better scenario than it was. And Shameless's power of this attack is looking as though it may still just get through here. GG gets called, and Shameless goes up to a 2-0 lead. Shameless going to get to a match point opportunity for the 3rd map coming up in a second. Alright, I'll try to turn my cam on again, see if it's going to recover from the heat. As we go to Tyto Citadel for map 3 of our series. WTF, what did I do? Thought I was racist. Yeah, typical take, apparently. Cool. Alright, go, GLHF getting called out. Let's get ready to go. Get this underway on Tyto Citadel. Let's load up. Let's get it started. In the bottom right-hand side, our blue Protoss is going to be Team Liquid's Mana. And he's down by 2 up against Shameless in the top left side, who's looking for a chance to play MaxPax in the next round of the winner bracket. Getting through the series. Shameless looking to knock Mana down to that lower bracket, putting him into a position where he has to make a run down there. Like I say, as players lose a day, we really do fill out that lower bracket a little bit, and we get to see a little bit more of everything that starts to happen just across the board there, so I like that a lot. Like I say, it's very fun to see players, you know, matchups kind of getting set over there and everything, so kind of knowing what we've got coming up for the next few days, basically, is what we're talking about, so in that regard, it's very exciting, as we just have this 3rd game now settling on in. I was, in fact, on the indie cam. He was just not doing his intros yet. Yeah, right now in the lower bracket, Rogue will... So, the loser of this will play the loser of... Showtime Spirit. And then the loser of MaxPax versus the winner of this... The loser of that drops down to play Rogue, and then the loser of the ByuN matchup later today drops into the 2nd round setup, but kind of interesting. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of the lower bracket bases get painted out over the course today, so that'll be fun. My bad if I'm just oblivious, but is Shameless a new player? He's like a younger player, but he's been around a while. Has been better and better this year, but he's been around like 2 or 3 years, but it really depends on just how much StarCraft you watch. This year, I'd say he's been more impactful than he's been in a long time. You know, I say this year's been his biggest year so far, but he's really kind of taken some big series, he's taken some big names down, he's really shown his prowess, but definitely still lacks the consistency and ability to kind of come through multiple times over in that regard, so. You're not going to get a robo going initially here from Shameless, so a robo-based, an in-base robo. We'll see if he goes 3-gate or 4-gate or anything, but then he gets scouted, so this probe sees the robo. Mana will know about it, so he knows he's up against that, if nothing else, and he knows the timing of it too, so he might even be able to tell that it's Adepts coming out instead of the Stalkers. The Adepts will begin to shade. Probe going about, Robo Facility coming through, the Sentry and the Warp Gate coming up as well for a couple of moments. Let's see the Adepts taking some damage, a couple of Stalkers getting some hits in. Warp Gate is coming up from Mana, and he does clean up those Adepts pretty aptly, so no success immediately here. Shameless throws down his own Nexus, and he will just go into the Prism for some harassment, it seems, as Mana already has his own Nexus about to complete, so he's going to be on the lead there already. Just a couple of Stalkers continue to ping through that pylon for a couple of moments, so that will take some shots. Get that pylon cleaned up, and a couple of the Stalkers from Mana will come across to see if they can do anything as well. Answer is not really just yet. All the 2 Stalkers gather. Just going to be seeing the Prism on the way. While that Council building from Shameless, the Nexus is still on its way through. We do see the Prism loading up. We will head down toward that bottom right-hand side. Again, this Prism, Mana will take a chance up the right. And just going to be seeing the other Prism coming across there as well. Prism sets up the unload. Just going to be seeing the probe already going down. A couple Stalkers and the Immortal will take some damage. The pylon will be taking shots already. They clean up there. I'm going to end up supply blocked, and just 2 Stalkers and the Immortal on the harassment can actually do a lot right now. So looking to find some value. And hey, the supply block's kind of a big deal. We can't warp in against this until we lose some units at this stage. Basically, we're actually going to go chasing down the Stalkers, which I low-key kind of love. Just basically saying, I'm going to get rid of your units. On the other side of the map, Mana is Sentry dropping, which is very frustrating because you can lock the probes in and lock the units out. And both players are going to end up losing workers. I just wonder if maybe Shameless is being able to find a little bit more value because he's got that Immortal on the other side. Mana should lose nothing here. He's getting a lot more probe kills in the end. Shameless down by 5-6 workers now. Another force field coming in. That's going to be the end of this Sentry drop. 13 workers killed. He's down by 4 workers. There is a little bit more damage output available here. No, there's no Prism from Mana defensively, so his Immortal goes down. It's actually kind of a big deal. This time we will have, of course, no Sentry energy left over, and we have apparently lost 2 of the Sentries now, so we're going to lose a couple Sentries on this attempted continued attack. Unfortunately, that is going to be a little costly as well. Shameless then down 6 workers. I still felt like he did a good job, especially because he's killed an Immortal. That really kind of puts his army supply into like a little bit of a stronger place. I do not know if I love these Adepts coming in. I guess the idea is they're going to just kill a couple probes and then just lift into the Prism. Yeah, so they stay alive. And now Shameless has denied the pylon on the other side of the map, so again, he's going to stay active and just, I mean, honestly, at this point, I think we just go for probes. Get rid of a few more workers, because you're in a position where you would like to catch up a couple workers. This kind of jumping from base to base is such a frustration. The Zealots especially can't exactly chase you down easily, and you're denied your warp-ins because of the pylon going down. Shameless gets a bit more damage. I wonder if he could have even been more confident in that position. Yeah, again, Prism here. Well, I still let the Adepts do a little bit more. We're going to leave the Adepts behind. They're going to threaten the Shade to the high ground. We'll wall that off. Shameless still has the Prism moving about. all said and done, Shameless has about the same army supply and is still about 5 workers down. He's going to be faster to the blink. It is honestly kind of a very intriguing scenario because it was very good across the map from Mana, but it does feel like Shameless was still able to just do so much over here as well. Resources lost is better for Shameless, so while he's been mining less, he's traded much better. He's killed a lot more over the course of this this kind of offense-defense game. He's done a great job of making sure that Prism never went down and that he's kept the units inside alive as well. Like, the fact he still has the original 2 Stalkers and Immortal in there is incredible, as obviously this Prism is seen coming across the map, and this hallucination tells you exactly where you need to be to try and preempt this Prism from unloading and getting a bunch of damage done. We've got units in all directions. Again, Blink halfway done from Shameless is a significant tech upgrade lead. Having that upgrade where your opponent does not is a massive advantage. Stalkers there, going to push that Prism back again. We have got Glaives coming up from Mana as well. The hallucination still keeping track of the Prism over to the side. Blink coming through, Resonating Glaives coming up. Have ourselves the Forge coming about, as well as the Probe and the Immortal and the Resonating Glaives coming by also. Again, see that Prism getting chased back the other direction still. Still got Glaives coming about, the Stalkers and everything joining back between the bases now. White Glaives. I think he just feels like he wants to try and go into like a big push. And Glaives really allows you to do that usually. Immortal Glaives is very powerful, especially if he's expecting Shameless to go straight to charge. Which he might be doing, right? Because, you know, Shameless has been Robo first, so Robo into Blink is less common. So I think this might just be a case of like, hey, I'm expecting you to go charge, and if you're going charge, boom, I'm going to love this situation because you're going to go charge and I can kind of go from there. This Prism's in trouble, it's going to go down, so everything will die here, and I think we're going to save the Immortal as well. Mana with a disastrous attack. Force fielding that Immortal in seemed like a cool play, but it's not going to succeed. 2 more Stalkers warping in right now. The Prism coming up, +1 attack on both sides. Puts Shameless now, he's up in workers, and he's going to be about equal on army supply. I just like Shameless's army a lot more. Blink against Glaives I think is very solid. Like, if this was charge against Glaives, I like it for mana, but with it being Blink, the Glaive Adepts, they're going to still have value. They can still be tanky units in the front. They're not going to provide a lot of damage output. So then you're going to be super reliant on your Immortals, which you do have 4 of. And right now, there's only 5 Adepts, and then there's 5 Stalkers, so there's not even, like, a lot of those units. Shameless will just try and take advantage of having the Blink and just start poking around, start seeing if you can already do some damage here and there. So just already looking for a little bit of opportunity to begin with there. Probe's going to get back to mining once again, and just have again charge on the +1, both going through, getting that on the go, and that built into place. So it's going to fight against those Adepts. They're going to come back over. I mean, with Glaives, they're going to kill things quickly, so we got to be careful because obviously losing too many probes can be very deadly here. Puts you in a rough position as we will lose 4. Oh, Shameless has worked his way up into the main. Oh my god, if he got the Forge moments before the +1 finishes, he's seconds away from getting it. Does finish. +1 completes for mana. So Shameless does not actually deny that upgrade. It just finished on time. We're going to recall out of here. We got a few probes. Shameless killed about 7. Mana killed about 4, which by those Adepts, remember, as Shameless takes a 4th base. Mana's still going to be behind on the upgrades eventually, because Shameless is able to go directly into +2, while Mana has to rebuild a Forge, if he ever does. Right now, he's choosing not to. He might just say, cool, +1's enough for me, and I'm going to try and end the game off this +1. Instead of a 4th base, he adds on extra gateways. So that is the state of things right now. 2 seconds sooner, you kill off that +1, just puts Mana even further behind. Shameless, that said, though, I still think is in a pretty good position here. Having the supply lead while his opponent is kind of feeling like the aggressive player already feels pretty decent. Storm's coming around, the High Templars and the +2 attack upgrade coming up. Nexus, Archon, a couple gates coming by, the Pylons coming into place as well. It's going to be seeing the sentries and the gateways. Nexus also coming through, the Prism down the right-hand side from Shameless. Army comes over around the left. Sentry, Immortal, Stalker gathering together right now. I mean, this is going to be an interesting fight. Shameless doesn't need to hold on to the 4th base, I don't feel like. Okay, yes, Mana's building a 4th of his own, but you don't need this 4th base right now. Like, if you lost this, then it's not the end of the world, is what we're saying. So you're going to see Shameless, honestly, is looking pretty good. He will lose the base, but he's going to start trading very well against the army. He's losing a lot of probes, so he is going to lose workers, but he's going to kill everything, and if you kill everything... Because there's no getaway plan here for these Immortals, right? Like, they kind of just have to turn and trade and try and fight. We're going to just recall. I mean, that's just going to be a lot of units going down. 2 Immortals get out of there alive. Mana is going to be down 30 army supply, and Shameless is looking sweet in this series, 3-0. And he is going to push himself into the next round of this bracket, which is going to be versus MaxPax. It's obviously not going to be an easy series at all. Let's see how that turns out. Get that ready to go, go, go. Alright, we will get MaxPax Shameless on the way in a second. And get this ready to rumble, guys. More PvP coming up. MaxPax Shameless. As soon as Shameless is ready, he can obviously take a moment or two if he needs to. And we can get ourselves, like I say, back on track from there. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. I'm going to take a quick break, guys, and grab a drink. I'll see you guys in just a few. When we come back, it's MaxPax Shameless PvP. I'll be back in a sec. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back, guys. We're going to start up with Winter Madness between Shameless and MaxPax. This series is going to be underway in just a few moments' time. As again, we'll take a quick peek at the bracket here in a second. Just want to get this lobby starting to host. Alright, as people join in, let's take a quick peek at the bracket. So we've got ourselves, obviously, Mana now knocked down to the lower bracket, so he will fall down to that very bottom matchup on your screen right here. So Mana falls down right to the bottom. Otherwise, we do have ourselves Shameless advancing through to play MaxPax. So he will play MaxPax now. The loser of this then plays Rogue. That's a tomorrow matchup as well. And yeah, that's basically where we are at. So, and the winner of this will then play ByuN, and that's the series after this. So one more PvP, then we're into some PvTs. ByuN versus the winner, and Showtime versus Spirit is what we have coming up still. So that's going to be happening. And yeah, if we finish up these two, then we also know pretty much what most of this next round of the lower bracket looks like, apart from the creator Cure loser. So it's also very exciting. So we're just going to swap MaxPax into the player slot. Double check we've got all the casters here. Who's slacking, man? We're down to 6 casters somehow. I don't know how. I don't know who's left, but all good. Alright, MaxPax is readying up. Just waiting for Shameless to go ahead and ready as well. We will be good to go, guys. Go, GLHF. Perfect. PvP is on the way. Thanks to the patience between matches. Let's get it going. We are keeping the games rolling because we're behind schedule, so we're going to try and get back on schedule if we can. Let's get into Winter Madness, my friends. In the bottom right-hand side, our red Protoss player is going to be Shameless. Taking on the top left blue Protoss, it is MaxPax. A fresh best of 5 PvP for us right here. Pick this off and get this underway. Thanks for joining us, guys. Appreciate you all tuning in today. Good to see you all. Some WardiTV 2025 action. Again, we got today, and then Thursday, then Friday, then Saturday, and Sunday. 5 more days after this of awesome StarCraft 2 action in our final tournament of the year. Should be a whole ton of fun. Pylons will finish. Probes coming up, gates on the way. Just having ourselves the setup coming through for a couple of moments. Just going to add simulators into place as well, bringing that along. Getting that gates up, probes building. So far, so very good. For the early stage of this one, the probe is going to go to the upper left-hand side to kind of see a little bit of what's going on initially. Scouting across in the first few moments. Yeah, obviously one more PvP, like I said, a couple of PvTs after this. I do feel bad, the winner of this versus ByuN, but then ByuN MaxPax is already such a brutal matchup, but that's just the stage of the tournament we get to. Once you get to that point, you can't be expecting to find easy opponents. ByuN did beat MaxPax in the seeding matches. I just feel that ByuN does not find a way to beat MaxPax twice in one competition, especially in a best of 5, so you demand your fake points. Sure, I can give you your fake points. Oh, we're a whole series behind. Yeah, you can use more of your fake points on this one. We'll see how the series goes, because MaxPax has been a bit different in PvP. Over the course of this year, he finally moved away from that typical MaxPax style of Protoss versus Protoss and began to really switch things up in a lot of ways. So yeah, definitely saw some movement in all of that. Let's just have this all chasing around the probes, taking a couple of moments on that, taking a few seconds to get set up already. Just going to be seeing the Zealot still swinging around, Stargate coming up as well. We got a lot of this on the go just for the moment. Bringing that by for now. Zealot going to come on over, nibble at the pylon. Probe gets picked away at. Just going to see the Stargate still coming through, Warp Gates building. We are going to see the Adept and the Zealot will get rid of that pylon, so we're just going to clean that up. Nexus comes down from MaxPax. Shameless adds on another gateway. 3 gates, and it's time for him to apply some pressure. He's going to go 4 gates, because there's no way you don't throw a proxy pylon and gateway down here for some warp-ins. So just a 4-gate build from Shameless as he looks for a quick win against the expansion of MaxPax in this game. And it's going to be that Stargate from MaxPax. We've seen him defend these sort of things hundreds of times before. We've also seen a couple of times, if there was ever a weakness for him, the straight-up 4-gate was kind of the bigger weakness that we've seen him kind of, come up against. So maybe something to kind of think on as well. Void coming about, Warp Gate coming through. Just going to have ourselves the Nexus still building by. Just going to see the Oracle will activate Sentry. It goes down immediately. And the two Stalkers and the Sentry together just going to push the Oracle back the other way. So just going to chase that out once more. Get that out of here. Chase it away. Not bad just yet. The Oracle gets back up towards the main base. Couple Stalkers going to be there. Oracle still taking, or already taking, I should say, some damage. Now these Stalkers get on after the Adept. Yeah, Gateway just going to morph on in. Obviously, we're just waiting for these warp-ins. We're just going to send this. MaxPax has begun the Void Ray production. We'll see how well Shameless can do at preserving these Stalkers. It's going to be a big important part of this. Keep those Stalkers alive and give them a chance to one-shot the Void Ray and to shoot through that battery energy. Get forward here. Zealot takes a couple of shots. It's going to go down the second. We do save that first Stalker. Went low but didn't die. Most notably, now chasing forward aggressively as Shameless really sees an opportunity here. The Void Ray is not doing enough. We're going to turn onto this next Void Ray, which doesn't quite have what we need. We do have a force field. He's going to force field these Stalkers in half. That makes it a bit more awkward. We're going to commit through onto two different Void Rays at the same time. That's not the prettiest of fights. That's not usually how this works. Shameless, he never actually got damage onto that Void Ray from the right-hand side somehow. That did just straight up live on through this, amazingly. Stalker's dealing a bit more damage. Oracle goes down. Now the Void Ray is again overrun, and MaxPax is not going to hold on. When those Void Rays die like that and there's this many Stalkers remaining, that is more or less game going to be called. We'll lose this pylon. We're going to play it safe and pull to the low ground. Another warp into Stalkers, and we can probably walk up to that high ground very comfortably, I'd imagine. At this point, MaxPax will... I mean, the threat is going to be going up the ramp. I actually feel like he was already up the ramp there, so I was sort of surprised he didn't just go in. He's going to check the high ground, see what's there. He really can go up there if he wants to, and I think he should. Energy recharge is smart. This is why you should take the opportunity to get to the high ground when you can. Yeah, energy recharge is very smart, because Shameless checked with the one Stalker. You recharge after that, so then the Sentry does have energy. Shameless is just going to expand, and is just expanding going to be good enough for him here? That's going to be the question that we have on our mind. Shameless has had a couple of times this year, I believe, where he has defeated MaxPax. And, man, it would be a crazy upset if he was to do it here in the WardiTV 2025, because it's one of the bigger events. And then the lower bracket, if MaxPax loses here, becomes ridiculous. It's like MaxPax Rogue, the winner versus Clem. Obviously, we're not even over with the first game yet, but, like, the fact that that could happen... kind of crazy. There was a single win for Shameless this year. 2-1 over MaxPax in the Monday Night Weeklies back in November. Sorry, that wasn't November, right? That was... Sorry, that was... No, it wasn't November. Sorry, yeah. Back in November, he did take a 2-1 win. He might be on his way to a 1-0 lead here. He's going to slow it down a little bit, not go just yet. Coming up, hallucination pulls to the side. Nexus still coming into play as well. Just getting all of that on the go right now. Just having the Void Ray going to take a couple of nibbles. Wardy curses him. I'm not cursing him, I'm just pointing out what it is. I mean, I'm getting ahead of myself talking about winning the series, but that's a strong start. MaxPax is basically going to go for one all-in counterattack. I really think Shameless should have walked up the ramp when he had the chance. The Void Ray wasn't out, the Sentry had no energy. I really think he could have been in a game-ending position already. Now MaxPax has the chance with the counter. Like, there is an opportunity because he has tech and his opponent doesn't. His army might be good enough to make something happen here. He's got the Prism, so he will have a bit of micro potential as well. Shameless does not have anything because Blink is not done yet. This is basically the one timing you have right now. Void Ray will actually go and activate on the pylon. That's really cute because it's going to threaten the Stalkers to have to come up to the high ground, and if you force that repositioning, maybe you can take advantage of that. But obviously you don't really want to lose the pylon either, right? Because you would lose your two gateways, and that's a lot of warping potential you then miss out on. But again, dangerously close to Blink being done. We're going to use the force fields on the low ground. This Void Ray's going to pull away, so the Stalkers on the high ground may not be able to get too involved. MaxPax trying what he can, but so far I don't think he's killing enough quickly enough. The battery's definitely doing a good job from Shameless to maintain him. At the start of this, we're going to Blink in now, and that's going to be the danger point, right? Where now this all goes down, Prism, the Void Ray fell. MaxPax will not hold on against this force. Blink really is the killer here, and MaxPax will say GG as Shameless foregates his way to the 1-0 lead and the advantage against MaxPax to start this off. I will repeat, if MaxPax loses the series, I know we're not there yet, but it's just something I hadn't even really considered because I just thought MaxPax was going to be a big favorite here. If MaxPax loses the series, he would play versus Rogue, and then he would play versus Clem if he was to win that in the lower bracket. That section of the bracket becomes absolutely brutal, honestly. It's kind of crazy, actually. Kind of crazy. Alright, we're going to jump back in. 10,000 feet are coming up. And we get ourselves ready for Game 2 of this series. As soon as Shameless joins us, should be able to go. Try and check my friend list to see who's missing from the lobby. But I think we've got everybody. Should be able to, like I say, kick off into this second game of the PvP, guys. MaxPax hosting us up. We're going to get this ready to go for Game 2. Let's see if he switches it up at all. Let's see if Shameless goes with something similar or a different vibe. Got this ready to go. Bottom right corner will be the Blue Protoss player. And obviously down a game, not very often you can say that about him in a PvP. This will be one of these scenarios. It is MaxPax in the bottom right, while in the top left, our Red Protoss player will be Shameless with the 1-0 lead. Trying to cause an upset here in the upper bracket. MaxPax is so well known for those defenses that it is still a little bit stunning when they work. You know, these sort of attacks work against him. It is really the unexpected. Let's just have a couple pros passing each other by. Gates coming up. Assimilator is on the way. All of this because MaxPax went last in the seeding group. I mean, yes, but at the same time, like, it's also because other players, you know, it also involves them then losing in the winner bracket as well, right? Like, you know, if MaxPax doesn't lose here, he doesn't end up in that bracket of death against, you know, Rogue then Clem. Clem, who also lost his matchup against Raynor, which became very impactful as well. I mean, it could be Raynor down there, right, as well, so... Chase around, probe. I'm going to be scouting here for MaxPax, trying to get a guarantee of what's going on. He is going to open one gate, and Shameless sees it. So, again, question will be out. What do you want to do here as Shameless? Do you try and break through the full gate again? Do you take a bit of a different approach? Definitely some good questions. Like, do you feel like you can... I don't think you can keep doing the same thing. Maybe you mix it again, you know, later in this series at some point, but I don't think we can just keep on doing it, right? So, that idea should at least be out the window a little bit. The Item 9, thank you so much for the 4-month resub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for resubscribing. On the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'll just see a couple Stalkers coming through. That Wolf Gate coming along as well. Looking pretty reasonable just now. Two Stalkers going to make their way down. The Warp Gate still coming up. The Nexus Stalker and the Warp Gate coming about. The Stalkers are going to be there. And at Adept will take a few shots of damage, pulling back over to this side. And Nexus and the Warp Gate both coming through. So Shameless will just expand it up. Bit of a change from the last game, obviously. So going to go into a bit more of a normal setup here. As MaxPax gets the Oracle out, and we'll obviously be able to, you know, hold some map control with the Oracle, get some information gathering. Use the recharge on it as well, so it can go straight out to the other side and pick up that info from the very get-go, so get straight in over that. Once again, our Twilight Guns just coming through. Got a couple units already poking on the low ground, but Stalkers will get rid of the Adept and You have a loop around. Obviously, the Oracle will look for some opening and see if it can find some damage. The Adept goes down. Oracle drops a Revelation because there's enough units in the main mineral line. Shameless will not leave himself open to attack in the early stages. Get down. Probe gonna fall. Second probe going down as well. Not bad from Shameless, right? When your opponent has the Oracle and so, but Shameless is still down 5 workers. What's always crazy to me is when, you know, you've had this setup and you look at the scenario now, it's like, okay, what's the situation? We're down 2 Stalkers, we have an Oracle instead of a Sentry, and Blinks at the same time. It's like, I love MaxPax's position. You've got the Oracle, and you've got the same timing Blink, and you've got a worker lead. MaxPax has just had a fantastic opening here. Definitely pretty great in that regard. Destination back over to the right side. Again, Blink coming up on both sides. Next is building on the front. Third base coming online. The Stalkers will warp in. Next is building up. Oracle gets all the way around the right. Just going to drop a little Revelation down as well. Just going to throw that straight into place. Gateway Robo Facility continue to come through just for a moment. We will have our Blink coming up on both sides. MaxPax will start to push on forwards, looking for a little bit of opportunity here. Let's see what's going on. A bit of damage in. Just going to be seeing the Guardian Shield still set up right there. Stalker's going to go back and forth, and we do have MaxPax for the moment just going to fall away. I mean, both players are heading to that third base. We're just accelerating into the later stage of this PvP right now. Going to take a second to knock down some of the rocks here. Let's take that down, and we're going to set a stasis ward up over that right side as well. The Stalkers will try and maneuver into position to do something with this. Let's see what exactly that may be very shortly. Just getting forced back the other side. Again, a couple more shots coming through. Probes taking some damage. We do have the Dark Shrine building up as well. Adding on a gateway, adding on the probes, adding on everything else. For the next few moments, Probe's going to shoot. Bit of back and forth coming down. Dark Shrine coming up from MaxPax as well, so that's going to be... Sorry, from Shameless as well. So he's actually going to get into the DTs in that kind of harassment phase of this PvP, which can actually very often be very, very substantial. You know, you get into DTs and they really can be a big part of this throughout. Nice little stasis ward though. MaxPax still doing some good things. Again, that's why I say give me that Oracle, because that Oracle does so much over time. There's so much potential and utility with the Oracle if you have the ability to use it well. MaxPax is building cannons. He actually doesn't have a robo facility, but he will build cannons as his response, as a way to deal with Dark Templar. But that depends where the DTs show up to, because surely we're not building the cannon in every mineral line. This could get a little interesting if the DTs actually just kill off the cannon at first as well. Maybe there is going to be an opportunity there too. The devs are going to get into the main base, not going to be stopped from moving through as Shameless continues to try and play defense. Stasis ward's coming down. So the Oracle that could have provided protection is across the map as well, which is also not ideal. The DT is going to walk into the natural, like I say. Okay, there's actually just straight up no detection down here. He's going to send one DT in. Probes begin to fall. The other DT goes into the main. There's no detection there either, so Shameless is going to do a bunch of damage. Shameless, let's target fire with this DT. We're hitting the Nexus. 4 or 5 shots wasted. Revelation comes in, hits 2 DTs as well, so that's a wasted... what an absolutely failed opportunity. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's going to force MaxPax to turn around and look away, but the potential here was massive. A DT in the main could have had at least 5 workers. Then the DTs group up just as the Revelation comes down. Just could have been so much more, I think, at the end of the day. Unfortunate. But execution not quite there from Shameless, and MaxPax is not going to be hit as hard as he should have been hit. So he's able to stay standing and stay strong for the moment here. He's going to see the Stalkers and the Oracle moving back toward the top side. Again, +2 coming up from both players. The cannons are coming online as well. MaxPax just feeling very comfortable. His blink control is very good, so you expect him to continue to take great trades here, and that's why he's so confident just standing, you know, trading out and fighting out for a little while. Still just turning away from this. The Stalkers will continue to fight. Observer goes down. Just going to be seeing the rest of these Stalkers coming through. We're going to blink away from that stasis already. All of these Stalkers still coming into place. Just going to be having the shots continue to fire. Just going to get underneath and again pulling back a little further. A couple of the Zealots coming through. Just going to drop the stasis ward down. We're actually going to blink forward again here. The stasis is massive, and MaxPax is just going to win the game off these blink Stalkers. I think he is. Especially with that stasis, gives him a significant advantage there as well. At the very end, he's kind of losing out on numbers a little bit, and he does have a little bit of a distraction across the map he'd have to deal with too with that DT hitting his bottom left base. He's just going to sit here and wait for this stasis to come apart so he can pick away a little further. He's got an Immortal showing up. He's at a 40 army supply lead, and I think that MaxPax is about to get to a 1-on-1 tied-up situation here against Shameless in this winner bracket round 3 matchup. Immortal's just a nice addition. As GG gets called, MaxPax has enough for the game 2. Investment into DTs obviously just was not worth it in the end, sadly. Like I say, they felt like so much potential was there, and it just did nothing. It just did nothing. Alright, we're going to go into a game number 3 as MaxPax hosts us up into Taito Citadel to get this on the way, guys. Get this rolling immediately. Let's drop our invites out, make sure everyone is in here. Alright, let's go in. Who is Shameless is an alternative name from a well-known player. Nope, he's Shameless. Thank you, the item 9, by the way, for the sub. And I will get you on the tree. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate the support. We're tied up 1-1 here in this best of 5. The early aggressive 4-gate in that first game, giving Shameless the map win, but no look after that just yet. MaxPax upper left, Shameless bottom right, here for game 3. We're just going to get ourselves going. A couple of simulators coming through and get ourselves into this game number 3. MaxPax looking to steer clear of that lower bracket of doom. And it really would be such a dangerous section of that lower bracket to drop on into. So trying to avoid that the best we can if possible. Probe gonna get nibbled, a little bit of back and forth for a few moments. Gonna see the probe coming back over. Probe will jump on. Probe pulling away for just a few moments. Gonna keep on nibbling through. We'll get a Stalker started up, Robotics Facility on the way down, Warp Gate will begin. Just going to bring this straight by for the moment as we just have ourselves the Stargate and the Adept coming up, Warp Gate being added on as well. Let's get that underway. Let's bring this straight on through. Yeah, so if you do need a TLD on Shameless, Russian Protoss player, he's pretty young. So he's not been around forever, but he has been around a few years at this point still. You've got to be around a little bit to be good enough to take a map off MaxPax. He's the kind of guy who, this year especially, has definitely been his better year. He took a series off MaxPax this year. He's been very competitive in a lot of tournaments this year. But he's still got that kind of, some days he looks great, and other days he looks like, you guys wouldn't be surprised to see him get knocked out, right? So he's at that kind of point where he's starting to really contest some of the better players, but he's not completely there just yet, as that Adept does just swap that Robo, so MaxPax knows roughly what's coming. Shameless, I like that he's going back to the aggressive game. I think he was set up okay in that last game, but then he really just kind of fell over to the Blink Micro, so maybe just going to be better to focus on the kind of faster paced games here. The problem is, I do think he wants to mix in some of the longer kind of setups, because if you don't mix in the longer setups, you're kind of putting yourself in a bit of a weird place and a weird bit of trouble as well. So I think that's something else that we have to kind of look at over the grand scheme of this. The Oracle shows up. There's going to be a battery there already. Stalker and Sentry should be able to push that back before the Stasis Ward connects. If the Stasis Ward doesn't connect, or even if the Stasis Ward does connect, I was going to say the Oracle should go down, but it's actually perfectly calculated from MaxPax. He gets out of there without issue. Void Ray playing defense apparently took some shots. As we'll see, the Stalkers apparently got pretty feisty there already, and that's going to be the main thing to keep an eye on now, because this aggression on the other side from Shameless is what really gives you the chance to break through and has the potential to give you the chance to take MaxPax down in this one. This battery in the main base is very important, because it means that if you try and bypass the low ground defenses, then you are still going to have a battery here defensively. As that Void Ray goes down, MaxPax loses it. The probe's pulling in. Second Void Ray is important right now. And try and micro the Stalkers to the low ground as they get in trouble, but killing a Void Ray pretty freely there is a big W here on the side of Shameless, no doubt. Two more Stalkers just get warped in. Gonna load a couple of them up into the Warp Prism. And unload up here again. I think it's time to give up on the high ground. I mean, it's so tempting, though, because if you do get into the high ground, you do have the battery now drained of energy, so it feels like such a potential to go to. When he builds a second battery here, then I maybe like much more as attacking into the natural again. Then again, there's 4 batteries there. To be fair, yes, you want to drain batteries of energy, but you also kind of want to try and, MaxPax has not fallen for the bait of the Prism flying empty toward the right side. It's not really necessarily about draining the batteries completely. It's also about, hey, sometimes you just get enough Stalkers to one-shot through the Void Rays, right? And that could be one of the main things we try and get to here overall. Stalker's still stepping up. The Adept's taking damage. A couple of probes stepping forward. Going to pop the Guardian Shield. One Void Ray prismatically aligns. The few probes in the front doing the tanking. MaxPax pulls a bit further back. Battery's still doing a good job of things so far. That Void Ray in some trouble. We lose one, but that's the one that already prismaticed. Now the other Void Ray prismatics, and we have another Void Ray replacing, and this feels like a defense for now. Still very close to being able to push through, though. Stepping forward once again, just going to have ourselves the Stasis on the other side is going to be a major slowdown on Shameless's economy, so he's going to miss some warp-ins because of that. That's going to be very painful too. Again, just got to keep those Void Rays safe. We're on our way to the third Void Ray very shortly. It's going to be a massive amount of damage output if we can get there. What's also important is that we just have enough Stalkers on the ground to keep competing as well, right? Enough Stalkers that we're actually firing a good amount of shots off. Now we lose 3 Stalkers in quick succession there as Shameless. That's not going to do you any favors in a game where efficiency is absolutely critical. That is not going to be ideal. The Void Ray is going to go down, but Shameless is already giving up. The Oracle was going to hit everything with the Stasis. MaxPax gets a defense on this wave of aggression to take us to a 2-1 lead in the best of 5. So MaxPax, once again, is now showing us just why he's so good at the PvP, and that's the sort of stuff that players do against him that sometimes does work, as we saw in the game 1, but a lot of the time he does find a very good defense as well, and that's exactly what happens here. Just waiting for the 4th map pick. It is Shameless's choice. Nice. Mothership of Tourmaline as our options. Bring this out and get this hosted up. And we are going to go to Tourmaline. He has the choice of Shameless. We'll leave Old Republic for map 5. If we get to a map 5, that could be figured out soon. To get into this next game in just a second or so, guys. We are almost back on schedule. We're 6 minutes off when the next best of 5 should start, so that would be exciting. Counting down into Tourmaline. Let's get this up and running. Let's get this on the way. And let's see what happens. Thanks for the little description. No worries. If I ever don't respond to a question like, who is this guy? Sometimes I just answer that question a lot already. I've already explained who Shameless is like 3 times in this series, so forgive me if I don't always respond, but we'll do my best to give info at an appropriate interval, because I appreciate people coming in, you know, throughout the series as well and so on, so... Alright, in the top right-hand side, our blue Protoss is going to be MaxPax. He leads 2-1 now, recovering from that 1-0 deficit, looking to send Shameless down into the lower bracket of doom. Again, versus Rogue, winner of that versus Clem. And all the rest. It's going to be tabbed out for 1 second here, guys. The FPS will drop for a few moments, just while I update my document of schedule a little bit, so... just let me sort that out for 1 second. Alrighty, back to it, guys. Thanks for a moment or 2 of patience. Appreciate you guys. Alright, so, MaxPax up in the upper right. He's leading the series. Shameless double gating, MaxPax single gating. Shock horror, we've seen that before. So no surprises there in terms of what the initial setup looks like. Just gonna see our probes chasing the probes. Yeah, the fun part of these early rounds of our tournament is that obviously a lot of the matches are pretty even in the early rounds, and it does give the guys who are not the best that chance to kind of make a run, you know? It's not like you're drawing Clem first round, it's like, oh, cool, well, I made it all the way to the playoffs just for it to end here. Like, I feel like everyone is competitive in these early rounds, and yeah, eventually you're going to get that matchup where it's like, oh, I've got MaxPax now, and that kind of sucks. But you got the chance to run through a couple of plays before that, and you still have the lower bracket after this as well. And that's why I really like this format, because I think with the way that StarCraft is right now, where we clearly have a good few players who are like that extra tier above, and then the next, like, there's some very clear defined tiers of players. I really feel like this format allows for those players of the same tier to play each other as much as possible, and have some like crossover between tiers, which gives the upset potential. There's much more chance of some of these upsets happening than, say, if, you know, you're trying to play against Hero in the second round or so, right? Not saying that Shameless MaxPax has a lot of upset potential. I think MaxPax is a massive favorite here. But it doesn't feel like it's, you know, it just gives us more matches overall in the competition. I'm not talking about, like I say, I'm not talking about this series in particular. I'm talking about overall in the contest. It feels like there's a lot more possibility across the board. So it's been really fun to see it play out. It's been great so far. And obviously as the days go by, it gets more and more serious, because I mean, tomorrow we're going to have a few more elimination matches, which is going to be exciting as well. So that's going to be fun. You see that Stalker just poking at the Adept there for a couple of moments. Getting some damage dealt. And shading back along, a couple Stalkers gather up. Just going to see that Pylon taking some damage already as well. Stalkers will continue to hit the Pylon for a moment or 2. We will hit against that Stalker. Now the Zealot taking damage as well here. For a few more moments. A little bit more being dealt for now. Oracle will activate. Stalker takes a few more shots. Stalker taking some more damage again. It's going to see the Oracle still chasing over for a couple of seconds. So coming right over in that direction. 4K coming online. The Twilight Council building from Shameless. Again, he did go for his own expansion. It will trail that of MaxPax's. Losing 3 workers, though, while trailing on the expand as well is not ideal, so definitely a bit of trouble here for Shameless. MaxPax with a solid defense back at home, not letting Shameless break through and get too much done or anything, so that's a big positive as well, I would say. Looking very reasonable across the board there. And that Twilight Count's coming up on both sides. That Oracle does complete, so again, we bring that straight through. And drop a gateway down. The Twilight Council coming into play. The probes all building up as well. The pros micro the battery. What, you mean like target firing with the battery? That would kind of make sense if you do. But, yeah, sometimes you have to as well, because sometimes the battery is going to be locked onto a unit and doesn't stop until it changes target. Until it's fully healed, and that can actually kill things at times. MaxPax flies through here. This is an incredible stop. I mean, kill 4 more workers. Now this is a 9-worker lead. And again, what's MaxPax's deficit? He's down very slightly in the blink timing. And this is what's just so amazing about MaxPax's build. If you can confidently get away with this, it just puts you into such a good place. The reason more people don't do it is because they die to the fall gates and the aggression and everything. And that MaxPax has started to figure out how to play this build again, despite the, despite the fact that, battery overcharge really kind of became removed, really screwed him over in that regard. It really feels like he's back a little bit in this PvP again. I mean, obviously there are sentries available for Shameless, where, MaxPax has oracles, his opponent has sentries, which are nice because, force fields are useful, guardian shields are useful, hallucinations are useful. They have a role to play as well. But when you've got micro control of the oracles like MaxPax does, I feel like you gotta love the fact he's got the oracles as well, to be honest. Again, that blink gonna finish soon on both sides. Just gonna see another Stalker warping in. Gates coming up. It's gonna be seeing our Nexus halfway done. Stalker warping by. We're gonna get going towards the upper right-hand side. See this Guardian Shield popping up. Stalkers will step through. It's going to be trying to press on in. And we are going to see this fight happening. It's a Shameless commit. I mean, I like the Guardian Shield. He will definitely give him a little bit of an edge. But when that fades away, do we still like him being across the map and trying to fight this? Not too sure. We're going to lose the sentries now. So that's kind of the end of the sentry advantage. And we do have the Oracle across the map flying back into the main base. I believe that's going to try a Stasis Ward. I love that. It's going to hit the Stalker as well. So it catches the Stalker and a bunch of probes. So it frees itself. MaxPax with the mind to get some value there, as he is now killing even more workers, and GG and good luck says Shameless as he taps out, and that is going to be MaxPax advancing through to play ByuN in the next round. And after a couple of fast PvPs, we're back on schedule! Brilliant. NA server. NA server. MaxPax ByuN. Coming up next, Shameless gets sent to the lower bracket where he will play against Rogue. So that will be coming up next. Get that underway. Cool. Alright, ByuN has the seeding priority because he came ahead of MaxPax in the seeding group. So he will get server preference here. And they are here, so they will get those videos started. Perfect, guys. Gonna get that underway. I'm just gonna do a little bit of scheduling, mentioning to players for a second as well. Give me a moment. Cool, cool, cool. All right, I'm actually gonna nip BRB 2 seconds as well, guys. Give me a second. I'll see you guys in one moment. Vetoes are coming along nicely, guys. A couple seconds. Decent run from Shameless? Absolutely. I mean, there's nothing to be sad about when you come up against MaxPax. Like, you're at that stage of the tournament where you're looking for an upset to keep going, right? Getting that far already is amazing. Like I say, I mean, you lose out, now you've got to play Rogue. That's already difficult, but I feel like Shameless has a shot against Rogue, you know? Rogue's very good, but, like, I feel like there's a shot there, so that's cool. As you can see, this lower bracket getting filled out. When MaxPax and ByuN wraps up, that drops down a player over here. The loser of that ends up here. And then, yeah, loser of that ends up over here, and then, what's that one? That's the Creator Cure loser. Okay, so that's the loser of MaxPax ByuN versus them. Very cool. So yeah, that's where things are looking right now. So yeah, this series obviously going to be big, going to be important. Excited to see how it turns out. Yeah, lose this and you're still in the same section of the bracket as Clem, just maybe one round further on if you do win out as well. Very exciting, guys. Very exciting. Showtime. So this is going to be the Showtime Spirit game, so when we get that in, we really know a lot more about the lower bracket too. Oh, it is exciting. It is very exciting to see this all planning out and coming through. MaxPax needs a moment to BRB. ByuN will get one more veto. MaxPax will get a map pick, and then we'll get hosted once MaxPax returns. Let's see what MaxPax and ByuN looks like today. ByuN MaxPax rematch? Absolutely. You know it. Rematch from the seeding matches. I kind of like that so far both of our kind of championship bracket days have had, like, you know, some good build-up matches. Then we get to... I feel like this and maybe Showtime Spirit are both kind of like the Star Series where it's like, okay, these are the matches that are really freaking cool right now in the day. Very, very nice. Very exciting. Alright, just waiting for ByuN to actually veto. MaxPax went BRB, came back. ByuN still not vetoing. By the way, winner of this will play Raynor in the upper bracket quarterfinals, so that's very exciting too. Maybe see upper bracket quarterfinals. That's Saturday, right? Yeah, it's gonna be Saturday. That's very exciting. Hey, what's up, Pizza94? Thank you so much for the 17-month resub. Appreciate it. As we're going to try and host into Winter Madness here. Can I do it before MaxPax is the question. I'm loving how laggy NA is. Hopefully that's not an issue in the games. Going up. MaxPax to make another map pick. Cool. Move people around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Friends list are all in game. Chat channel is all in game. We're ready to go if the players are ready. Perfect. All right, couple seconds, guys. We'll get this set to rumble. Waiting for one person to accept or decline. Bam, ready, and we are going. Race. Thank you, MaxPax. Was not ready to have to redo that one. Ugh. Thank you so much, Pizza, for the 17-month resub. I'm not quite going to have time to get you on the tree before this match starts, but I will get you on the tree after this series, okay? Fear not. Thank you so much for the 17-month resub. Super appreciate it. Let's see what ByuN and MaxPax looks like here as we jump into the game. On the bottom right-hand side, our red Protoss player will be MaxPax. As we start off this round 4 of the upper bracket. A rematch from the seeding matches, because obviously these two played here, and MaxPax was the losing player in that meeting, which is why he had to start one round further back. Let's see what happens here in the upper bracket of the main event. In the top left, our blue Terran player is ByuN. You win this, you're in the upper bracket quarterfinals. You will play Raynor in that next matchup as well. This section of the bracket starts to get very freaking stacked. That's what's so exciting about this. We very quickly go from being in these earlier rounds, and we've got some fun competitive matches, to, oh my god, it's Raynor versus ByuN, or it's Raynor versus MaxPax coming up next. Like, yeah, crazy. That's obviously not next today. That will be on Saturday for the next matchup for the winner of this series. The loser of this will drop down to the lower bracket. We'll have to play not tomorrow. I believe all of tomorrow's matches are set up already. But we'll be on not tomorrow, but on I can't think for the life of me, on Friday. There we go. Friday's the other day I'm talking about. I'm thinking about. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Guys, just gotta take a little screenshot just to send to some players quickly. Let's take a couple of moments. Wondering what ByuN and MaxPax are gonna get up to as we settle down on this. Who's adding me to a friend list on freaking Battle.net? Decline, the guy that's trying to spam the lobbies. Why would I accept your friend request if you're trying to join my lobbies and spam? People sometimes have no brains. Alright, Proby has scouted, pulling back down to the bottom right. ByuN is going across with an SCV to try and see a little bit of what else is going on. Just get set for a few moments here, get this ready to go. See what will take place for a couple of moments. So yeah, we get this underway, get this set up. People hopping up and around, trying to see what else is going on just for now as well. Just going to be getting this on the way. So cycling the couple of Marines coming about. I see that Adept still coming up towards the top. I see what's going on. A couple of Marines in the SCV coming through as well. And a little bit more to look to see what else is happening here. Just going to see that Adept coming around. Getting settled for the moment. Just for now. Cyclone gathers. A couple of Marines join up. Just going to get settled in here for a second or two. Don't mind me just snapshotting again, guys. Players with scheduling issues would rather just get them sorted ASAP, so I know it's dealt with. see the Reaper and the Cyclone then still going to move about just for a little bit then. Just move around here, see what is going on. A little bit of a check to see what's up and what's happening. Banshee tank and the Marines coming about as well. Put that on the go just for the moment. It's going to be seeing the Adept going to be there. Reaper and the Cyclone coming through. Just going to start getting some damage onto that Adept already. So again, a few more shots coming in already. Shot or two coming about. Banshee tank and the Marines coming up. And that cloaking is on the way in as well. So bringing that cloaking up for the Banshees. The barracks coming through too. The couple of SCVs still producing. Just got ByuN and MaxPax all gathered together here. As we do have. See ByuN with that Banshee then heading straight down the left-hand side. So just getting across already, getting in position. See what we can do. And the Prism back up around the top. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers warping in. So the few Stalkers warp in. And the Stalker's going to get themselves over to this top side. So just going to try and move straight in over here. A blink into the main possibility right now as we jump straight through. Okay, and after the couple of Marines, just going to take those out. So the 4 Stalkers applying some good pressure. The Banshee across the map will not do much because they get shot down already. The Stalker's able to get a KO on that, and MaxPax already getting a good bit of cleanup and a good bit of defense started right from the get-go. So, good little bit of work done there. Immediately, the Stalker's blinking over. A couple of these SCVs will continue to go down already. Damage still being done. That Banshee coming back across. The Prism just loads up and tries to evacuate away. You have got the Stalker still building in. The charge coming up. Probes reducing. Nexus building. Battery building. MaxPax on a good setup back at home. And again, the one that's getting the damage done despite ByuN trying to commit into some aggressive units. Love that second shot. Just knows he can get a second volley from the Stalkers onto the SCVs before you have to try and escape away from that. As Walgran, mate, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 71-month resub. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the big resub. Appreciate the support. As always, we'll get you on the tree after this game, because I actually have a special decoration for you from last year. Marines are going to try and fight, but the Stalkers are looking pretty overwhelming right now. ByuN does not have enough. This has just gone wrong. The early game of MaxPax is freaking deadly if you do not manage to survive in the first few moments of it. Like, if it starts to go wrong, it goes wrong so fast. He punishes you so quickly. That was ByuN's server preference as well. So things, like I say, just go wrong right off the bat there. 10,000 feet from map 2. MaxPax wastes no time in getting us hosted on this. I'm going to get this set up and ready to roll. Cool. I've got Pizza 94 up on the tree, but also I've got Walgren from the beautiful candy cane, because I believe you gifted a bunch of subs last year, and you're going to drop 10 this year as well. Walgren, you know what? You can have a bonus decoration too. Which color would you like? You can have a bonus decoration on your candy cane. Let me know which color you'd like, and I will add it to the tree properly after this game, or maybe actually during the start as possible as well. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. As MaxPax takes the 1-0 lead in this series. Purple? I can do you a purple. Let's just put my webcam on and just do this quickly on screen, shall we? I can do you a purple. Let's just fit on here. Is this going to work as I imagine it'll work? Yes, sweet. A candy cane with a purple bauble. How beautiful. And pizza as well. Thank you so much. I'm just going to put you guys on the tree, and we'll get this game hosted. Beautiful. Thank you so much for the support. 10 gifted subs go out to Phasey33, Moi281184, Nevermore27, The Last Emperor, Pisikamia, Luxspew, Wizard 00007, Raiki Zahi, Gar the Knight, and PD Penguin as well. Thank you so much for the generosity of the 10 gifted subs. Super appreciate you. Thank you so very much. Thank you for the support. Alright, so into game 2 of this best of 5. ByuN down a game quickly. Unfortunate start for him. Just again, MaxPax getting the edge in that early game. His Banshee doesn't do enough, doesn't slow things down. Crazy business. Morgan's Bobble would be the one to tip over the tree. I mean, to be fair, the candy canes are pretty big. There are some of those candy canes in the lucky dip bag as well, by the way. So, you know, if just in case anyone just really is convinced by the lucky dip bag as a reason to give 20 subs, you know, you could get a candy cane. But maybe in the next few days we'll do a special offer, because I have a bunch of candy canes to use, so maybe we'll do a special offer if they're still not used in the next couple days. Depth shades up down. Reaper is looking to try and come around. Just going to be seeing the Nexus and the Warp Gate continue to come through for a couple of moments. The Adept still continues to settle on into play. And again, the Hellion coming up from ByuN as MaxPax just gets started for a very comfortable setup in the next few moments. Nothing too crazy just yet. Just getting that underway for the moment. Reapers and that Hellion will gather together. Just going to be having the Adept still shading around a little bit as well. So continues to get that set up also here. Just for a few moments. Again, the Stalker coming about. Warp Gate coming through. Twilight Council on the way. Probes building. Both those Reapers and that Hellion join back together right there. So again, settling in. CC will finish very shortly. Again, cycling the Marines coming through. The Medevac coming over. We do have the Blink and the Warp Gate coming up. Add-on on the Gateway. Add-on on the Robo Facility as well. Nothing gets back to the right. The two Reapers come up. Cyclone Marine Medevac coming over. The Orbital still building through. Just settling ourselves down for the next few moments of this and figuring out what will happen. As ByuN, is he going to try and be aggressive again? I always feel it's so difficult to defeat, you know, especially MaxPax 2 times in a row when it comes to kind of series, because I feel like ByuN probably had some good plans in that first match, and then bam, you have to beat him again in the playoff bracket. Almost, you know, straight away for ByuN, this is the first match he plays in the playoff bracket. But it was tough because obviously I was talking about, you know, it's kind of weird because some invited players will play other invited players, right? I'm like, well, who do we put where? Who meets who potentially? And we're talking about maybe how things should maybe be rearranged a little bit, but yeah, I mean, just the way it works out. There's going to be a couple matches in this bracket which are a bit like, oh, wait, you play this guy again? It's kind of unavoidable with just again, the size of the bracket and some of the ways that players will drop down. Eventually, some players will beat each other again. This is probably one of the weirdest situations where it's like, they just played in the seeding group, and now they play in the playoffs. Cyclone, the Marines will lift up. The Reapers and the Hellion just going to get through. A couple of probes going down. The Medevac boosts across through the top side of the map as well. Just going to be escaping away from there for a few moments. That Blink is about to complete. Observer on the way. Gateway coming up. Continue to get a lot of that on the way as well. We've seen the cleanup will happen. We get rid of a few probes, so I mean the Cyclone wasn't useless, and a few Marines as well, but obviously still not fun to be losing those units overall. Not exactly what you want to be seeing, as you do have the two Reapers and the Hellion are making their escape back down to the bottom. The Stalker's trying to get in after a few of those Marines as well. Tank will fire, the Stalkers take some shots, pushing that back the other side for the moment or two. And we do have, again, the Stimpack on the way, Engineering Bay being added just for the next few moments. So bringing this about, Reapers and the Stalkers will be around right there. And we'll come around for the next couple of moments. Stalker will come across, a couple of those SCVs getting picked away at here, so we are going to see a little bit more being done. Prism ends up loading up and pulling back away. So again, trying to just move back in that direction, see if there's a little bit more opportunity for us. the next few moments, we are going to get rid of the Observer. ByuN, the Observer Sniper, man. He has been so good at killing Observers. I say this every time ByuN plays lately, but it's just so true. The man sees an Observer, and it's like scan, doesn't he? He doesn't even have to cast scan. It just scans automatically. Like, that's how consistent he's been with it. Stalker's will nibble. Depot will take some damage. One Stalker blinking back. And again, we get the +1 on the charge still coming through. The Immortal coming over. Gates and that Robo Bay coming through too. Again, Stim Combat and +1, all building by. Marine Marauder Medevac coming up as well. A couple of Widow Mines still building into place as we speak. So bringing just a lot of this up and rolling. The Bio spread across on that right-hand side. We are going to get some load-ups going as well. The Stalker's still moving at the front. Charging that +1 will continue by. Again, the Robo Bay still building into play. Getting that online, Stalkers will join together. We have the Viking and the Marauders join through. The Combat Shield and the +1 upgrade coming about as well. Of course, fun when the drop catches the drop, and you are going to see the Stalkers will show up to try and punish the drop of ByuN at least, but Stalkers alone, there's a good few Marauders in there, so they shouldn't be able to do too much right now. Hold back for a couple of moments to just have the Bio will take another chance to shoot. A couple of those Stalkers getting pushed away just for the moment. Again, Concussive Shells coming up, +1 attack coming in. Widowmine Marine Marauder still producing at those barracks as well. Got a lot of that online for the moment. The Prism gets back to the right. Just going to see the rocks expiring, so they will also fall across the course of that. We just have the Viking plus, again, a couple of scans just to help play cleanup for a few more moments once more. So again, clearing up, pushing back. So far, so good here. This is going to be seen our ByuNs and our tanks continue to gather together. Wouldn't mind trying to hit some of those Stalkers. Again, Ghost Academy coming up, a couple of Vikings coming through. Prism still heading around to the bottom, just trying to get in, looking to see if there's a chance, but ByuN playing pretty defensively here. Getting that Viking count rolling so you can get an answer to the Colossus is going to be his plan for the foreseeable future. But it might as well unburrow. The Bio just gathers up. Again, the CC still coming into place. A couple of Ghosts and the Marines coming through as well. The Bio again pushing back. Stalkers will take some shots. Damage will be done. We drop a refinery down over on this side. Just going to drop that straight into place. The depot coming through also. I've got the Zealot just going to sit there. Thermal Land still coming about. +2 and +1 on the way in also. Stalkers is coming about. Again, Thermal Lands +2, +1 coming through. The Vikings, the Engineering Bay and Armory continue to build about. We get another scout into the center here. MaxPax's supply is booming, by the way. Absolutely colossal supply advantage right now when you consider things. I mean, it is defensive play from ByuN though, so attacking in may be a difficulty. That might be something that doesn't go very well or go very comfortably right now, so maybe that's something we can kind of look at and hope on a little bit right here as well. Do you see the Prism looking to come down the right-hand side? The Vikings in a position to try and deny said Prism. Drink every time Wardy says as well. Yo, don't bully me on my filler end of sentence phrase. I'm sorry. It's because I'm doing a little bit of admin work while trying to cast, because again, just trying to sort out some player schedules, and because it's late at night, I'd rather get that sorted. For the Koreans, it's late at night. I'd rather get it sorted sooner rather than later while I still get response and stuff, so yeah, my bad. I'm fillering a little bit, as the Stalkers do find themselves some shots on that Ghost. Good save by ByuN with the lift on into the medevac. Just got ourselves +1 ship weapons, the +2 attack upgrade coming up as well. Need to bring by. Again, +3, +2 coming about. The extra gateways coming in. Had that Nexus on also. Still got the 2-2 coming by as well. +1 ship weapons, Viking building up. Just see the Bio again with a little bit of a scan. Coming back online. And the Zealots coming around that left side as well. Stalker still pulling back. The upgrades coming in. Widow Mines will shoot. Zealots will get jumped on once again. Just going to be seeing the SCVs getting the wraparound and a repair on the siege tank for the moment. So again, clearing that out already. As we just have a couple of disruptors coming by, Zealots on the way, Gates in the Dark Shrine coming up as well. MaxPax. The question is how easily can he break into this base setup of ByuN? And obviously ByuN may be playing defensively. Can he get a fourth base up, or does that open the opportunity for MaxPax to attack in? ByuN will basically just say right now, I can play a super efficient game if I sit back here and I just try and chill out and take good trades. And that's basically what we've got to try and play around at the moment. The extra gates coming up, Dark Shrine and the Robo Facility coming up as well. I mean, MaxPax's giving himself all of the tools for the later stage of this game right now. The EMP coming down, the Stalkers get hit. Some damage being done. Let's just have ourselves the Bio Viking Force gathering up, the CCs, the +1 ship weapons, 2-2 coming around as well. A couple of EMPs going down. The Disruptor Shot will land. Marauder and the Ghost going to get jumped on. A bit more damage being dealt already. Just going to be seeing the 3-3 upgrades coming about as well. Disruptor on the way. Add another Robo Facility. Bio still getting another probe cleaned out also. MaxPax sits with a group of Zealots over to that far right-hand side. Waiting for his chance to maybe strike here. We are going to see this bigger fight breaking through. MaxPax just says, let's go for this. The Vikings are going to do okay, though. ByuN takes a good fight on this because, again, MaxPax is attacking into the defensive position, into the EMPs and everything else. Yeah, and ByuN is very happy to play this long game. Extra command centers all morphing in already. He is just going to sit back, let this play out, and he's going to feel pretty darn good about it, I think, right now. Remember that this is going to be MaxPax taking the entirety of the map at the same time. Would not even be surprised to see MaxPax take this right side base as well, so he has the option to kind of just mine two bases, one of which should be the Terrans, and already start taking economy away from ByuN in the long term. Because right now, resources lost is only a 1.5k difference, but you extend this out to 10 minutes from now when there's been multiple more attempts from MaxPax to break through, that is going to become a lot more difficult to deal with. As we are going to be seeing the Disruptor to zone, the Stalkers actually do try and zone the Vikings, and for the moment the Colossus actually gets pushed back. The Zealots will turn back on the left side. It's Disruptor Shot trying to find a few Marines. MaxPax really trying to utilize those nicely. Planetary Fort has cleaned up a few Zealots because not enough of them really peeled away to that planetary. If they really peeled away and hit that mineral line, I actually think they could add a bunch of damage. There's like 3 Zealots, so they just don't really do much of anything. So not too much gained in that regard, unfortunately. At the end of it all, we're just going to be seeing another nice little EMP coming down there. A bit more damage done. Colossus falling. Disruptor's going to land in. A lot of those bio units taking hits. Another Disruptor Shot going to fall short of the mark. As MaxPax getting chased away, MaxPax has so much money. If ByuN chases out into the open, the massive Zealot warp-ins is going to be absolutely critical. So that would be absolutely huge. Still got the 3-3 coming through, the +2 ship weapons as well. And Zealot's still swinging its way through the command center, morphing to the planetary for the moment. The bio gets there, plays cleanup. Let's see the Shadow Stride about to finish as well. Zealots charge up, ByuN's going to take some damage. We see our Stalkers blinking around the back. The siege tank will go down. Another Disruptor Shot comes in. And Zealot Stalker Colossus coming through. Another Disruptor Shot going to be short of the mark at the moment. Going to be seeing the Disruptor will try and attack through here. Just going to be hitting for the moment. MaxPax holding his own. Remember, he's mining a lot at the moment as well. And if you can start getting some SCVs during this, that'd be great. ByuN's trying to get a 5th base bottom left. That should open ByuN up to more attacks. I mean, that 5th base just gets taken down, so do 10 SCVs. So MaxPax is immediately on top of just saying no. 4 bases right now is your limit. I can trade well into 4 bases, which is inefficient. But actually, he's not even inefficient. Right now, he's actually traded better. He's caught up on resources lost. Oh my god. MaxPax. That's kind of crazy. Now, Liberators should change this, right? Surely we can't attack up into Liberators. That's what you think! MaxPax has other ideas. He blinks in, gets rid of 1 Liberator, looking for the second. The Stalkers don't have a lot of damage output on it. Finally gets there. ByuN lost a lot of supply too. We still have, I mean, 60 more Zealots warping. I think ByuN just dies. I don't think he has enough to defend the high ground anymore. And you've got Zealot DT that's going to threaten on the other side. The only reason ByuN's not MaxPax isn't succeeding immediately here is because the Zealots were blocked in the back, and ByuN is getting completely overrun. The Zealots just keep storming through. The Colossus firing. GG's called. MaxPax 2, ByuN 0. And MaxPax is streaming through this matchup for the moment, as ByuN is now down 0-2 and has to find his way back into this series to avoid a lower bracket situation where he would be playing Nice Cure or Creator, depending on how those matches end up playing out tomorrow. All right, game 3 coming straight through, guys. We're going to keep the games rolling. Keep this going. Does anyone have the schedule for today's matches? You want to watch Hero if you can. If you go to the bracket, the Wikipedia page on the top, you can see all of the upcoming matches and so on, but there's no Hero today. Hero will play tomorrow. But the Wikipedia page has pretty much up-to-date times for all of the matches, including the ones on other days. I think the Hero match was actually missing a time. I'll just mention that to Wikipedia so they can get updated. Heroes games will be tomorrow. You'll play one matchup tomorrow. Looks like we're good going into game 3. I can say the Hero match will be tomorrow. He plays the winner of Showtime Spirit, which is our last series of today, and that will come up after this current series that we're heading into. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Set to go. And we head into game number 3 right now. MaxPax with a 2-0 lead. I didn't think he was going to be able to break through there, if I'm honest. I didn't think he was going to be able to break through the way that he did, but he was able to break through. Throw the GLHF down. We kick this off. MaxPax in the bottom right is 2-0 in the lead of this best of 5. Taking on at the top left Blue Terran, it is going to be ByuN. Get this underway. Alrighty, we do have ourselves a game 3. ByuN down 0-2 and may just be on his way to the lower bracket at this point as you get settled in. Well, Gas is going to be the choice right now. Maybe ByuN, I mean, he's had 2 different games. He's tried to play super passively and he's tried to play very aggressively, and neither have really worked out in his favor. I feel like ByuN almost needs kind of the middle of those, actually. Like, don't get me wrong, I think he can be a great late game player, but MaxPax really just tore him apart there, trying to play like the very defensive style. So, yeah, interesting business. You just see a Cybercore coming through. MaxPax 2-0, looking to potentially, like I say, just speed run through into the upper bracket quarter-finals, undoing that loss he had in the that rough performance he had in the group in the seeding matches. Like 4th place in the seeding match is not what we expected from him, but the benefit of having been a seeded match player is you're still the favorite in the match you play coming out from 4th place. So, you know, you still kind of come through, you still end up kind of, you know, getting that win against Shameless. Now you get a rematch against ByuN, a chance to rectify things. And then you win this, you play Raynor, then I mean, honestly, I like the bracket for MaxPax. MaxPax against Raynor. It's going to be tough, but if he beats Raynor, Shin next, feels very doable as well. I don't know, I feel like there's a hell of a match potentially kind of brewing there. Once the Reaper comes around, and just take a chance to move around a little bit. Reaper is going to take a chance to pull back for a few moments, just going to get up toward the top side. And peeling away there just for the second or two. So, yeah, pulling away with that. Again, Command Center, Reactor Tech Lab coming through, Twilight Council Nexus coming up, Warp Gate on the way. Just for now, get that on the go. Reaper's going about, Probe's taking some damage. Just going to be seeing the Reaper's hopping up toward the high ground, and we're just going to see those Probes trying to pull back over, try and deal with this. So the double Reaper will finally get a second Probe kill. There are low HP Probes here, we will finish off 2 more. Okay, we get to 4 Probes in the end. ByuN turns this around, able to get a little bit of extra value at the very end of this. Now we're going to see the Cyclone will kill the Adept on the other side as well, so that's... Even if it doesn't die before the Shade, it would Shade into the Warlock, so it would have been caught anyway. Again, Cyclone the Marines, just building on through. The Barracks, the Tech Lab, the Orbital Command, all coming up as well, bringing a lot of this online for the moment. Getting a lot of this on the go, as we just have, again, Blink ticking along. The Robo Facility coming up. The Orbital Command will lift off and float on down to the low ground here. going to get that into position the next few moments. Marine's coming about. Tank in production. Going to get that stim start from ByuN as well. So he's going to play into a third barracks. No starport just yet. Really wants to focus on the bio units alongside the tank production for the moment. Seems to be the plan. Again, stim coming through. The few Marines coming about. We've got that blink coming up to being finished very shortly as well. Just going to be seeing those two cyclones around that right side, trying to see a little bit more of what's going on. Marine tank will continue into place. And yeah, that stim pack is coming up to being about halfway done from ByuN. So if there's going to be anything that happens for him here, it will be with that. MaxPax finishes his third gateway with the prism popping. It will be time for him to adventure across the map and see if the Stalkers can do much. There's going to be a good few tanks. The defense should be very capable against Stalkers. If MaxPax finds anything, it's likely going to be the prism of a few Stalkers here or a few Stalkers there. Like I say, if there's any real opportunity for things to happen, that would probably be about it. As the Cyclone locks on, it's going to be seeing the prism taking a bit of damage. One more Stalker warping in. It's only going to be the 4 Stalkers. It's not like we're going to have a ton of blink-ins, which, like I say, is not great anyway, because you're up against good tank positioning. If the prism comes around the top side of the main base, there'll be an opportunity, right? So we take one shot here immediately, just instant lift off. We're only going to lose shields that can regenerate. Not going to be too much of a problem just yet. Stalkers blink into the main base now. Stim pack finishes. The Cyclones will lock on. Stalkers just have to peel back a little further again. Dark Shrine, the Forge, the Gateway all continue to come through. 2 gates continue to build by just for now. And again, the charge will continue to come about. A couple of Stalkers coming over. Just going to get into position here, ready to go. And again, just keep an eye on the front door. Like, MaxPax is not eager to do too much. Scans the Observer down. There's a Dark Shrine from MaxPax. He's going to mix in the DTs as the next step of this. I kind of like that, honestly. I think that's kind of neat. Stalkers blink up straight into way too much damage, and that's going to be a misblink from MaxPax. He will lose one Stalker there. As now we come back toward the front door. Another Stalker going down. The rest of the Stalkers showed up, but yeah, taking some losses already. Not exactly ideal. ByuN slow sieging. Stalkers again, a couple of shots, but they blink away. They just need to get out of here. ByuN is, if he's committing to the 2 bases, could be in some trouble, honestly. I mean, he's only on 3 racks still, but this push definitely has some investment in it. If we get some DTs counterattacking, and then you also see DTs defensively from MaxPax, I just don't know how many scans we're really going to have to keep ByuN in a very comfortable position here, and I think that's going to be one of the big problems he faces. His army supply is incredible, but if you are forced to scan at home, and then you also have the potential of scans on the map, on this army, that can be tough. Stalkers just walking through this, going to take some damage. ByuN stepping on through. This Stalker still in a little bit of trouble. Bio going to try and come forward. We drop a forcefully warp in Zealots. No DTs just yet. And as MaxPax tries to figure out a defense against this. This is awkward, because if you run in to fight this army, the tanks are going to get involved, and then the tanks getting involved is not really what you want to see. MaxPax warps in another couple of Zealots. He's just going to get overrun completely. I was going to say, I felt as though he'd at least try and warp in a DT, but yeah, he never did. He has 1 on the map. It's across the other side. It's just not going to be impactful in time. I think you need to start sending DTs on that army sooner, because he might have been able to make ByuN turn around, because he just has no reliable detection outside of just scan, scan, scan. GG's, we'll go into White Rabbit for map 4. As MaxPax will not close out this series 3-0, so ByuN able to fight back a little bit here already for the moment. Getting everyone in, and we should be good to go straight away. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 casters. Perfecto. Pay out the prediction, sorry, from the MaxPax Shameless series, so that'll come through. Get this ready to go. Into the loading screen and into the game. MaxPax will be in the bottom left-hand corner of the map. He is still in the lead of the series, obviously, still up 2-1. This is going to be MaxPax in the bottom left-hand corner. In the top right, our blue Terran is going to be ByuN from the Shopify Rebellion. No Zergs? Nope, no Zergs today. We will have more Zerg games coming up pretty much in every other day of the competition. Today we were in a section of the bracket, just one line of the bracket that did not have Zergs in, so no Zergs today, but if you tune in the next 5 days of playoff action that we still have to come, or 4 days, sorry, then you can still catch some Zergs. We've got Scarlet and Rogue in the lower bracket currently. We've got Raynor, Solar, and Shin still alive in the upper bracket, so, and they're very spread out as well, so yeah, should be very fun indeed. STVs jump into Refinery to get ourselves going onto this 4th map. Done. Bringing one back. Big aggressive push. Getting the job done. MaxPax not having enough of a response to that. That position was awkward as well. Those tanks able to reach across. The Zealots can't charge in without getting hit by the tanks. The tanks aren't really reachable by anything easily either. I actually think, and your investment into DTs is just non-existent so far. Like I said, no DT came onto that army. No DT hit the other side of the map before it got set up as well. So that obviously becomes quite expensive too. Probe nibbling. SCVs take some damage. He also lost a few Stalkers as well. Like, you know, we're talking about kind of precise early games, and the reality is as well, if you're not being precise with your early game, your opponent can absolutely punish that and take advantage as well. So it's also a factor. See our Marine still popping on through. Depot going to come down. We will see the factory obviously on the way up as well. Reactor still building just for the moment. Put that back on track. This SCV pulls over the right side. The Nexus has to go out of location because of the engineering bay block that started this game off. Factory just coming up as well. SCV, Depot all coming through. Reactor building. Getting that online also just for the moment. Bring that all up and running. Shades Array, it's going to relocate for a couple moments, obviously getting across the map and looking to apply some of the very early pressure in the game that you can do as an Adept. And we'll just see if there's much going on. It's a Stargate from MaxPax. It's going to move away from the Twilight Council to mix things up a little bit. Again, CC, the couple of Hellions coming through, the Tech Lab coming in from ByuN. Marine just going to hit that Adept. A couple of Hellions are going to be right there. Still got the Tech Lab coming through as well, so just bringing that straight online. And that's set up for the moment. Actually swaps over to the Tech Lab. Barracks goes over to the Reactor. The Phoenix is going to pop, and a second Phoenix on the way. Gun will open up with a Cyclone, and Cyclone Marine's a great opening to have when you're up against Phoenix, because that does give you some anti-air. The Hellions will attack across the map, obviously looking to capitalize on the fact that this is going to be a setup here, which is going to be, you know, a split set of bases. The Phoenix will be able to lift one of these Hellions up, but that's going to be it. So ByuN is going to get in. He's going to get a bunch of probes early, and you can already see that MaxPax is in some trouble because that's a lot of damage being taken, and especially when you're opening with the Phoenix. Phoenix are meant to keep you very safe. Like, Phoenix are meant to keep you from taking too much damage, and that's 9 probes going down. So MaxPax going to be feeling the pain early, and now you know it's Phoenix as well. I wonder if ByuN gets aggressive with a couple Cyclones and a few Marines. I feel like that's very on brand for ByuN, so maybe a possibility if he feels the chance to go across the map, maybe something he can sink his teeth into and get ready to roll. Cyclone locks to a Phoenix, does some shield damage, but that's about it. Cyclone locks on. Phoenix is going to get chased away for the next couple moments. Cyclone locks. The Phoenix gets pushed over to the side. Just going to be seeing the stim pack coming about halfway done. Again, Starport coming through. Forge and Twilight Council coming up as well. Barracks will drop down to the Tech Labs. Just going to get that Straight into play once more. Marines on the Cyclone over to the side, ready to push the Phoenix back as required. Being reasonable there as well. Cyclone locks. Phoenix just going to get shoved away. Just going to see the charge coming through. +1 coming up. Stimpak, combat shield, +1 attack. Continuing to come through. Temple Archives will come up from MaxPax. Going to get that as the next step of this as he heads into Charge Storm. Worried about the first bio timing from ByuN because obviously, you know, MaxPax took a lot of damage early. The Phoenix do not really account for a lot of damage output either. And if bio just shows up on the front door of MaxPax after taking all those early worker losses, MaxPax can melt away from this very quickly, so I mean, is his only chance to kind of rush up to Storm here? I imagine we're going to try and cast Storm and start Storm and just Chrono Boost it. ByuN can start moving across the map very soon. There's the Storm coming up from MaxPax. Yeah, if ByuN just starts moving, he just needs to protect his Medivacs from the Phoenix, because that would not be ideal. He boosts back a little bit. He's going to kind of bait the Phoenix in almost. It's looking as though he was trying to maybe get a surround off, but nothing really happens of it. As we are going to be seeing. Now the rest of this bio army now moving through the center, so just heading straight down. Just going to see a little bit of rallying about. Some SCVs will be in some trouble. We drop a mule down. The Zealots are going to come over. We're just going to walk in toward the natural here as the army of ByuN goes to the bottom left-hand side. Cyclones toward the Phoenix. The Zealots are going to charge into the natural. Marines and Marauders just going to try and trade. The Zealots taking some damage right off the bat. Going to take one of those out immediately. +1 attack upgrade coming through. The Storm is still building about. The gates coming up and online. I mean, ByuN, like I say, taking some time to get across the other side. I feel like it's going to give Storm a chance to finish and maybe gives MaxPax a way to survive here in this game number 4. Gives you the opportunity. Cyclone's locked on. The Phoenix take a bunch of damage. Very nearly going down, but not quite. So let's end up around the right side. We are going to see the High Templar trying to step up. First Storm. Tanked by the Marauders. Now we're going to... I mean, you can see ByuN wants to get through, but the Storm's going to buy you so much time here as MaxPax. And that's the issue. That's why I felt like ByuN wasted time. Like, you gave him a chance to get to Storm. Now ByuN builds the Ghost Academy. That will be his next step in this game. MaxPax is still in a rough position. He starts to play this slowly for the moment. Fire will shoot. Zealot goes down. Just going to be seeing the extra couple of Archons coming up as well. Fire will come down. Just going to see a couple Cyclones coming through as well. And got those couple of Ghosts coming over. The +1 armor upgrade coming up as well. ByuN still trying to dive down the bottom. Going to let the Archon tank the Widowmine shot. Storm on the ramp will defend for the moment here from MaxPax. ByuN still unable to find a way in just yet. Just going to see the bio dropping through. A couple of Zealots are going to start getting jumped on. The Zealots will actually get us around though. And the Phoenix will be able to play cleanup on the Medivacs. We'll boost away, but I don't think we get away from this. Okay, yeah, smart to unload in the corner because that at least gives you a chance to kill a Phoenix. Even if those units are then going to be stranded and not able to do much else otherwise. Jeez. Not bad, not bad. Well, extra Ghost coming through, the armor upgrade coming up. Still got that Robo Facility coming by as well. The Zealots and High Templars coming through too. ByuN with more army added onto the map, but he's going to try and take his third base in that super far forward position. It'll be interesting to see how well that goes for him. I think got a few SCVs killed off here. ByuN's SCV count, I mean, he's just very slow to take a third. MaxPax is actually going to pressure into this position as ByuN's command center comes into place. I actually kind of believe there was an opportunity there for MaxPax to maybe successfully get some work done. And Templar trying to come forward again, Storm onto those first couple of Widowmines. They'll take some pretty hefty damage. I mean, they will die if you don't move them in those current modern-day Storms, so one goes down, the other peels off to the side. Storm on the mineral line here could be effective. We're just going to go in, let that first Zealot tank the Widowmine shot. Storm on the mineral line was good, and that Storm on the Marines is good as well. MaxPax has a few Zealots around the top. He's going to feed back one of the Ghosts here, looking for another Storm. Going to get it. The Ghosts are right in the back, so the Storms are able to hit the bio, or a lot of the bio, before everything else. Now we feed back another of the Ghosts and trying to keep them out of energy. trying to keep the EMPs limited. Did we get away from a snipe there? I think we might have done. MaxPax, another nice storm, and ByuN's army is getting absolutely drained. Those storms are really doing work so far. Putting some absolute value in. We are going to see one more storm coming down. Another storm again coming in once more. The Templar just peels away. The couple Zealots are going to charge back through. SCV's going down. The Orbital in trouble. This is ByuN's third base. You can't really afford to have your third base floating away 10 minutes, 11 minutes into this game. MaxPax is switching into double Colossus as well. If you're not ready for that, that could be painful. One snipe does get a high Templar. We EMP to follow up. We turn around. MaxPax kills 2 of the ghosts at the very least, so some value there still. Like I say, more upgrades from MaxPax, and most importantly, I think the Colossus switch. 4 Colossus are going to be on the field, and if ByuN doesn't start to get an answer to those ready, his problem is going to become real big, real fast. It's just the reality of this at the moment, so that's definitely going to become very scary here very quickly. Well, still coming about, take a couple of seconds, so see where we can go. The storm coming straight into place right there. Just going to move around a little bit further. Well, Archon's going to take some damage as well, so a little bit extra coming through. A bit more damage being taken. Another few shots coming about right now, and we do have our +2 attack. The extended thermal lance coming through. These blink upgrade as well is going to be nice. I mean, the Colossus really make this unengageable for ByuN, I think. Just don't see a way you can really fight that right now. With this current setup, the Colossus are just way, way, way too scary to, like I say, attack on into. So it does make that quite the challenge. As you're going to see the Prism going to get chased back into the corner. Zealots here, just going for some SCVs. MaxPax and ByuN both getting towards maxing out right now. We do see the Viking will get there for the Prism as well. Just going to be able to start knocking that down. The Ghost moving about. Going to be seeing the Vikings and Marauders coming through. Blink +3/+1 coming up as well. Archon's pulling away to the left-hand side. The rest of the Bio coming through. Rocks will take some damage, so a few more shots coming in. You see another storm coming down, hitting what we can right here. A couple of these SCVs begin to drop. We are going to see another nice storm. MaxPax still pushing up through the front at the moment. Just having ourselves the couple of Zealots going down, so seeing those falling. Hold command lifted. There's a lot of SCVs dead. ByuN's economy is a little bit in tatters right now, so not exactly ideal. And a little bit of a rough position to kind of play out from right now is, again, the rest of this army hitting. This is ByuN's third base. This is why the forward base feels so rough for ByuN, because you're letting MaxPax attack into a much easier to attack into position. Now MaxPax just feels like he can fight into this. The storm is honestly very good. It's just going to do a lot of damage. Colossus are EMP'd, but they're not taking any other damage. The Vikings are gone. A couple new ones showing up. It's not going to be good enough. GG's, and we are going to have ourselves MaxPax 3, ByuN 1. So ByuN will fall to the lower bracket of the competition. He will fall into the match where you'll play Nice, Cure, or Creative. So that will be what comes up there. So yeah, that will be coming about. Cool, cool, cool. All right, jump into this, get this going. Alrighty, we are just waiting for one more veto between Showtime and Spirit, and we're going to be able to kickstart that series off, guys. So we will get that underway. Showtime versus Spirit coming through in just a couple of moments. Get that ready to rumble. As MaxPax advances to... MaxPax will play Raynor. That will be on Saturday. So that will be on Saturday. And then the... Why is that listed as tomorrow? That's not true at all. Ah, that's the wrong one. I see. Cool. Old Republic going to be the starting match of this series between Showtime and Spirit. So we're going to get this hosted and get going. Thank you for joining us, my friends. Let's get the games rolling. Beautiful. 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 Alrighty. Got hosted up. Ready to roll in just a moment. Just need everyone to join us in the lobby and finish out a couple more maps. Alright, 2 Tourmaline, 3 Winter, 4th map pick to come in here from Spirit. And like I say, we're pretty much good to go, go, go. What was Vito? I think we got Ruby Rock left, maybe? And for our 4th map to be picked, and then we're good to go. It's between Ruby Rock and Celestial, I think. Nope, Celestial's vetoed. White Rabbit. Cool. Cool. Alright. If I can get players to ready up and kick off into this TVP. Old Republic for the opening game. Look to see what happens in what will be our last best of 5 of the day here in the WardiTV 2025 Championship. Again, the bracket has been filling out nicely. When we get to a countdown of this game, I will pop the bracket up on screen for a couple of moments. Spirit readies up. And so did Showtime. Let's get this started. I don't need that account anymore. Let's show you guys the bracket just before we get into this series then and just show where everything stands. So, Showtime and Spirit will be playing up here. The winner of this ends up playing Hero tomorrow. The loser of this drops down to play against Mana also tomorrow. So, winner versus Hero, loser versus Mana. Obviously, ByuN drops down, he plays over here, and then MaxPax advances to play Raynor. The only matchup that'll be left down here not figured out is the Nice versus Cure or Creator series. That is based on Cure and Creator, which is the first matchup tomorrow. We will be starting a little bit later tomorrow, guys, because I have to take Ellie to the groomers, and it's at an hour later than usual, so I might not get back in time for the usual start time. In fact, I won't be back for the usual start time. I'm hoping I'm going to be back in time for this start time, just because this week is stressful and busy, and it wouldn't be any of these days. None of these days are going to be normal, I think, so just staying in line with that. As we get back into this series, the final one of the day in the top right corner, our orange Terran player is going to be Spirit. In the bottom left-hand side, our red Protoss is Showtime. Alrighty, so away we go. We get kicked off into Old Republic. Excited to see a bit of Showtime Spirit. I'm going to do some Aligulacking just to figure out what their history is, because I just wonder when the last time they played was. We didn't see Showtime for an extended period for a while, so I always feel like some of his games have just been kind of under the radar lately. So I wonder when Showtime Spirit last played. I would favor Showtime in this series. Last game they played was in July. Showtime went 3-0. In fact, Spirit has lost 0-3, 0-2, 0-2 in their last 3 meetings. However, did win before that. So he has won this year, but he hasn't won since April, and that was a best of 1, best of 1. He hasn't beaten Showtime in a best of 3 since 2024, so yeah, not going to be a great stat for Spirit going into this. Let's see what happens. Do you see our probe coming across? Thank you, Lambo, for the raid, as we are going to see the Reaper popping through. Next is coming up. Big map, this one. Definitely one of the maps that could maybe go into a longer game to start off this series. Probe will nibble. SCV will take some damage. Going to see the Adept will take a shade out to the upper right-hand side, but you see the warp gate coming through as well. It's just going to bring that straight in. Also, for the moment, the Reaper coming back around. And yeah, just moving around a little bit early. Nothing super crazy just yet. And Helene and the couple of Marines coming through, the Command Center and the Starport coming online. The Adept's going to get the shade in, going to get rid of that SCV. And that's going to be kind of a rough start, because now we're down 2 SCVs. We get Killer Probe, but yeah, I was again delayed on this natural a little bit. And we are going to see this Hellion will make the this Adept will make the getaway. Oh, didn't actually shade that far away, though. So actually, maybe this Adept still goes down. Tries to get the shot on the Reaper that would kill. Yeah, I thought that Adept was shading a bit further out than it did. So, yeah, we will see the Adept falling for the moment. Medevac and a couple of Marines coming through. The Blink on the way up. Robo Facility and the Gateway coming by. Showtime just settling in that bottom left side. Getting that Robo up, and intrigued to see as he goes into the Blink to start off with just how aggressive he gets. Showtime we know is more of a defensive player, but you're playing a meta right now where the defense really lies in favor of the Terran. You know, the longer games generally kind of go a little bit more Terran favored right now. We know Spirit likes longer games, so I'd be surprised if Showtime wasn't trying to push the issue a little bit here and there, get some work done when possible, find some opportunities if they arise, for example. So it'll be interesting to see how that all pans out. And so just have the Hellion and the Reaper moving about. Again, Blink coming up. Access in the Robo Facility coming by also. Getting that online. Getting that settled. A couple of Stalkers still moving about as well. Robo Facility will be finishing very shortly. Dropping a Simulator down on that side as well. Raven still coming through. Again, Stalker and the Blink coming up for the moment here. Because, yo, what's up, Amion TV? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. And as we are going to see this aggression coming through. Good peel back from the probe, so they're going to stay out of trouble. And that is going to be a pretty solid defense just to deal with this straight away from Showtime. Good defense, not letting anything get out of hand just yet. Very well done just to begin with. So great starting point here. As we do have the Raven about to finish. The Siege Tank is going to be done fairly soon as well. Get that next stage of this into play. Showtime up about 10 workers at this stage of the game. Definitely in a reasonable spot. That was really a good defense. Just losing nothing. Picking off a couple of units that try to come through already. Just able to put a good amount of work in right there. Marines and the Raven will be there to deal with the Observer that tries to poke through a little bit as well. Gonna actually order turret to try for the kill. Showtime tried to change direction. I'm not sure that would have changed anything. I think it was gonna go down any which way he went. He maybe needed to change direction before the order turret went down, so you can maybe get distance on it, but I think he was already moving the most he could probably move, so I just don't think anything was really going to happen out of that, in all honesty. Stalkers gather up. Just going to have ourselves the first one, the stem coming through. We'll be seeing a couple of probes already starting to drop down right there as well. So a bit more damage being dealt, but again, good defense from Showtime. Doesn't lose more than one worker at least. He's only lost 3 across the game. Defense has been very solid so far. The Robo Bay coming up from Showtime as well. The extra gates coming online. We do see some Zealots, the +1 attack, and that charge. All continue to build into place right here. The order turret will come down, and a couple probes begin to get picked away at. Just seeing the Stim Combat and +1 upgrades all still continuing through. Marine Marauder Medevac coming by. The Hallucination gets away to the top side. And we just have... I still feel like Showtime getting into a very comfortable spot here early. Long way to go just yet, though. We have the, I mean, the bio upgrades will finish. We'll see if Spirit does anything with that. He is currently a triple CC Terran, so he will likely want to move in at least to the third base. Showtime could be able to get rid of some Marines here. He has enough Stalkers to one-shot, and will start to do so before he pulls back. Spirit, I think, tried to lift up a Marine there, which would have been an impressive save. Guessing which Marine gets targeted, lifting that up and avoiding the Stalker shots would have been pretty sick, but doesn't happen. As we just have the Orbital Command landing down. And the bunker to go onto the third as well, protecting from some of the multi-prong. That we know Showtime is likely to try and start applying. He will also take his fourth base while that sets up. As Spirit, like I said, I think one of the big questions here is just where do we go? Does he get aggressive at all with these bio upgrades finishing, or is he very happy to kind of sit back and let this game develop into something a little bit longer? I think that really is kind of out and up in the air right now. Zealots get through into the main base, SCVs begin to drop. Viking shows up, and the Viking's big because it means the Prism can't stick around. So even if you don't kill the Prism here, you're forcing it away, and by forcing it away, it means these Zealots do not get that many SCVs, they don't get saved when their bio units show up. This actually turns into a nice little combo. The Stalkers are here to punish the Viking if it wants to chase for the Prism too far, but it doesn't chase too far. It's already going to stop in motion as well, so nothing else really happening there either. Things really do take a moment or two to settle on down. Hallucination across the map are going to get moving as well. A few Stalkers coming around. Again, Colossus, Thermal Lens, +2/+1 upgrades all coming about as well. Lots of upgrades coming through then to set us up in this game. A few extra Zealots come by from Showtime, getting those readied. Ghost Academy coming up. Get the Command Center and the SCVs coming through as well. Just seeing a couple auto turrets going down. We'll get a couple probes, but that's 2 auto turrets for probes, which, you know, is a bit more of an investment, right? You can't drop 2 auto turrets every single time. Now, these Marines off to the side, ready to stim into this mineral line. That's what's going to do some damage, because, okay, Showtime, instant respawns, Jesus. He's going to lose 2 probes, but that's honestly impressive, because this felt like it could have been a good chunk of this mineral line going down, and now these Marines just fall as well. Wow. 8 Marines for 2 probes. That's actually just a sick play from Showtime. The speed at which he responded was critical, because if you don't pull away and the Marines catch up to the workers, you lose like 6, 7 there, because you just can't get out of the Marine range. But because you are out of the Marine range so quickly, solid stuff and just no issue on that one. And a few ghosts coming through, Vikings and Marines coming around. We'll see the Command Center trying to get over toward the 4th base. The bio units gathering together. Zealot, Stalker, Sentry, Colossus coming around as well. We do have our Disruptor still building up. Thermal Lance is about to complete the +2 attack and armor building as well. Our Disruptor will be completing very shortly. Going to give us the chance to pop around. Well, Showtime, I mean, does he want to attack into all those tanks? Honestly, he's very Zealot heavy. Attacking in would be maybe not super terrible. What's even better, though, might be denying the 4th base. That Spirit is trying to float into position as we speak. So if we can float that into position, that would be great as well. And I'm going to see the cannon there to play a little bit of a deflection on top of everything else. Going to be seeing the rest of this moving back around at the moment, so just going to be pushed away. A little bit of back and forth. It's going to see the Dark Shrine, the gateways coming through, Disruptor +3/+2. Showtime can't really attack into that forward position. He's very scared of the tanks on the high ground. If you could get Zealots from the top side to flank onto the tanks quickly, that might be neat. I wonder if there's also a possibility he could maybe run, because that's just a Zealot to tank the auto turret. Nice. I wonder if he could run up into the natural. I wonder if that's something of a possibility here as well. Feels like it might be. Going to try and attack from a different angle. Disruptors will get rid of that forward tank and a few SCVs to boot as well. Next Disruptor will just zone the bio backwards. Alright, what's up? Palm Uno, thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so very much for supporting the channel. Well, there's Showtime getting a few Zealots up to the high ground. He doesn't really have Splash there. We are going to try and get a few more Disruptor shots in. The Vikings will get some hits off. Again, difficult position to kind of figure out here. Spirit definitely looks to play very defensively and just, again, playing towards that idea of it's very difficult to attack in here as the Protoss. Now, he's gotten rid of a bunch of the tanks, though, so I wonder if he feels more confident about attacking in straight up. There's only a couple tanks left, so a lot of that initial splash damage kind of peels away at this stage and is nowhere near as substantial as what it was. Also about to hit +3 attacks. They're going to be an entire, well, not an entire set, because +2 armor is finishing soon, but we're going to be an attack upgrade ahead still for these fights. Showtime doesn't have the supply to warp in. I like this, though. I like a few zealots and just units in general up to this high ground. Get rid of that siege tank. Spirit's way off to the left-hand side, by the way. As you lose some supply, I wonder if he warps in with the prism into the army, or maybe he wants to go into the base. He's actually, I think he should zone the ramp a bit more, because right now he's got free access on the natural. He does step forward, get the Stalkers in after the Vikings. The Vikings could give themselves up to get one Colossus. Only two Vikings went down, to be fair. We've already lost 14 SCVs here as Spirits. Showtime will lose a bunch of the Zealots, but Spirit doesn't have the money to keep on rebuilding like Showtime has, and that's going to be one of the big deal breakers as Showtime's already rebuilding. Now you're going to have to fight down this ramp. You're just getting out positioned here. Showtime playing a beautiful game. He misclicks a Viking, though, and does hit the rocks. One of the few mistakes he's really made as he's just expanding like crazy. We're not even looking back at Showtime's base. Okay, now we are. Okay, Indy, call me out. We are going to look back, but only to prove the point that he really is expanding all over the place, and that's coming up while all of this is happening. Showtime is, honestly, dominant so far. It's close enough, though. Obviously, you got to respect this. This is not dominant to the point of this game is over. It's dominant to the point of, okay, this is being great. You're in a great position. Got to still put the finishing touches onto this game, though. You still got to get the final little bits and pieces through here. As I see, there's Stalker Colossus back around the right side. It's going to take a little bit of a move through. I see the Storks getting underneath. Again, these Vikings getting pushed back each time they try and get toward the Colossus. Showtime now has 2.5k, 1.5k in the bank currently. Try and step back through again. Just going to be seeing the Colossus trying to fight. Just going to be seeing maybe a couple of disruptor shots trying to come through. Turning onto those Marauders on the right side. They do not go down. Showtime warping in immediately, so he's getting reinforcements straight into this. Looking pretty solid. He's now going to try and chase onto that army. That Terran army's low HP, which is one of the main things you can look at here. I'm wondering if we want to maybe go elsewhere as Showtime, or if he still just wants to keep on attacking in from this same angle. DT trying to get rid of a ghost over there, which DT actually blinks out of the scan, so again, something else Showtime has. He's going to swing around to this position, by the way. He says, cool, I'm just going to hit this base, deny that orbital. Oh, but it's going to try and be a planetary, right? But he's just wanting to deny that base. He does not want to let Spirit get to a base 5 right now. So if you can try and deny that, he would be very happy. And I think that's going to be his plan. Disruptor shot comes out. Marauders take some shots. Ghost taking damage. Cells are going to charge through. The Vikings getting in after the Colossus. And a fight for Spirit, because we don't really have much splash onto this main Terran force. I'm surprised that Showtime is continuing to take the fight onto this. Again, he has a lot of money. 2 new Colossus start, but yeah, losing the Colossus is a little bit painful. He's going to be basically Zealot Stalker here to try and fight against this, and again, his power is in the economy and in just how much value he has. He's going to warp in a bunch of units. He is going to get these Zealots out, which is important. Without those Zealots, he'd be in a lot more trouble. DT's blinking through into this, going to morph the Archons. He realizes some issues come around. Catches a few of the Marauders on the right side there. The Colossus now showing up again. Vikings will have to lift back up into the skies as Showtime continues to duel up to the top side. Supplies even now. Showtime had to spend a lot of money in this. Again, his army is way less efficient than that Terran force. He's been doing a great job, but I am worried that now Spirit has a 5th base up. We get to this point where Spirit has even more economy accessible. At the same time, DT Zealot attacks may have some more value here because now Spirit's a bit more spread out. He's no longer able to sit across the kind of super safe 4-base setup. He will have a 5th base up to this top side, so there's a little bit more spread on the defense. And Showtime is adding a lot more DTs, so I do think there's going to be a bit more of a, like, okay, Zealot DT on the right side, main army poking and taking attention on the top side. That said, Spirit's heading into the Liberators, so as those Liberators come up, we will have some way to kind of force Showtime into a rough scenario as well, because those Liberators are something that's going to be very hard to push through. He's not super Stalker heavy, so that is a factor as well. The DTs are blinked in on the right-hand side, by the way. This base goes down almost immediately. Those DTs are shredding at the moment. We are going to keep on fighting here. Showtime has one Colossus that's right in the back. Is he going to get rid of that planetary fortress? It's super low. It's not quite going down, the Zealots. Not quite going to get rid of it, but Showtime is still fighting. Okay, he does get rid of it, so he's going to get rid of 2 bases. 28 SCVs killed during this as well. Spirit does not have money now. He didn't have a bank, right? So he's completely reliant on what he's mining with, and what he's mining with just got completely reset. That is probably going to be maybe not the nail in the coffin right now, but Showtime should rebuild up to max so much faster than Spirit does. And when Spirit rebuilds up, I mean, he's going to be in a rough spot. He's going to have a new CC he can float down to retake the 4th location. But now Showtime can probably just attack on that fourth. Spirit's just going to get out of here, apparently. Showtime going to take game 1 of this best of 5. No GG, but I really feel like Showtime played very well up until, I mean, all game long. It was just you had to figure out how to fight that later game army. We're going to go Tourmaline here, map 2. I'm just going to set this up. Move Showtime up, move Spirit up. Spirit joins us. Guys, I'm just going to run downstairs for 1 minute when this game loads in. Once we're on the countdown. Just give me a second to BRB once we get this started. Players are ready. I'll be right back. Oh, I have Ami on TV and Palm Uno. I'll get you guys on the tree while I pop downstairs quickly. Alright, BRB while the countdown comes in. Guys, let's get back into it. Bottom left down a map is going to be our Orange Terran Spirit. Top right, played a great game. It's going to be Showtime. Really felt like he put himself in a very good spot there. Like, did a lot of great things early. Matchup that does get tough later, but he put himself in a great position to get into the tough part from a great place. SCV around the top, see what's going on. Probe going to nibble at that SCV. Insta scout on the engineering bay block is obviously a big deal. Just going to be able to deal with this pretty quickly with very minimal probe investment is a big positive. Reaper coming by, Older coming up. Next in the Cyber Core coming through. Let's drop the CC in from Spirit. Take a moment to reset, guys. Actually grabbing a quick snack because I'm actually just starving, so excuse me for being a bit quiet early game. Just want to try and actually have the energy to get through this series. Obviously, not too much going on. Just don't be afraid that I'm being quiet. I'm okay, I promise. I see the reactor coming down from the barracks right there. The factory's still coming up. And just see the CC getting in position. Reaper will trade with that Adept, so a little bit of damage coming through. A little bit of damage coming out for the next few moments. And as we see where else we're going to get to, the Adept shading back over. Let me just take a few more moments again. Things continue to settle down. A couple of depots coming up. Medevac and the SCVs coming through. Barracks on the way. Reaper moves over as well. Medevac will take a couple Widow Mines out over the far right-hand side of the map as well. It's just going to get a little bit of motion over there. A little bit of a journey coming through to begin with. Again, Prism and the Blink coming by. The Reaper and the Hellion going to be out here from Spirit. The Depths will share patrol back and forth for a few moments here. And again, this Medevac around that right-hand side looking for the drop. Last game we defended so well early from Showtime. If he can do the same again this time. He does have 3 Stalkers in the main base. They're going to have Blink as well, so it's looking pretty like we should have a defense as long as the Medevac drop still shows up in time for the Stalkers being there. And Showtime might presume it's not coming, so then you might move those units out the way as well. Takes third base, and as he takes the third base, he is also moving on the map. That's not with all the Stalkers, though. He has left a few behind, so if you're worried about that, then do not. Right down over here. And just taking a second or two to get settled in. The Prism unloads in the main base. Tank's a little bit out of position there, so we're going to be able to blink in and get after some SCVs. Tank's still unsieged. And pull the SCVs in. There's going to be one Hellion into this mineral line. We should be able to deny most of that damage. We're going to get away. Viking will push the Prism back, but should be fine. Wouldn't mind drop at the same time, so Showtime, again, very good mini-map awareness. He's been fantastic at just spotting here. Oh, he has the Blink and the Observer, so you can get rid of that mine no matter what. Minimap awareness has been spot on from Showtime. He has been absolutely lasered in and dialed into this. Just anything that happens on the minimap, bam, the response is nigh on immediate. Happened in the last game too when those Marines stimmed into that 4th base mineral line. Same thing there. Double bunker from Spirit. He does not want to die, but man, Showtime's not being that aggressive, you know? Like, he's double bunkered like this is 4 gates, Blink Stalkers, send it, send it, send it. Meanwhile, Showtime already had a 3rd base on the way up. He just cancel 1 bunker here and salvage it up to get some money in return, but still not exactly an ideal situation overall. And the Stalker's pulling back around, just going to have ourselves the +1 in charge coming up. Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1. Building as well, Medevac in the top right side with the Widow Mine side. Stalker will come through, Depot will go down at the front. Spirit is going to add on 2 more barracks. He already has a 3rd CC, so it's just a question of how and when do you move that out into position. Showtime going to head into the Robo Bay. I presume Showtime has a very similar vibe as the last game. This map's a little bit less defensive, so I actually feel like that benefits Showtime to some extent, because Spirit will not get away with being as defensively positioned. It's going to be a little bit tougher to defend all the bases from different movements. So that maybe opens the door for Showtime, who, like I say, really took advantage of that mid-game Protoss power to really put the pressure on, make Spirit hurt a little bit. You may see the Prism being a bit more active this game as well, already loading up a couple Zealots here, readying for a natural onslaught. Tank's very far forward on the siege. We do take the 3rd base of Spirit as well. Sure, Showtime is thinking of that to some extent for the moment already. 4th base from Showtime starts up as well. Very similar game to the last so far, really. Just having that, 4th base on when the 3rd base of the Terran is taken, so we get very comfortable right there. Just getting that up and running. Nation gonna nibble. Medevac will take a few shots of damage, a few hits coming through. Spirit's going to start moving forward a little bit. He actually moves over to the left-hand side, so he might be trying to get around this group of Stalkers. He does have a pylon over here, Showtime, so he would see the preemptive movement. And this could get awkward, because this could be base trade territory, or Showtime could catch Spirit from a weird angle, which would also be very good for Showtime. He's going to realize this now. He sees where this is, so Showtime can figure out what he wants to do. Spirit scans to see if that army is out there, and it is indeed out there. So you try and reposition based on that. First Colossus is going to do well against these initial Marines. Problem is the tanks are sieged up. I feel like Showtime did okay initially, though, with those Colossus shots. Blinking in, tries to get rid of some of the Medevacs nice and quickly. A few more Zealots showing up. We need those in the front to tank. Colossus very safe, and Showtime going to push back this attempt of moving forward. Here from Spirit, it goes absolutely nowhere. Even chased down 1 more Medevac with the Stalkers at the very end. Now the Prism looking to strike during this. 2 more Medevacs loading up and getting out onto the map. Let's see if that can do anything. The Prism just going to sit in a nice little corner and pick its moment. which is not going to be right now. Yo, what's up, Debelica? Thank you so much for the resub coming on in for 32 months. Appreciate it. Thank you for keeping on supporting the StarCraft. Thank you so very much. Super appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As the bio comes across, we will see the pylon top side there cancelling. I mean, Showtime brings his army back to the top side of the map at the moment. Zealot Stalker, Colossus Sentry gathering in right now. The Medivacs are going to be peeling across as well. So army going to relocate a little bit. Zealot Stalker Sentry still back down to the bottom side. Coming across here as well. Yeah, at this point, I'm wondering if Showtime already feels the potential to kind of move into position and get something done. A couple Widow Mines burrowing up. The command center floating across. Bio units will gather around. We just have Showtime maybe ready to potentially poke on in here. So Zealot's just going to warp in. Just going to get ready to push down the bottom. Just going to be seeing the extra warp-ins of Zealots. I mean, Spirit is maxed back out. He is going to have a few MPs available. You can see the follow-up from Showtime already, the plus 3 attack on the way. He is one upgrade ahead in this game right now. Dark Shrine building through too is going to give him the chance to start going in towards some of that DT play that we saw last time. Attacking straight through there obviously feels rough. We are going to see the attempt of an expansion to the bottom side 6 o'clock, so Showtime realizing that will then probably turn the attention to the bottom. That does open the top of the map maybe more to some counterattacks from Spirit. He'll send a drop over there to begin with, for example. And yo, what's up, Bellion? Thank you so much. The early Christmas gift with the SET tourney. No worries. Thank you so much for the 31-month resub. Appreciate the support. Thank you very much indeed, as we have ourselves a potential fight brewing over here. Showtime looking to maybe get involved a little bit. Now we're going to get the Zealots into the natural and just force Spirit to have to peel back over here. Potentially back over into the main base as well. As we just warp a couple of Zealots in there, but it's a lot of SCVs starting to go down. Fourth base has been pushed back in. It's going to go towards the center now, but Showtime will obviously ping around back over there if he wants to. Is actually going to get that prism away from the Vikings, so that's a good save. I think you saw the units coming in from the natural as the cannons. Pretty well placed defensively. Showtime starts attacking through. Storks will blink for a Viking. He's not going to overcommit if he doesn't have to. He just takes the trades to the point that he sees value in. And once that value dissipates a little bit, he backs it up. Defense in the main base looking good once again. He's been fantastic all game defensively. All series so far, honestly. And Showtime, again, with that fourth base relocated, will probably start putting some attention in towards the fourth base. In these next few moments, I would imagine, is going to become his new game plan here as we get that set up to go. Well, army to the bottom right from Showtime. I mean, maybe he still wants to attack from the bottom right side. If Spirit positions himself in the center, expecting that to be the new point of call, and Showtime just hits the third base, Spirit may not be well enough set up defensively. There's that fusion core, by the way. Showtime about to have 3-2 upgrades, so will be very good upgrades here very shortly. A couple of Widow Mines we can set off with singular Zealots. Not going to be a problem. We get rid of that bunker quickly. The Stalkers blinked into a bad position, I think, because they're going to let the Vikings come in from that forward base, and then just Colossus can't really be protected because the Stalkers blinked across to get the bunker quickly. We lose one Colossus. We do build 2 more. We are replenishing supply with Dark Templar as well, though, which is going to be a pretty rough part of this from Spirit, as we saw in the previous game as well. Those DTs definitely create issues, definitely create some problems, definitely make your life a little bit tricksy. Storks will try and fight, Zealot will end up by the planetary. Showtime's starting to expand everywhere, and like I say, it's this tricky part of the game where Spirit's about to move in toward Liberators, and as he moves into Liberators, it's going to become a very different situation. We do see those DTs still getting warped in just for now. Stalker, Colossus, Zealot coming around the bottom side, looking to push in from the right. The Rock's going to be right there. I'm just going to get rid of a Marine. We blink through. We get a Marauder. Disrupt the shot, trying to fire. Bio just going to stim back for the moment. Blink back through once again with these Stalkers again. Plus 3 armor, plus 1 shield coming through. The 3-3 upgrades on the way on the engineering base from Spirit. Showtime just reinforcing again. Bases in both corners of the map right now. More gateways on the way through. This is where it was obviously, like I say, he started to be a bit more kind of, aggressive last time as well. He was actually kind of a bit more aggressive overall last time. I actually thought Old Republic was going to be an easier to defend map on. I guess the forward fourth base was funky, and the positioning now of the third to the fourth is a little bit interesting. Disruptor does get a connection in. The Vikings are going to commit through, so the Storks will commit 4 set Vikings. You lose 1 Colossus, but still having 3 keeps you very much so in this fight. Going to take the turn in. Stalkers get underneath, trying to pick off what they can. Just going to see the Stalkers will get rid of all the Vikings now with 2 Colossus left. Need some Zealots to get in front, though, because otherwise the Bioforce will overwhelm. 11 new Zealots warping in. We have that forward warp in. Have some DTs just poised up here. They're still waiting to strike. That 5th base that's coming online would be a fantastic target for them. As a good initial denial. Disrupt the shot, trying to fire through, clipping a few of those Marauders, but splitting up top as well. Getting a little bit more done there as well. Medevac will go down. Okay, instant show up from Spirit. That was incredible. He stimmed and scanned immediately as those DTs came across. Problem is, he's losing position on the 3rd base. The Showtime, his constant reinforcements doing a lot here. Couple Disruptors, again, to just try and zone this back. Doesn't get too many SCVs. The Disruptor's in a little bit of trouble. Do we try and save them? He does step in. He's still trying to get rid of the Vikings so he can keep the Colossus alive if possible. Again, a few more shots coming about. The Orbital going to just leak down back towards the low ground here. Spirit is again towards the 5th base. We are going to see more Zealots showing up on the left-hand side. We'll see how effective that can be. This attack here, DTs. Okay, it's just a lot of DTs. Going to blink straight through. That dies every single time. But it's a lot of DTs, so it's very expensive. If you lose all of them, that's a big issue. 11 workers go down. We lose this base as well. Spirit is starting to fall apart again. Kind of similar to that last game. It's just this stage where Showtime... I feel like Spirit is meant to kind of reach his peak potential at this point. And then Showtime is just finding a way to pull him apart just before that really happens. Showtime's just been so good reinforcing. More SCVs going down still. The DTs are relocating. They're going to try and come into the center here. Disruptor shots will fire through. Stalker's getting after the Vikings. I mean, Showtime... his supply's looking good. He's going to get rid of this planetary fortress as well. Trying to rebuild a base is looking pretty hopeless at this stage. Showtime is going to lose a lot of army. He's going to have to rebuild a lot of units here, and he's going to have to rebuild them quickly. He does have triple robos. He can get 3 Colossus at a time. Spirit, again, is at this point where his mining is pretty much completely denied. 38 SCVs only left in this game, so he does not have a lot of workers to work with at the moment. 36 workers killed in recent history. Showtime's rebuild is massive. It's quick. He's got a bank to keep working with as well. He's going to have a DT. It's going to force an EMP or just a scan. And push up the center. We can stand by some of the stack defense that we own as well. Showtime is not necessarily forced to defend this particular base, right? Like, he's got a lot of them. This base doesn't necessarily need to be the point of contention. I actually don't know if I love that he's fighting here, because I do feel as though you've got a lot of units that are going to leak through, sure, but the Colossus need to be protected. We are going to see, I mean, the Zealots are just not dying. It is 3-3 to 3-3, but these Zealots in the front are just doing a lot. Another DT shows up, even more SCVs going down. Spirit's going to have to find another formula to play these games with, because right now his formula has been solved and Showtime is just showing us exactly how to do it on repeat. 2 games back to back, like I say, not exactly the same, but very similar vibes. And Showtime here, 110 to 80 army supply. We'll get the GG out of Spirit and we'll take a 2-0 lead. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's time for Spirit to throw some barracks across the map or something. Because to me, that's Spirit's best kind of game plan that's being used here, and he's not succeeded with it either time. Game number 3 going to be Winter Madness as we get this going. In just a sec, guys, kick this off and get this hosted. Spirit in the replay for a moment, trying to figure out where things went wrong, what he could maybe try and fix, what we can do differently next time around, all those wonderful ideas. See if we can figure anything out for this next matchup, as we will get invited in as soon as possible here, get into this game 3, kick off into this next map. Showtime, like I say, has been very solid. Like I say, his game plan is just working. He's having a really good defensive early game. Spirit is not succeeding on any sort of aggression that he comes across the map with. And then he's just putting himself into a better and better position and just not letting you kind of retake control of the map at all as Spirit. And eventually gets broken down. The DTs show up one time and bam. Next thing you know, the bases are going down. Spirit can't recover. It's going to be very, very difficult. Thank you so much, Bellium, and thank you so much, Debelica. Thank you so much for the resubarinos. Appreciate it. I'll get you guys on the tree while Spirit's AFK. Time for Spirit to get out this replay, guys, and we can go into game 3 of the series. My pants look comfortable as F. Yeah, they are. They're cozy. I basically live in these and another pair that I have because like they're just cozy and like why would you not just be cozy 24/7? It's a great question, isn't it? Winner of this will play Hero tomorrow. The loser of this takes on Mana tomorrow. Obviously, winner in the winner bracket, the loser in the lower bracket is where things go. So we're just waiting for Spirit to get out the replay, buddy. You've been in there for like 3 or 4 minutes now. It's taking the doodly-doo. Wardy, are you having good viewership? We have like 1,500 people on Twitch, 400 on YouTube. It's pretty decent. The invite down. Get ready for this game 3. You can go, go, go. See what Spirit has planned for us here as we go to Winter Madness. Get the players ready. Spirit ready's up. Showtime ready's up. Let's go, go. Winter Madness coming through. Back into this game number 3. Showtime 1 map away from completing the 3-0. Haven't had a 3-0 yet today. Oh no, we had Shameless 3-0 at Mana. Yeah. My bad. Shameless did 3-0 Mana. Alright, let's get into this, guys. Let's see what happens on Winter Madness. 2-0 lead for Showtime, as we have got in the top left corner. The blue Protoss is going to be, indeed, Showtime. More of the same? I mean, I don't think Showtime necessarily mixes up too much here. I think it's clearly working. It's working well. You're playing into what Spirit likes to do, but then Spirit is getting denied from succeeding with what he likes. So I feel like it's safe because it probably just keeps getting you into those same sort of stages of the game. I think Spirit needs to amp it up. I think he actually needs to move out on the map a little bit sooner. I think he needs to get on the map and get things done straight away, right? I think he needs to get some value in the early stages if he can. See what happens as we get into game number 3. Showtime with the 2-0 lead. Convincing series from him so far. Alrighty. Been a fun day, guys. Obviously, day 2 out of 6. You have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday remaining after today, so 4 more days. And tomorrow's lineup looking great. Tomorrow we start with Kuyo versus Creator. The winner then plays Solar. We then have ourselves a Hero versus the winner of this series matchup. We have some Geralt versus Scarlet action. We have Rogue versus Shameless. We have a couple more matches at the end as well, which I'm not thinking of right now. What else is tomorrow? Mana versus the loser of this, and then Creator or Kua versus Nice as well. So it's going to be a busy day tomorrow. 7 best of 3s. We will be starting later tomorrow because again I got to take Ellie to the groomers, so just a little heads up on that one again. Very exciting. Alrighty, so we do have ourselves the factory coming down, the reactor coming up. Getting settled in here for a few moments. Command center coming into place. Get that on the way just for a moment. Adept will shade out down to the bottom side of the map. Twilight Council coming through from Showtime again. Once more, just looking for that blink-based opening. It's going to be seeing the couple Marines and the Hellion coming about, the starboard coming through. CC will be out to finish, and that Adept trying to get up to the high ground there. SCV just jumps into the command center. We're seeing the Adept will shade around, trying to get after the SCV. Trying to play clean up on that for the next couple of moments. Away at. Just see the Adept going down. A couple more Marines coming up. Just gonna see how Widowmine on the way through. The starport about to complete. The orbital coming by. Again, the blink coming up from Showtime, the warp gate still building, and the gateway continuing to produce as well, just for the moment. Well, that Hellion will come back down to the bottom side, just going to be seeing the medevac coming through, the barracks coming up, warp gate about to finish, the blink still building. And yeah, the couple gates of the robo facility all coming around just for the next couple of moments. See what we can get done as we have this coming through. Medevac will take the 2 Widow Mines across the map. We've seen good defenses there. Spirit is switching up. Well, is he? I mean, he's going up 3 barracks here. Sorry, I thought he... for some reason, my brain was like, he's not got a star point. I've literally just talked about the Widow Mine drop coming across the map, so... Yep, the Widow Mine drop is moving along. The Prism still sets up. The Blink continues in. A couple more Stalkers just getting warped in right now. Just pulling across over to the sides. Medevac still moving up to the top. And we'll see where we can go. Got that pylon coming into place. Bunker coming through. Assimilated building. Prism and the Blink all coming online. And we do have ourselves the couple of mines, like I say, ready to drop in. Blink's not going to be done this time, so it's going to be a little bit of a tougher defense. We're going to pull a few probes to try and guarantee the kill on that mine's not good enough, but we will... Ooh! Just go off on a single probe, so... A little bit of a shame. Not the end of the world. Now we're going to have Blink. It's going to become a little easier as the Italian here denies the third base for a second or two. Going to Blink underneath the medevac. Oh, Spirit just gets out of there, but he nearly lost the medevac, which would have been a shame. 2 probes overall. Prism across the map from Showtime, who will already be set to try and put some pressure on. Stalker's going to move over. Yeah, I've got the Stim, the Combat Shield coming up. The structure's creating a wall off here, so it's very difficult to blink in and move straight toward the siege tank or anything, so no fortune to be found on that. The Viking actually going to push the Prism back a little bit too. Can't go too far. Spirit knows it, because if the Stalkers show up and you're out of position with that Viking, then there ain't no saving it, so just trying to make sure that that is kept control of for the moment. And you see the Stalker's actually going to blink around into the natural. Okay, a little scary because it's quite the investment of blinking these Stalkers in. Can we save them? We're going to save the one that's low there. Now we blink down to the low ground, get a bit more value. 5 SCVs, Showtime hitting nicely in the first few moments of this. Dropping a mule down. This Widowmine drop comes from a different angle. Showtime's been great at keeping track of these kind of things, though. He's got a couple Stalkers, and it's not going to take much to blink on top of that because the medevac is super low. Widowmine can burrow on the corner, but we just need a... Oh, we're actually going to get 2 probes. Hey, that was actually pretty nice. So we actually get 2 workers in the end that were maybe not meant to go down, really. As Showtime continues into his charge. Robobay coming up. I feel like we've seen this one before. Spirit, though, is not building the 3rd CC yet, so keeping our eyes on if he does start that, or if he just decide to try and commit into something 2 base heavy or so instead. Trying to figure out if that's maybe an option he could go into here. Stalker's going to unload in the main. 5 Stalkers. Sorry, no, there's 4 Stalkers. The Prism. Ooh, awkward position. The Stalkers can protect the Prism from the Viking, so the Prism can be saved here. No, Prism turns the wrong way. The Viking turns the wrong way. I mean, the army's just going across the map, though, so we have got to be able to defend this as Showtime. Charge is coming up. He does not have too many units just yet. He's killing a lot of SCVs. He will kill these Marines as well as they've spawned. Prism's starting to head home. I mean, do we give up the 3rd base here? I mean, yes, probably. There's just not a lot of units. The sentries need to force field and buy some time, probably. Save some of these probes. Just instantly loses 13 workers. This base is in trouble. Charge is about to be done. We cancel the structures here. Showtime going to have to give up this location. His Spirit is looking much better with this aggressive attack than what we've seen previously. So that is going to be a big factor. That is going to be... A little force field's coming down now as Showtime tries to fight. It's going to be tough. He's going to have a Colossus shortly. That will spawn and actually spawn into this fight as well. But again, it's going to be the tanks that are the issue. And Showtime's supply blocked as well. Looks as though that's probably going to be a problem too. The Bio going to keep on fighting. The Warp Gate coming up. Just going to be seeing the +1 attack. The Zealots and the Colossus coming through. Stalker's in some trouble. Bio trying to dive in. Colossus does go down. So that Colossus gets killed right in the background here. It's going to try and come back through here. Showtime, a couple more Zealots, but I fear that we're just going to be in a bit too much trouble as Spirit kills off a couple more Stalkers. I mean, the last tank can survive this and get out, but obviously... I mean, it's a little strange. Okay, Spirit has a 3rd CC. Showtime actually rebuilds the 3rd Nexus to the top side. I think Spirit would have a little bit too much following up from this is the reality of the situation right now, so that's probably going to be a little bit too much overall and a little bit too much of a problem. Again, +2 attack coming through. Just going to have the Colossus still coming about. Vikings Marauders on the way. A couple of more units just going to unload over to that right-hand side as well. Mule drops into position. As, yeah, Spirit finally getting a little bit more of a stand in this matchup, a little bit more of a stand in the early stages here for the moment. It'll be fine if Showtime pulled the probes 3 seconds sooner. Yeah, like if he just got the probes away faster. I'm surprised he didn't use the force fields on the sentries to kind of keep the bio back. Because he could, like, the probes were escaping here. I feel like he could have force fielded here as well. But I think he wanted to save the sentry energy, but then I don't think we actually got any value from the sentries in the end anyway. But when we did, I feel like saving the probes might have been better. But that's also like a hindsight kind of thing, right? Like looking back on it, sure. Now, well, you can see the issue as you see force field coming down there. We'll buy you a little bit of time, Stalkers, and do what they can. There's only one tank, which is not super scary then. We actually lose a Viking as well, Spirit. Another force field too from Showtime, very nicely placed. Thermal Lance not available, so those Colossus are in danger if they end up in a fight, right? And we just don't have a lot of Stalkers to really protect the Colossus either. We warp in more, but we get cancelled by the pylon being taken out. Showtime trying to find a way to keep this base alive. It's going to be very difficult. We do stim again, blinking forward. We want to get rid of the Vikings. Give the Colossus an opportunity here. The tank on the bottom side will connect on a lot of this. Stalker's still chasing through. I think Showtime is overall just losing a little bit too much once again, though, unfortunately. And I think that means that we are going to have a game 4. Guys, unfortunately, I'm going to have to tap out here. The games did go long today, and I got something to do tonight. So I'm super sorry. I'm going to have to tap out 1 or 2 maps early. I really was hoping to get to the end, but if I don't tap out now, I miss my entire evening. And if I do tap out now, I get to have my entire evening. So I'm super sorry. I'm super sorry we missed the end. I will host someone up. But I'm going to have to tap, so I will apologize and leave you guys. So yeah, I'm super sorry about that. I will host you guys up on Twitch. On YouTube, I can't raid, but I will... I would advise you guys to check out Take TV or Indie, wherever you wish. But yeah, I have to dip out of this one. So I will host you guys over to Indie because I know he's definitely going to be there. So I'll send you guys to Indie. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. I'll be back tomorrow with more StarCraft. I appreciate you guys. I'm super sorry we didn't get to the end. Just some super long games earlier. I thought with the PvPs today, we'd actually get through kind of fast. And we were so close to being on time. Like, I'm on time right now. I thought the PvPs would be a bit fast. But we had some really long games as well. So, I appreciate you guys. I'm sorry. And I'll see you guys next time. If you're on YouTube, twitch.tv/IndieStarCraft. It's a Polish stream. But you will be able to watch the rest of the games. See you later, guys. Thanks so much for understanding. I'll catch you guys next time.